It is a race of great length and many moves. It begins in late afternoon and quickly plunges into an unnerving twilight zone of artificial light. Dawn will reveal the battle damage of the night. Cars streaked with oil, others showing contact with other cars or the wall, a few missing altogether. Then, from that first light to the race's end, lie the tense last hours. Those who have come so far, always knowing that the hard-earned equity of laps run guarantees nothing. This is the toughest of all the endurance classics, and it is the first major race worldwide of the year. Teams typically use road racing specialists as well as the best from Indy and NASCAR, who used to treat this race as a tune-up for their own series, but who now consider victory here an end in itself. The cars are divided into classes, stock appearing but highly modified GT cars, and the specialized built for racing only Daytona prototypes, a dangerous mix of fast and faster. The track's defining feature, the banking, looms large in the flat Daytona landscape, walling off the rest of the world and creating one of its own. In this world, the essence of long-distance racing. Everyone who races here shares the idea of winning. But to actually become a winner, you must first go the distance. The 24 hours of Daytona, and it starts next.
You don't have to be a race fan to appreciate the charms of Florida in January. Temperatures in the mid-70s, blue, sunny skies, and ocean breezes. Welcome to Speed's live coverage of one of the world's greatest motorsports events, now beginning its second half-century, the Rolex 24 at Daytona. You're looking live at pit lane, where the field of 56 cars is all lined up and swamped by some of the tens of thousands of fans who have made their own personal journey here to Daytona. Hello, everybody. I'm Bob Varsha. We have 15 hours of coverage coming your way here on Speed. We'll take you up to 11 p.m. Eastern tonight and rejoin you at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow to take you through to the finish and beyond. And during the nighttime hours, we'll have live streaming at speed.com with audio provided by our friends at Motor Racing Network. Now, you might ask yourself, why would any racing driver want to race twice around the clock? Aside from the chance to win this beauty and the Rolex watch that goes with it. The reason is the field. A great gathering of drivers from across motorsports, experience in Formula One, IndyCar, NASCAR, GT racing, motorcycles, and more from across the world. And leading the NASCAR contingent in this year's Rolex 24 is one of the most experienced of all.
AJ, describe your emotions driving through the tunnel once again.
Once you've been into victory lane here at Daytona, it's just an amazing field to drive back through the garage and through the tunnel. And you know, it's kind of strange because this was the pinnacle of my career, and it was also where it all kind of started to unravel. So with help with my family and friends, great people like Michael Shank, Roger Penske, all those people that have stuck by me, it's a great feeling. I'm ready to go do it twice in a row.
Many are predicting an epic pace and a record number of laps led. What's your biggest concern today?
Oh, it's just like always. You know, I think the only thing you can do is control the fate that's in your own hands. Don't drive off the racetrack. Don't run into GT traffic. You just got to be patient for 24 hours. That's what we did last year. If something breaks, something breaks. But just control what's in your own hands, making sure that this beautiful Michael Shank race car, this Ford Riley, stays perfect like this. Go win this thing one more time.
Good luck.
Thank you.
AJ Allmendinger starts from row 3 in a field consisting of many of his old mates from Open Wheel.
Ryan, that was a wild night. Have you had a chance to reflect on that championship and the opportunities that it has brought?
We've had some time to reflect, but nothing can really prepare you for kind of what you're faced on a night like that with so much pressure, especially coming down to the last lap. I mean, I really learned a lot about myself, our team. I'm just so happy for everybody involved, and I feel lucky to be involved with the people that have helped get me to this point. But it's great to be back here after everything we accomplished. You know, in 2012, it's great to be back here with Chevy in Daytona 24.
Well, this will be his 7th year in the row running in this race. He's still looking for his first watch. Bob?
All right, thank you, Chris. Now, recent history tells us to win the Rolex 24, you have to beat the guys from Chip Ganassi Racing with Felice Sabates. Winners of this race overall in 4 of the last 7 years. Last year, they missed the podium entirely, but they're back with a vengeance, and they swept the front row in qualifying. Who better than Justin Bell, a race driver in his own right and son of 3-time Rolex 24 winner Derek Bell, to describe what it means to a driver to compete here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. The grid has been cleared. Soon it will be just the cars and their drivers as we get set to launch this year's Rolex 24 in about 19 minutes. This is just the start of Speed Weeks at Daytona on Speed. We'll have the stock cars in February and Bike Week in March. Our international cast of racing stars have victories at all the great enduros. They're sprinkled liberally throughout the field, but a few deserve a special mention.
A monstrous accident, and it's taken you a long time to recover, and you're a bit shorter too.
Yeah, 2 centimeters, believe it or not. I really didn't need that, but it's great to be back. I'm feeling fully fit again. Doesn't hurt at all in the car, and yeah, it's been a pretty miraculous recovery, really, in just 7 months.
Now, this is a new team. You're a rookie here, so there's a lot to contend with, but you've qualified really well.
Yeah, I think P9's a respectable position to be in. A lot of the team have worked together in the past, but never with this car. And for Stefan Sarazan and myself, first time ever here in this type of car, so completely new event for us. And yeah, Stefan put it P9, like I say. Since then, the car's got faster. They've taken away a restrictor that we had in place for qualifying, so hopefully we'll be shooting up through the field in no time.
And Anthony, you just a few moments ago did something you've never done to a car before. Maybe you'll just do it again for us.
I saw Nicholas Manassian do it, one of my teammates from the old Peugeot days, of course. He kissed the car, and I thought, I'll give that a go. I've never done it before, so hopefully the new girl can be good to us.
Thanks very much, Anthony. He kissed the car. Hope it brings him luck. To you, Bob.
All right, thank you, Andrew. You've met some of the stars who will be racing for victory here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. But consider, too, a large number of drivers for whom just being here is a dream, and for whom raising the budget, building a car, forming a team, getting here, entering qualifying, and finishing the Rolex 24 will be a victory in itself. Time now for more of the pre-race ceremonies, and for that, we go to the public address announcer here at Daytona, Jim Mueller.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, will you please rise and remove your hats as the Patrick Air Force Base Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Please welcome Pastor Ronnie Barton of the First Baptist Church of South Daytona to deliver today's invocation.
Let us pray. Our Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the Rolex 24, a race of endurance and excitement. Lord, we pray for all the drivers and all the crew members that you keep them safe. Thank you for our men and women in our military, for it's in your Son's name we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing and welcome recording artist and singer for 3 Cirque du Soleil International Touring Productions, Denise Stefani, as she performs our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, our national anthem brings us one step closer to the drop of the green at the 51st Rolex 24 at Daytona, and it promises to be a great one. Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Till, along with former class winners here, Calvin Fish and Dorsey Schrader. And, guys, you know that everyone in that garage area wants to win the watch. They want to endure. Endurance used to be the key, but, Calvin, you and I spoke about this. The complexion of this race seems to have changed over the last couple of years.
Well, it really has, Brian. We've seen some epic battles here in the final couple hours for the past few years, some real shootouts. Now, to be involved in that shootout, you need one fast, fresh race car driver, and you also need that car at 100%. So to be there, you survive 20-plus hours of brutally hard racing. Now, the cars are designed to do just that. However, the driver still needs to temper that ability. They need to be mistake-free. Don't run it off the racetrack. Don't hit anyone else. But if they do, Dorsey, then it comes down to the crews.
You're right about that. It's hard to conceive of drivers driving at 10/10 for 24 hours and not making mistakes. That's where crisis management comes in. Behind the garages where there's crash carts, they're full of everything. Suspension bits built up for all four corners, spare body work, gearboxes. When you leave the shop, you leave nothing behind. You take it all here because the team that wins this race is almost always the one that's best prepared.
Yeah, and teamwork here, probably more so than anywhere else, is so important. We always talk about the depth of talent in this field. In the years that I've been coming here, I cannot remember talent as deep for both drivers and teams as we've seen here in 2013. 24-hour struggle to claim what many consider to be the most valuable watch in the world about to get underway. We talked about the GX pole sitter. In GT, it's Nick Tandy and his Porsche on pole.
And Nick Tandy is the newest member of Porsche's factory driver lineup for the year.
Yeah, we talk about stars down on the grid. Clint Boyer, certainly a star on the NASCAR circuit, and he is one of the biggest characters in the NASCAR garage.
There are obviously some aspects of sports car racing that are brand new to Clint Boyer, but you're with a great team. Coming in here this week, you actually had to be talked into even doing this race. What has this experience been like?
Man, it's been unbelievable. You know, this is a bucket list race, really is. If you're a race car driver, coming down here for the Rolex is super cool. But to be able to come down here and get our year started off in such a neat way with both bosses, you know, Michael and Rob Kaufman both being, you know, my teammates in this adventure. 24 hours is an adventure for me. You know, our 500-mile races are nothing compared to this. I have no idea. I'm a little bit wound up. And I don't know why, because this is a long race. I'm not going to be able to keep this. It's definitely going to be some 5-hour energy in the future.
Your team's done the race before. The Ferrari 458's done the race before. What are you most looking forward to?
Tomorrow, about 3 o'clock, seeing where we're at. You know, I will be honest, we're a little bit slow, but, you know, it's an attrition race. You got to stay on the racetrack and do the same things it takes to be good at the end of a 500-mile race. So if we can capitalize on that, I think we can be there at the end of this thing. It's going to be a long, hard-fought battle, and we're looking forward to it.
All right, Bob, will they line up 16th on the GT grid today?
All right, thanks very much, Jamie. It's going to be really interesting to hear what Clint Boyer of NASCAR fame has to say about his first trip around Daytona International Speedway's oval and road course for 24 hours. Just about time to get things rolling.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here's your Grand Marshal, 5-time Rolex 24 at Daytona champion, the great Hurley Haywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Once again, the siren sound of engines at Daytona International Speedway. Sweet to the ear, if I do say so. Welcome to our Speed Infield studio. I'm Bob Varsha. Forgive me if I sweat a bit after that long run from the pit lane. Joined by 2-time Rolex 24 class winner Tommy Kendall. Tommy, we have no idea what's about to transpire in the next 24 hours, but it's going to be very tough to beat what we saw in this race a year ago.
Well, there was so much excitement surrounding it. Was the 50-year anniversary of the first Rolex 24 last year. It was going to be kind of hard for the race to live up to the hype, but not only did it, it exceeded it. The battle that took place between Alan McNish, the Starworks car, and Mike Shank Racing's A.J. Allmendinger in the late stages of that race was truly epic. It's races like the Rolex that make stars, but it's battles like that one that make heroes. And with what happened to A.J. Allmendinger after this race, it makes it all the more poignant. I can hardly wait to see what unfolds. The drama of real competition competition. There's nothing like it.
And you heard Peter Barron say you never know when you're going to get another chance, but I'd have to say his Star Works team and the boys over at Michael Shank Racing will be among the favorites for this year's race. As I mentioned earlier, we have no idea what's going to happen in the next 24 hours, so I hope you'll sit back, relax, and enjoy the Rolex 24 with us here on Speed. 15 hours on the network and all night long live streaming at speed.com. The field is on track, so let's go up topside and join our team who will take you to the green flag. Brian Till, Dorsey Schrader, and Calvin Fish.
Well, thank you, Bob. You look out of the back of the Audi R8 pace car leading the field around Daytona International Speedway. 761 laps was the winning total last year. Dorsey, give us just one.
Daytona International Speedway is known for its 31-degree banks, and that banking's going to push these guys past 190 miles per hour as they lose that banking and lose their speed, braking for turn one. Watch for action right there. The slowest corner on the racetrack on the infield and the slipperiest, turn 3. It catches a lot of people out. But at every racetrack, there's a real problem area, and at Daytona, it's right here. This chicane, and you'll have a lot of cars crashing there before tomorrow morning.
Now let's take a look at Sunoco keys to victory. Be ready. Some teams may have already lost this race by a loose fitting, a damaged gear they didn't find in preparation. Stay in the game. Stay focused. One single mistake can undo your day. And use strategy, the ability to get laps back under the safety car. And keep it fresh. The cruise, the car, the brakes, and that final driver. For sure, it'll be a shootout at the end of this one.
And the anticipation is building. One pace lap in the books. We're getting closer and closer. You ride on board with Tom Long, one of the many onboard cameras that we will have, the number 70 from Speed Source, the Mazda with Skyactiv diesel technology, the first diesel to ever run here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. The weather is absolutely gorgeous today. Very few clouds in the sky. Mid-70s. You couldn't ask for anything better. It should stay this way for 24 hours. And more importantly, and perhaps a little bit of foreshadowing, a full moon tonight. And you know what that brings out.
Well, it brings out the party, and there's a bunch of that in the infield here. Hopefully these guys behind the wheel will not be partaking in that.
Everyone is ramped up right now. The weather looks really good for the whole duration of this race, so that takes out that element of surprise. So it's all now down to the preparation that has been done and how these drivers execute these 24 hours. And these corners that they're now going through, the GT field and the GX field, they can be crucial. You can get ramped up in that opening lap, Dorsey. There can be problems immediately. But what a performance by these two men. Scott Dixon on the outside pole, Scott Pruitt on the pole for the Telmex Ganassi team. The BMW power looks awfully strong this year. There's been some adjustments, and they have come to the front.
They have been very strong. History, perhaps, in the making. Scott Pruitt looking for his 5th overall victory here at the Rolex 24. That would tie him with the legend, Hurley Haywood. 5 victories, and we've got a GT car with a problem already out during the pace laps. But for Scott Pruitt, his teammate alongside in the 0-2, Scott Dixon, they will line up. Remember, Daytona prototype separated from the GT field here at the start.
Yeah, we should see about a 20-second spread between this DP field. There we see one of the GT cars. I think it's one of the Denner Porsches, that Brazilian group that are here with guys such as Tony Kanaan and Rubens Barrichello having problems early. Looks like they may have cut down a tire, Dorsey.
Yeah, possibly. I heard that tire was locked up for a while, not turning. Could have flat spotted and popped it. I don't know. That could be a brand new brake pad issue. These guys start with really big brake pads at the beginning of these races. I've had that happen before myself. We'll see when it comes around this corner if it's freed itself.
The other thing that happens, some of these drivers will weave the cars around to try and get some tire temperature. There may have been a little bit of contact, cut down the tire valve, but that wheel is locked up.
Yeah, he certainly has tire temperature now.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about that.
One half of
no
it
tire pressure, but plenty of tire temperature as we're about to go to green. The 51st Rolex 24 at Daytona about to get underway. The Audi R8 pace car leads the Daytona prototypes to the line. He will dive for pit lane, and we will be racing shortly at Daytona International Speedway.
Going green, no passing till start finish.
Whoa, you hear him say no passing till start finish, but they have split already, and that's something they're not supposed to do. 3 wide in the tri-oval to turn 1.
Big jump by Scott Pruitt, our pole sitter there. Scott Dixon gets swamped a little bit. The 0-2 is down to the 4th position, followed by Richard Westbrook in the Spirit Daytona car, and here comes the GT start.
Beautiful side-by-side start for the GT competitors, much different than that of the Daytona prototypes. And a good start as the GT field streams down to turn 1.
Scott Dixon just didn't get up to speed, and it really jammed everybody up there. Either there, he got caught out by Scott Pruitt, who nailed that start.
Pruitt wanting to show that he still has it at 52 years old. But right behind him, Dane Cameron. What a start for Team Salem. The very first time they have run a Rolex Daytona prototype, and they are putting on a show. Cameron qualifies third and is up to second in the early going.
Oh, you saw Dane Cameron there almost drop the right side off that little curve area as you set up for that area coming back onto the banking. The car was twitching a little bit. He's pushing hard in the early going. The Shank cars are up there in the mix immediately.
You got to watch dropping wheels here. This is Florida, and it's full of sand, and you get that sand up on the racetrack, and it gets to be really a skating rink by tonight.
Michael Valiente there in third. He was the leading car of the non-BMW powered cars in qualifying, lining up in the fourth spot. He wants them to make an impression here today. Things are settling down. Meanwhile, Dane Cameron starting to close that gap on Scott Pruitt.
Cameron in the red and black, Team Salem, BMW Riley, a car almost identical to the 01 out in front, the same power plant, the same chassis. Dane Cameron really showing what he's made of here in the 51st Rolex 24 at Daytona.
I think what you're seeing already, that 01 looks like has trimmed out a little bit more. He stretched it a little bit on Dane Cameron there, Dorsey, as he came around the banking, maybe running a bit less downforce.
That's a very good possibility, Calvin. But also remember that Salem's team is quite an accomplishment. They came out of GT. There really hasn't much time to test here, so I mean, this is their first go at it.
Yeah, as Dane said, many of these teams have more years of experience than we have days, so it's high learning curve, but what a performance already. Qualifying up there in the top 3 and running second in the opening hour.
That's a good story, no doubt about that.
Pushing hard early, and you've got to wonder at one point in time, do you say, all right, let things settle down and let's start to get to our pace. You see the 02 has dropped back at the start. Scott Dixon back to 4th. Chris Neville.
Well, Brian, earlier you said it's a beautiful day, high 70s, track temp right around 95 degrees. Those are some hot temps that these teams haven't seen this entire month of January. Talking to some of these teams, they said expect the cars to be a little bit looser here in the early afternoon. They're going to have to watch tire degradations. Most of these prototype teams have between 25 and 28 sets of tires left too. Also, listening to Scott Dixon on the radio after that start, he just said he missed his shift, got up in the rev limiter and missed his shift as they were coming up to speed there. Matt?
And Chris, Michael Valiente in the 6th, currently running in the 3rd position. Yesterday during practice, they got very little track time due to a mechanical issue with the clutch. They changed it. There was a lot of concern within the garage. Grand Am officials allowed them to go back out near the end of the day just to run a couple of hardship laps to make sure that they had fixed their issue. All good on this 6 machine. They're pretty confident about their next 23 and 3/4 hours.
You know, on that start, all those guys side by side like that, missing a shift is something you don't normally do. He might have just run up on the rev limiter and not been cognizant of the fact that the thing was banging on the rev limiter and just took that little 1/4 of a second time to get it in the 2nd or 3rd gear. I mean,
one of the world's great endurance events, 24 hours around the World Center of Racing. More from the 51st running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona when we come back right here on Speed. Scott Pruitt, BMW Power lead at Daytona International Speedway. Familiar words, it's been said before. And from the drop of the green, the pole position, Scott Pruitt beginning to pull away a little bit from Dane Cameron and another BMW powered Riley.
Yeah, he's got a good pace going. He just dipped into the 141 range on that last lap, a 141.8. Cameron and company running 42 zeros and just above that. So Scott's got 2 or 3 tenths over the competition right now, but this will change as the balance changes. As we said before, a lot warmer here today, and that'll have an effect, particularly as they get a few more laps on these tires.
This is what Scott likes to do, though. He's controlling the race right now by being out front. He's very safe there. He's not running in traffic. He's driving at a very comfortable level, and he's just watching out the rearview mirror, see what's going on behind.
Scott Pruitt is certainly one of the stars of the Rolex Sports Car Series, but more stars down there as well. Andrew Marriott is caught up with an open wheel star, very familiar to American fans. Andrew?
As we said at the top of the show, lots of Indy stars here, and one of them is Tony Cardan. And this, Tony, is a fantastic venture because it's an all-Brazilian team. All your boys here are from Brazil, and they normally run cars in the Carrera Cup Brazil, and they've never done a racing endurance pit stop even.
No, I mean, it's a great challenge for us. I mean, that's how I dragged Rubens into this. I think for an experience, it's been great. But like you said, I mean, this boy's never done a 24-hour race before. This car's flew from Brazil on the first of the year, and they put it together here. So it is a big challenge, but I'm enjoying it a lot. I wanted to come back to the 24 hours. The only time I did it was in '98, so I got tired of watching all of you guys up in the booth and talking about it, so I want to come and do it.
And Tony, when you've hung up your IndyCar helmet, you told me you'd like to do Le Mans.
Sorry?
You'd like to do Le Mans when you've hung up your IndyCar helmet.
Well, definitely. I think, you know, that's probably one of the things that are on my list. I already did the 24 hours of Sebring, and we won. Here, we still tried to get one, but I would love to go to Le Mans. I mean, it's something that if I have the opportunity, I will definitely do it.
Well, tout est bon. We hope to see you soon there in Le Mans. Back to you in the booth. Tout est bon.
Well, Tony's brilliant. I mean, he has such passion for racing. I think that's what this event is all about. Tony's not driving a car that's a favourite for victory, but he wants to be here, and he convinced Rubens Barrichello to be here, and that's what this event is all about. There's boys running for victory. There's boys who just want to experience this Daytona 24-hour race.
Well, that's one of the things you have to think about. Yes, you want the watch. Yes, you want the bragging rights. But for season-long competitors, there is a championship at stake, and it starts right here, the very first event of 2013. You ride on board the number 3, Stefan Sarrazin, behind the wheel of the Corvette.
You know, make no mistake about it, though, it's a blast driving around here at Daytona International Speedway. You get up on this bank, you don't get to do this everywhere else in the world. You know, this is a really cool place to have fun at.
It's really cool, and speeds down this back stretch here will reach about 185 miles an hour plus, and you're down to second gear here for this chicane, minimum speed about 90. Try not to use too much of that curb. Don't hit the curbs too hard and damage the suspension. Then up through the gears, winding through NASCAR 3 and 4, and then the speeds will get up to about 195 plus, even in the draft.
Enzo Padalicchio's brand new Daytona prototype program, the number 3, 8-Star Motorsports, has gone out and formed his own program, and he has brought in some of the best. Anthony Davidson, Stefan Sarrazin, who's behind the wheel, Nicholas Manassian, Pedro Lamy. You can't stack the talent much deeper behind the wheel of that Corvette. Right now, a lot of pressure being put on the 5 from Action Express and the number 10 out of Wayne Taylor Racing Stable, the Velocity Worldwide entry.
Max Angelelli behind the wheel. We know how aggressive he can be.
He's very aggressive. I'll tell you, he was aggressive after qualifying with his team owner, Wayne Taylor. He was furious. There'd been some performance balance adjustments in the offseason. Specifically, all of these Corvettes got a restrictor place on them since the January test, and it really slowed them down. Wayne was furious, and he certainly vented those frustrations to anyone who would listen in the paddock after qualifying. They've got a little bit of the restrictor back, not what they ran with last year, but somewhere in between. And we'll have to wait and see how that plays out over 24 hours.
You come down to this race every year, guys, and it's always the same. It always has been the same. All the teams accusing each other of sandbagging. Everybody says nobody's showing their hand. Well, now it's on. I mean, this is the race now. We'll see who's really showing what they have and who didn't.
It was a fantastic battle in 2012. Alan McNish may be diminutive in size, but big race shoes on that little man, Jamie. He put on a show last year.
He certainly did. The name Alan McNish is synonymous with endurance sports car racing. Alan, you have multiple wins at Le Mans, at Sebring, at Petit. You've never won overall here at Daytona. What makes this one so challenging?
There's many things. I think the traffic's one big factor, the way the race runs. It's just never came to me, this one. Last year was one of the close ones, but it got away. We won the category the first year, finished second overall, and I thought, it's just a matter of time. It's not doing quite that so far.
Right now, you look fresh. Everybody's ready to go. Everybody's still awake and alert. What do you do to maintain that for 24 hours?
It's a bit of experience. It's a bit of not sitting out in the sun too long, get back. You know, you've got your job to do in the car. That's when you're in the car. When you're out in the car, that's Ryan at the moment, or Alex, or it's going to be Seb later on. And so in that side of it, you've just got to, you know, just remember that the checkered flag comes at the end of the race, not after the first hour.
Well, experience you certainly have. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Well, remember last year, Brian, that car was really fast. We talked about having a car that's at 100% at the end of this race. Lucas Luhr had an off in that backstop chicane. It damaged the bodywork. That car lost its edge, and I think ultimately may have cost him victory that day.
And it doesn't take much. It's just a little splitter that gets damaged or whatever. You lose a mile an hour. You can't stay in the draft anymore. You can't get past. It can literally cost you victory here.
And it's what we talked about at the beginning. These guys are driving nearly 10 tenths, and trying to do that for 24 hours, and particularly at night. I mean, it's the chances of making it without a problem are very, very slim.
Highest placed Corvette Daytona prototype running just outside the top 5 right now, but a car on the move, the number 30, the burgundy and black Porsche 911, trying to find its way around the SRT Viper there at Sean Edwards. Qualified that car on pole in the GT category, but had an infraction with the rear wing and had to start from the back, and our pole sitter, the 32, with a problem.
I can't tell yet. That's tire, guys.
Right there. And that's one of the things for these European teams. Conrad Motorsports enters this car in conjunction with Orbit Racing over here. But these high banks, if you get too aggressive on your setup with the tire, Dorsey, with the camber setup, you can have a problem. But who knows? Maybe he's running into traffic, some kind of issue there definitely, though, with the pole sitter right now.
And it's done a lot of damage.
Well, and that's the problem when they come apart and they begin to disintegrate. They turn basically into a saw blade.
More than tire damage. He's been in the wall somewhere. I mean, the whole right side's caved in. Look at the wing. That's going to be a massive repair.
Not too fast.
It's a little late now.
British driver, the latest Porsche factory drivers you mentioned, Dorsey, and we believe it was turn 6 leading up onto the banking, which may have caught him out.
That's a strange place to lose it. It's dead flat down there.
I've crashed there before.
Understand there's some smoke coming from the back of the 3, the Corvette we were just riding with, Stefan Sarazan, that 8-star motorsport entry, and indeed you see a little bit of telltale smoke coming out. Looks like just the right side, Dorsey.
That could be just blow by. You know, there's a catch can back there that catches blow by, but you shouldn't have that much at this time in the race, that's for sure. Here, let's see if we hear it. Sounds okay. That looks more oil leak related than it does engine.
Seems to be holding pace there to the car in front of him, which right now is Ryan Dial. These two guys actually ran together in the World Endurance Championship last year for Enzo Potolicchio, but seems to be holding pace.
You know, in a sprint race, you see that oil leak, you just ignore it, and when they come and tell you it's leaking, they say, it's just blow by, it's no big deal. But in this endurance, I'd be getting that car in to look at it.
32 has made it to pit road, and Andrew is there.
Yes, I am. They're just putting a fresh tyre on, and it looked bad to you, but to me, I think it's mainly cosmetic. I'm just looking at the skid, the rear suspension links, they all seem straight. I'm looking at the exhaust pipe, that's not damaged. Obviously, there's bodywork damage here, and a lot of damage down the side. Nick Tandy's sitting there impassively, but he has certainly been at the wall hard. Just look down the side of the car, look at the mirror. Look at the mirror here, completely flattened. So Nick Tandy, though I tell you, he's a fine race car driver, but it looks as if the Daytona walls have bitten him.
The 3 car is getting worse, Calvin. It just about erupted back there, it looked like. It's on speed, but something big just happened. We'll see if it does it again. See, this is now much more than an oil leak.
Well, yeah, but
and he's starting to get a little squirrely there, so you'd have to think that fluid is getting on those rear tires.
It's a bigger oil leak. It's not.
And you well know, oil leaks don't stop until
until you run out of oil.
You run out of oil,
you
they're
crash.
not going to fix themselves.
And these are the decisions that have to be made. You're early in this race. We know with the safety car procedure, you can get laps back. Do you continue to run this car, potentially damage it, or do you bring it in and check it over?
No, that's what I was saying before. In a sprint race, you would ignore this, but you do not ignore it in the first, 23 minutes of a 24-hour race.
You've got time to fix it now. You come to pit road, you fix it, you take your medicine, you get back out, and you've got plenty of time, like you said, Calvin, to get it sorted out. They need to get the 3 to pit lane.
Well, remember Ganassi last year, they did camber changes, they did gear changes, they were hitting the rev limit. You can't afford to run 24 hours with a problem, and that wouldn't last 24 hours, that sort of leak. So bring him in, check it over, and just make sure the car is going to survive.
Absolutely. I'd be calling like crazy, but it doesn't look like he's making any effort to get down out of the fast groove.
Well, in fact, you would think that the officials might want to bring him in, perhaps putting oil down. I said earlier that the 30 that qualified on pole in GT, it was 3rd. I misspoke there, but they did have to start from the back. So beginning to work their way up to the front. And for Enzo Potolicchio and his 8-star motorsports team, trying to decide whether to bring the 3 to pit lane. A long way to go from here at Daytona and the Rolex 24. We'll be back. Stefan Sarazan come to pit lane only after being told by the officials to do so. Jamie, what do you see?
Well, I talked to the team before Stefan brought the car in, and they said everything on telemetry looks fine. They don't believe they have an oil leak. They think it might actually be a piece of bodywork or something that's scrubbing the ground. They did take the time to go ahead and put some Sunoco fuel in there. The team hard at work now trying to diagnose what the problem is. There are 2 Grand Am officials with the eyes also on this situation. It looks like the team might have found something. They went over to grab some tools. I'll keep you updated.
Saw some smoke there in the background as the 32 car. They try to get it back on track, but obviously the fix is not suffice.
Well, you've got to wonder if with that damage back there, something now has cut down the other tire.
Yeah, well, the bodywork hasn't really been fixed to satisfaction. It's immediately into the tire, going to cut it down. So they need to do a better fix than that. But this is a great battle that's shaping up between 2 guys who know each other very, very well. Dane Cameron now feeling the heat from Michael Valiente. So you got BMW, Ford, BMW, Ford in the top 5.
And Dane Cameron, impressive in his Daytona prototype debut as he works through traffic, going through turn 1. Valiente continuing to put the pressure on. And meanwhile, Scott Pruitt beginning to inch away. Still a long way to go, but I'm sure Chip Ganassi enjoying what he's seeing right now, Chris.
Yeah, that car has about a 6.5-second lead out there, Chip. And your team really the favorite once again this weekend. This early lead, does that build confidence in with the team, or does it really matter at all?
You know, I think it doesn't mean anything right now, Chris. It's, you know, it's a question of we're getting through traffic a little better than the other guys, it looks like. Look at the lap times, they don't really reflect that type of lead.
When I talk to other teams in the paddock, the one common thread I hear is recovery. Your team recovers from mistakes and problems better than anybody else, and to beat you guys, they need to do that. Why does this team recover so well?
Well, it's a credit to the guys, you know. Mike Hall and Tim Keene, Barry Wanzer, Scott Harner, the group of guys that they put together to run the team, it's all of them. I mean, they're the guys that put the work in, to find the people, and you know, bring us down here every year.
Well, this is Chip Ganassi's 10th year running the Rolex 24.
Well, in the meantime, guys, they pushed the 3 behind the wall. They have found the problem, which is a gearbox seal. Bad news is you got to take the gearbox off of the engine to fix it.
They're going to take it back behind the wall, take it to the garage, and get to work. They've got a lot of time to recover. We've seen it happen before. Dane Cameron, Michael Valiente continuing their good battle. And in GT, it's the Magnus Porsche, Andy Lally, who leads there. And it's good to see that team. They so strong last year, coming back to run well again. John Potter, who owns that team, has kept a strong lineup behind the wheel of the 44. And they've entered a second car, the 45 from Magnus as well. So that team expanding a little bit. Audi R8 running second. We have not seen that before in the GT category. So Audi really coming on strong here. Audi's here last year, but they just didn't have the pace, but they have been strong throughout testing, practice, and qualifying. Valiente holding on to the back of the red and black 42 right in front. BMW in front, and that blue and white number 6, Ford Power.
Well, when you look at it right now, when you look at the lap times, the BMW boys are able to run, dip into the 41s per the rest of the guys right there at the 42.0 mark. Just a couple of tenths behind, you got the Fords. Then the Chevys still seem to be 3 or 4 tenths behind the rest of the pack right now. So here we see the second place Audi there, the number 24, driven by DTM driver Felipe Albuquerque. They've brought some real stars over here to compete with these Audis, Brian.
Well, and you see the leaders now working through the lead of the GT category. It's exactly what you were just saying. It looked like perhaps Dane Cameron and the red and black 42 held up just a little bit. Perhaps Valiente would get a run down at the bus stop. It's not going to happen this time, but Albuquerque doing a great job behind the wheel of that R8, a car he's very familiar with.
Yeah, he is, and certainly Audi have come loaded for bear. They had 2 cars here last year. Now they've got 4 cars, 3 of which are really factory supported. A lot of German personnel here this weekend. Director of Audi Sport is Wolfgang Ulrich. He is here on site, and that's really a key indicator to me that Audi want into this GT category in a big way. Here comes Dixon. He gets a run on Valiente, looks to the inside, down into the brake zone.
He'll take that away easily. Dane Cameron is getting his advantage getting off these corners. See how they catch up to him on the entry to the corner, but Dane is getting power down and is able to gap between corners these other 2 cars. I don't know if he can do it with Dixon, though.
BMWs 1, 2, 3, and it's really a credit to Katie Crawford, the engineer on that 42 machine, that she's mixing it with the big boys here, and she's got a car underneath Dane Cameron that's working well.
Dane Cameron, young driver, open wheel star, moved to the GT category the last couple of years. Really couldn't find a home. Did last year at Team Salem in their Mazda RX-8. Showed how well he could integrate with that team. Katie Crawford, engineering in the GT category, and now they've kind of come back home, or she has, back into Daytona prototypes. And Dane Cameron taking to this like a duck to water. Dane Cameron, a great run here. Matt Yoakum, what are they saying down in the Team Salem's pit?
Very quiet recently, but you know the headlines all week have been the Ganassi BMWs, and I really think that the 42 especially could be the sleeper in the field. You know, he documented they moved up. They've got BMW power, but they've spent so much time and effort doing small things within the team, whether it be personnel or equipment, just to try to make their package even better from what they've had here in the past. And they've got a lot of high expectations, but they feel like they could definitely be a headline stealer before this event's over.
Well, and they have stolen plenty of headlines just throughout practice and qualifying. 23 hours and 32 minutes left to go live from Daytona International Speedway. It's the 51st Rolex 24 at Daytona, and we'll bring you plenty of coverage, and it's going to be great racing like this, I believe, to the checkered flag. Good battles in Daytona prototype, and GT heating up as well. I'll talk about heating up. There you go, class-on-class battles. Daytona prototypes working their way past the white number 24 from Alex Job Racing, that Audi R8.
Another Audi right in the mix there too, Rene Rast. He switched from the Magnus Racing team. He won this event last year, but he's now in the 52 Audis. They're running 2 and 3. Andy Lally continues to lead in the defending champion car here at the 24. That's the 44 Magnum entry.
Pass for position between the Audi boys. They're not on the same team. They're behind the same manufacturer.
Well, they get their paycheck from the same place.
Yeah. so you want to pass gently.
Audi really pulling out all the stops. They want to make an impression on GT racing here in the Rolex Sports Car Series, and Brad Kettler and his crew really doing a great job helping these 3 teams learn how to work with this Audi R8. They've brought factory Audi drivers over. All 3 of the cars that the factory has helped support here has 3 factory drivers and an American driver in them, and they have been impressive.
They really have. Rene Rast, for example, he's a 3-time Porsche Cup champion. He won in an R8 at Spa, the 24-hour race last year. So tremendous experience as he moved that APR car up into the 2nd spot.
See the number 9 from Action Express, and you give it an idea of how the speed differential works out between Daytona prototypes and the GT cars as you see the 52 onto the back straightaway. There's the 73, one of the entries from Park Place Motorsports. You understand that he had dropped back a bit. He had a good qualifying run, but really something happened on this last lap, dropping well back. Patrick Long behind the wheel.
Yeah, they were running up in the 2nd spot. They're behind Lally. Then the Audis went by them. I'm not sure if he's had a problem, some kind of temperature issue he may be hearing on the radio, so maybe he's just backed off the pace to see if that'll settle down with making a pit stop. But Pat Long is really impressed. Patrick's the radio communication there. He's been really impressed with this new team. Oh, and he runs off. Probably just a bit distracted, probably trying to look at gauges, seeing what's going on with the engine temp, and just runs afoul of that chicane.
More than likely he'll come in. It's early in the race. No need to keep a hot engine hot. You know, you're going to end up doing damage. Get it back in, find if you've got a hole in the radiator, what serious problem you might have.
Porsche side by side. That's the 80 of True Speed Motorsports up above Patrick Long. That's a 3.8 liter versus 4 liter. They can run different engines in the Porsches and GT. A lot of stories yet to talk about from Daytona International Speedway and the 51st Rolex 24 at Daytona. We'll be back with more right after this.
Just over a half hour into the 24 hours of hard racing that make up the Rolex 24 at Daytona, live here on Speed. Very early in the race, and already we've seen plenty of the kind of heartache you find in a 24-hour event. Some of it due to contact, some of it due to mechanical issues. I'm Bob Varsha in our infield speed studio with Justin Bell and Tommy Kendall. Thoughts on the race thus far, Justin?
Well, you know, I was just thinking about it when we were watching the immediate attrition at the beginning of this race. I was walking through the paddock just before. All the mechanics and drivers are staring at their cars going, we've done all the work we can do. It's as good as it's going to be. And yet you know, don't you, as a driver, Tommy, something on this car, it could be a $10 part, could let us down. And we've already seen that.
First time I came here watching my dad race, he finished second in his first ever times. Next year he came back, sat on the pole, and was out on the first lap. It can happen. And the attrition I'm seeing, you've got a factory Porsche guy having a pretty big off. We just saw the 42 car slip up. These guys are really running hard. There's no such thing as a pace anymore. And so I get the feeling that this one we're going to have maybe an unusual number of difficulties.
Looking at the number 50 car in the pits. Not sure exactly what's going on. Ian James behind the wheel. Very experienced lineup. Former overall winner Jim Pace. Carlos de Quesada has won in the GT class before. It's a group of good old boys, you might say, having fun at the racetrack to raise money for the Alzheimer's Foundation. Now the car being hauled away. Andrew Marriott, what's going on?
Yeah, they've got a problem in the engine department there. I know Ian was really pumped up about this race. I spoke to him earlier, and he was very happy with that car. But they've got a... And the car is stuck in fifth gear, in fact, and they just can't fix it at the back. So that car's going back behind the wall, so that's the second car that's got gearbox making problems already. Gearboxes do seem to be a bit of an Achilles heel of these DP cars.
Problems on the racetrack for A.J. Allmendinger and the defending race champion Michael Shank Racing.
You just saw whatever the problem was, he got pinned up against the wall a bit with the faster traffic coming underneath, so it must have taken him a bit by surprise. But he's in the right spot now, and that's quite a long way back down to the pit lane entrance.
And you can see he's trying to stay as low as he can. He's got a long ways to go. This is NASCAR turn 2. He's got to go through the bus stop. Okay, we're being told he has a flat, and what he's trying to do is avoid what happened to the Tandy car, or when the tire comes apart, it basically turns into like a weed whacker or a saw blade, like Brian Till said. See some big lockup.
Big lockup.
Guys trying
there
to get around him.
Looks like the driver's left front might be up, so thinking if there's a tire down, it might be the right rear. Another early problem for a contending car here at this year's Rolex 24.
Yeah, we've seen, haven't we, earlier, talking about the telemetry with the gearbox issue on one of the cars earlier. You know, the telemetry says everything's fine, but the driver knows it isn't, and everyone watching knows this is pretty obvious right now.
There's Michael Shank, the team owner, with his hand on his headset in the dark shirt. This is basically an unchanged lineup from the one that won last year. As you see a lot of grass there. Looks like he's been off track. A lot of grass across the radiator screen. Let's get more from Matt Yoakum in the pits.
And Michael Shank's just told A.J. Allmendinger the front of the car looks fine. A.J. thought he might have had actually a flat left front. Now they're going to bring the car in and take a look and see if something is broken in the front of the race car. He's trying to take his time but get back here as quick as possible, as you mentioned, because he thought he might have had a tire going down, but they're telling him it looks like that all the tires are up.
And now that we can see the right side of the car, I'd agree.
But that front radiator can give you a spike in temperatures, and maybe he's seeing that, but the team aren't reporting it, apparently.
Top 4 names you see there: Allmendinger, Pugh, Negri, and added this year, Marcos Ambrose. Oz Negri was training in the off-season, had a fall off his mountain bike and hurt his right leg quite badly. He wasn't able to test with the team at the beginning of January. They brought in Marcos Ambrose, who puts his hand in the air and says, I'm just here to help. I'm not going to try any heroics. Oz Negri has been cleared to drive the car, but they don't know how perhaps the fastest guy on that team, how long he'll be able to go behind the wheel. Now the 00 car, one of the cars in the new GX class. This is the Mazda 6 with Skyline diesel technology. Now back to the 60 car. While we try to sort it out, let's get the views of the guys up in the booth. Calvin, Dorsey, and Brian.
Well, guys, what happened right there is the tie rod is broken on that left front suspension. It's the upper link right here. In fact, now the driver's going to go, the mechanic's going to show you. It's broken to the inside, and they're going to have to repair that Heim joint. He must have capped something with that wheel, and it's definitely broken to the inside.
Yeah, as he came to a stop, Dorsey, the left front wheel was suddenly askew and outside of the bodywork. So AJ had felt something initially, thought maybe a flat tire, but he did the right thing. He slowed it way down, didn't risk throwing it off the road and doing further damage. You can recover from something like this, as we said. However many laps you go down, you need a subsequent number of yellows to get back in the game. The year one is in, thinking there'll probably be a yellow. And this is what it's all about, making those calls, being proactive. The 0-0 is stalled on the racetrack. They're expecting a yellow. What do you think, Chris?
Well, Scott Pruitt going to stay behind the wheel, going to do 4 fresh tires on this stop. Fuel, listening to Scott Pruitt during this run, he said the car is a little bit tight on entry, but really good coming off the corner. Interesting to hear, as this is a hot track, and you can see the team really taking their time blowing out the radiator here. Also, the 5 car in pit lane, Christian Fittipaldi, has been on the radio during this stint saying that the water temp was high in the car. They had some debris on the nose of the car, so they're going to blow that out. They're probably also going to add some water. They weren't sure if they pushed any water out, so they've got to check that. Yeah, we got a big piece of debris right here on the hood. Right here on the radiator front, which has been closing off about a half of that radiator opening. So they were getting temps about 230 degrees or so, and the crew has pulled that out. So everything should be pretty good with this car now that they've cleaned that out.
That stop taking a little longer than they wanted it to. You saw the jacks collapse, and the car fell back down to the ground. They had to get it back up so they could get that tire change done. And those are the types of mistakes that can cost you. GT pit stops now taking place. On board the number 24 Audi, second place in GT.
This team led by Alex Job Racing. He's had so much success here over the years. Just one of the most successful sports car teams in existence. And talking to the group, it's almost like you think of Yost and Audi at Le Mans. That's essentially what these teams are doing here. Like Alex Job is really providing logistics and some staff as well to get these cars campaigned here at this Daytona 24-hour race. It's a combination of the German engineering squad coming over from Germany, obviously, and then some of Alex's crew to really form the best team possible.
And you see the Rum Bum Audi right behind there. It stopped right behind the 24. The 02 is in, as is the 69 from AIM, the AIM FXDD Ferrari. Very familiar if you're a Rolex Sports Car Series fan. Watch that car. Jeff Siegel, Emil Asentado win the GT Championship last year.
02 is in. Dixon had a strong run up to second. What are you seeing down there, Chris?
Yeah, pretty much the same act that we saw with the 01 car, the team taking time to blow those radiators out. That's one thing that through this year, is because last year that Gen 3 car was so new, they didn't have a notebook. They were really just getting the cars put together. This year, they are really well prepared. They've got a lot of data on the car, and they spent a lot of time looking at the radiators and making sure that they had the proper cooling for these cars for the 24 hours, because that's the one thing we see every year tomorrow afternoon is those radiators have taken a beating.
42 minutes into this event. A lot of these teams, as you said, Calvin, you're getting close to that first stint anyway, and with the problem for the 00, which is the Mazda GX, you see it stalled there on the racetrack. A lot of teams thinking that perhaps we would go full course caution. So as they work to get the Mazda back in, teams beginning to play their strategy. And you talk about problems. They've happened early for the defending race champions, Mike Shake Racing in the 60. Mechanics going to work, and we'll be back to Daytona for more of the Rolex 24. Not a good day for the 00. Visit Florida Racing, Speed Source, Yellow Dragon, Motorsports. That's a mouthful. Mazda 6. Another one of the Sky Active diesels with a problem. And they have removed him without having to go full course caution. And that is good news for the competitors. 44 Magnus Racing just leaving after making their pit stops. And we're just about to the end of the stints anyway. We understand during the pit stops, the 99 Gainsco Daytona prototype and the 94 from Turner Motorsports speeding on pit lane, they will have to come back. A new pit lane speed system this year, and some of the teams we saw struggle getting a handle on it in the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge race yesterday seems to have bled over into today.
Well, it's kind of complicated to explain, but essentially there are timing lines spread up and down pit lane, so there's like a segment, and they time your average speed over that segment. And what some of the teams have figured out, you can actually accelerate into your pit box because you're coming to a complete stop. Your average speed will then be low for that segment, and you won't get caught out. So, but I think they're playing with fire when they're doing this, Dorsey, because a big penalty if you do get caught.
You're taking a look at the Rum Bump entry. If you're a Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge fan, you know how strongly they run there. And now good to see them with an Audi R8 and a Rolex GT. One of the factory drivers running with them this weekend is no stranger to endurance racing, Andrew.
No, he's won them all 5 times, Frankie Beeler. Frankie, there's life after prototypes.
Yes, of course, it's something different, but I really enjoyed it. It's the first time at Daytona now. So I'm really looking forward to it, and a bit nervous for my first stint.
And looking around the team, it's got all the Audi trademarks here, all the professionalism, all the attention to detail.
Definitely, we really tried to enter this one really in a good way and in a professional way, so everything is well prepared. The guys are doing a good job, and we just have to try to get into a rhythm now. The first pit stop now was very good. Tires are looking good. Guys did a good job, so it's a long way to go, and I think now first evening try to find a rhythm, get everything working, and then we'll see.
Great to see you still racing. To you, Chris Neville.
Well, Andrew, this is the 61 Ferrari in the garage. This is one of our favorites in the GT class. Jeff Siegel behind the wheel, Max Pappas, Giancarlo Fisichella, and Tony Vilander, his co-drivers this weekend. This is the second time this car has been in the garage. Jeff said on the radio about 10 minutes ago that he wasn't able to shift the car, so an electronics problem in the car. They came to the garage initially, hooked laptops up to the car, thought they had it taken care of. However, exiting the garage, trying to get back out on track once again, he didn't have proper shifting, so it's back in here. It looks like engineers are trying to button things up. They've had laptops hooked up to this Ferrari, and now I can see Jeff trying to go through some shifting sequences on the wheel as the car is in the garage. You're trying to see if they've got any drive before they let him out of the garage. Matt?
And over to Michael Shanks Racing, they are still working on the 60 of A.J. Allmendinger on that tie rod. The 6, their teammate, he came in, Sunoco fuel and tires, and he was away. No changes on that machine of Valiente. Still trying to blow out all the grass in the nose section of the 60. They're also going to have to replace the mirror on the left side. A.J. passed that information on when he was bringing the car to pit lane, but still, work continues.
Well, you have to wonder if that mirror was damaged on the left side. Maybe he got into it with some traffic, Dorsey, maybe clouded that left front wheel as well.
Look at here, guys. Kevin Doran's car, the 77, in the lead of this race. Something we're glad to see.
And that is impressive stuff for young Colin Brown and for the entire team. Kevin Doran taking his Doran chassis, which eventually became a Dallara, and they have put Riley Gen 3 bodywork on it. It's kind of Frankenstein, but it has been running well all weekend long. At the Roar, they tested with the old bodywork. It's brand new this weekend.
It's Frankenstein, but the car is awfully pretty and is very effective. These guys are stretching their mileage a little bit further than some of the other DP competitors. And Colin Brown, John Bennett, who run regularly together in the ALMS series in the PC class, but joined by Paul Tracy, Jim Lau's, a good effort here this weekend.
We saw the 50 have problems earlier. Chris, what seems to be the problem there?
It's busy down in the garage down here, Brian. Just saw the 61 car pull out, so hopefully they've got the gear situation sorted out over there. Also right behind me, the 50 car over here. Ian James was behind the wheel at the beginning of the race. Ian, what's going on with this car?
Yeah, unfortunately got stuck in 50 gear, which really, you know, for the Alzheimer's Association, we're raising money, we're trying to do laps here. So they got a new gearbox casing going back on. We'll be out in 10 minutes.
Okay, seeing the crew working back there, you said they're putting an entire new gearbox in the car, or just a new gear cluster?
Just a new stack of gears in the back casing.
Okay, interesting. They're going to put a new gear cluster in there that typically a change like that takes about 2 minutes. But the one thing is if there's any debris in that gearbox, they need to make sure that they get all that debris out, because that's the last thing you want. 23 hours to go, and some of that debris breaking up this next cluster of gears that they're putting in.
60 leaving pit lane. Dorsey, all these gearbox problems. Nice to have that paddle shift. It's great when it works, but it kind of makes you wish for the old Hewlin H-pattern box, doesn't it?
Well, we're having a lot of gearbox problems. We got a lot of mechanical problems. People in the garages. Tommy Kendall said he predicted that we might have a lot of this going on.
I'll tell you what, that 61,
yeah,
he's got some shifting issues. He can't get up through the gears, and AJ's trying to get around and get back on the program. He's lost 7 laps. 7 laps. Now, you may think that is a hole you cannot dig your way out of, but with every yellow, there is the ability to gain 1 lap back on the field. A couple of years ago, the SunTrust team, which is now the Velocity Worldwide team, the number 10 team led by Wayne Taylor, made up 9 laps in one of these 24-hour events. You just got to keep digging.
Well, we talked to Tony Kanaan earlier about running here at the Rolex 24 and his team partnering with Rubens Barrichello and the rest of his Brazilian friends. Unfortunately, the 21 running third at one point in GT. Long stop on pit lane. The crew not happy. Finally back underway, but that cost them precious time.
Right, you know why it was a long stop in pit lane? Nobody working on it. It's kind of unusual. I didn't see anybody do anything.
77 that was leading is coming in here. It's hot as through the overflow there. Dorsey is pushing some water out of the water system.
That's kind of what I saw in the 00 Mazda that broke down out there.
Andrew, what was the story with the 21?
Well, as Tony Kanaan was telling us early, these boys have never done an endurance pit stop before, and I've got to tell you something, they need a bit more practice. And there was a lot of it. There was a lot of Brazilian emotion and some rather rude Portuguese words, and there was slamming and people pushing each other around, and obviously they're learning, these boys. But that car's actually running quite well at the moment, the 21. No signs of Rubens, by the way. I am told he is still back in his motorhome somewhere, and I guess he'll grace us with his presence a bit later. But, you know, he's a Formula 1 star after all.
You may want to tell him, Andrew, they need to be on the other side of the pit wall.
Well, they've got 23 hours more to practice them, so maybe by the time they get to the end, they'll be good at it. Brendan Hartley took over the point momentarily in the number 8. Now Scott Pruitt being shown back up there as we cycle through the pit stops. And now the 8 on to pit road. Chris?
Well, Brian, still working my way through the garage. The 3 car in the garage here, trying to get that car sorted out. We can see the entire back end of the car. This is the back end that started the race. They had a differential failure in this car, so they just changed out gearbox, suspension, exhaust, put a new set in the car. All those parts are ready. First hour of this race, about $125,000.
And that's what I was talking about, those crash carts. At the beginning of the show, I said, behind the garage, you'll have everything that you own back there to fix whatever happens during this 24-hour race.
Cruz. The work will take its toll on them by the time we get to the end of 24 hours, and they are already working hard on many of the teams trying to effect repairs and get back to the battle for the Rolex chronograph that will be handed out at the end of this event. More from the Rolex 24 at Daytona coming your way on Speed.
It's always a special time of year for every motorsports enthusiast. February Speed Week's underway with the Rolex 24. So many legendary heroes have competed here at Daytona and won, including what many consider probably the greatest of all time to climb behind the wheel of a race car, the legend Super Tex, A.J. Foyt. You were supposed to be the Grand Marshal here a year ago, but a little illness kept you away, but you're back this year. You've got your gold watch for being the Grand Marshal. So many great memories here, A.J.
Well, yes, I was supposed to be here, and I always try to fulfill my promises, and Rolex, I told if I wasn't in the hospital this next year, I'd be here, so that's one reason I'm here today, to fulfill my promises. It was terrible. I feel a lot better here today than I was last year in the hospital at this time.
The only man to win the Indianapolis 500, Daytona 500, the 24-hour Le Mans, and right here, the 24 hours of Daytona, the Rolex 24. Your 2 wins here, though. My greatest memory was when you drove in the rain in your first win.
Well, that's quite true. Yeah, I've had some pretty good luck down here at Daytona. I just got to get my friend Tony to have some luck down here. I keep telling him he sent me a championship ring that he won. And I said, well, I keep looking on that board to win a trophy, Tony. I haven't seen your name, but I think he's due to win.
What was it like coming in here, not winning only once, but winning twice?
Oh, it was great. You know, it almost was 3 times. My good friend George Snyder fueled for me for 24 hours. About 15 minutes ago, it just completely quit, or we could have won it 3 times. But it was great to win it the first time here, because my father was past almost dying, and France and him called me to come here, and my daddy said, you don't have to do this weekend, get out of here. So I come down here and then be lucky enough to take the trophy back home to him. I was very proud.
Since retiring, you've had so many drivers in your race cars. You also had a guy named Brian Till. You remember him behind the wheel of one of your cars?
Quite well. Brian did a good job for me. He's a super guy, and I just guess he kind of give it up, Brian did. But, I think if he'd have stayed with it, he could have went a lot further.
Well, A.J., always an honor and a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Nice being here with you.
Guys?
At least he was nice to me.
Wow. That's better than Jack Roush did to me.
Yeah,
You immediately broke into a sweat. Man.
Yeah, I started sweating immediately. You're right, Calvin.
Oh, boy.
All right. Scott Pruitt continuing the lead here on board. The 43, the second team Salem entry. Bruno Junqueira behind the wheel, back into 13th. Let's take a look.
Oh, dear.
Well, he went for a ride there like something broke.
It's like it didn't even turn.
Yeah, that's the fastest. That's the fastest corner on the infield. That was the entrance to the kink, and that's pretty frightening to have something break there.
Yeah, tire is up, so it has to be something more severe, but I just went straight.
You would almost expect a steering type issue like we saw on the 60 car. The car never attempted to turn,
and that is, you know, that's very nearly on good tires. It's flat out. I mean, it's a very scary kink in the infield. They call it dog leg. I've spun there one time, and I said never again. That's pretty scary.
Bruno Junqueira may pull double duty. He may jump over to the 42 car, and the rules are if you compete in 2 cars in the same class, you have to qualify and start one of them, which he did with the 42 car. Dane Cameron, Wayne Nonamaker, and Simon Pagenaud may need help to get through this 24-hour race, and Bruno is ready to do it.
Right on board, the number 30, the NGT entry, Sean Edwards behind the wheel, up to 10th in GT after having to start last because of that rear wing infraction. The rear wing just millimeters past the plane where it could be towards the rear. It doesn't matter how much it is, so they have to start at the back, and he is on a tear.
These rules, are, when it comes to that sort of thing, are black and white. You either conform or you get sent to the back, which is what the case was this time.
Pretty cool to see the Momo colors being campaigned here again at Daytona. I don't think anyone will forget their success over the years here. They won here in '98 with Giampiero Moretti. Pretty cool stuff.
And the interesting thing about this team, the last race they ran was Petit Le Mans last year in the GTC category, and they won it, so that's some pretty good momentum to carry you over the winter. It'll be interesting to see if they can find a victory here at the Rolex 24.
Good look right here at the drafting. In fact, you can see that car gets pulled right on up the back to 23. Remember, you're on this banking for pretty much half of the lap, and so it really makes a big difference.
The difficulty is, Dorsey, is choosing your gearing correctly, because if you gear for the draft where you're going to reach a higher speed and need a higher top gear, when you're by yourselves, it may not want to pull it. So you can't afford to over-rev the engine unless you're just going to feather the throttle a little bit. And if the wind changes, we saw it last year with the Ganassi team, one of the best in the business, made a mistake in their gear choice at the beginning, but decided to correct it early.
You can see the effect on the wind on the 23 car right in front of you there, the WeatherTech car, as the buffeting from this car, the Momo car, started shaking the rear bumper cover on that car violently, and that's what it feels like in the car as well. When that draft comes up and catches you, it starts buffeting the rear window. You know something big's going on from behind.
And it is so interesting. It can be something as simple as you look out the back of the number 23 Alex Joe Porsche. The wind changes direction, as you said, Calvin, and all of a sudden your gear's not tall enough. You're on the rev limiter at the start-finish line, and you cannot make the pass down into turn 1. So as things change, it can affect the way you're racing.
Well, we saw Timmy Keene from Ganassi last year call Scott Pruitt's car in because it was banging the rev limiter, just like what you're talking about. It picked up a rear tailwind and started hitting too much, so he came in and changed the gear. Very smart move.
On board there, we could see Jerome Bleekemolen behind the wheel of the Alex Job Racing Porsche. None of those drivers, very impressive driver lineup, but none of them had the Daytona win. And Alex likes that. He said it's extra motivation, but what a team that is. 67 sports car wins over the year since 1995, 48 poles, 106 podiums. They get the job done.
Well, we talked about preparation. As you see the 01 out in front, Scott Pruitt. Ganassi, some of the best in the business at preparation, Chris.
Yeah, Brian, great at preparation. We also talked to Chip Ganassi about recovery, and this is where it all happens right here in the Ganassi garage. Each year I take a walk through this garage. I'm always amazed at everything that they bring. We see stacks of brake rotors and calipers. When they do those changes, they do the entire corner. They do the rotor, the caliper, and the brake pad. Quick disconnects. Each of these about $2,500 worth of equipment. We saw in the 3 car them changing the back end of the car. That's what's underneath this canvas right here. We see stacks of rotors that they potentially are going to need to used throughout this race. They've got all kinds of spindles. We've got axles over here ready to go. And then on the other side of this cabinet, they've got boxes of all different types of stuff that need to be fixed or replaced on these cars. And they not only have the spare parts, they have the tools they need to fix that specific thing inside these boxes. So if something happens, it's essentially an emergency crash cart ready to go down here. Hey, Dorsey, quick question for you. You kind of know all these parts down here. What's this little motor?
Can't quite see what that thing is yet. That's a nice little motor. Could be power steering.
It's an EPS motor. It says so right on the back.
That's an EPS motor. I think it's power
there you
steering.
go, guys. You guys know what you're talking about.
Plenty more to come from the World Center of Racing. The 51st Rolex 24 at Daytona continues. Scott Pruitt out in front. BMW Power leading the way from right here at Daytona International Speedway. Your ride on board. See just how busy it is. That's the 67, the Porsche entry from the Racers Group.
I think you call him Duda, but his real name is Romain Dumas. Former Le Mans winner, one of the best in the business, and he just drives the wheels off everything he gets in. Fierce competitor. You can see there. You can see the language he is going for. Sharing this car with Nick Janssen, Tracy Krohn, and Emanuele Collard. Tracy Krohn so wants a podium here at Daytona. He's done it before at Le Mans, of course, but just been outside. A couple of fourth-place finishes in the DP ranks. There you see the familiar Krohn Racing colors.
You know, and these guys like Romain Dumas, see, I said it, I didn't call him Duda that time, and Frank Biela earlier. Think about the professionals that they are, the races that they've won, and how different the cars are that they're driving here from the prototypes that they drive at Le Mans. They've got the skill and the ability to bounce back and forth from that high-tech, high-downforce prototype to a much more simplistic, shall we say, GT entry.
Well, I think for Dumas and these boys, it's like putting on an old pair of shoes, Dorsey. I mean, they're just so comfortable and just know the limits. The Porsches are a little bit different to drive. I'd have to say like an Audi or the Ferrari are more what I call a normal balance to a race car. It's a real art in determining how you drive one of these Porsches fast, and they've been doing it year in, year out.
Be like Dorsey getting back in a Whistler or Mustang.
I'd take a few laps.
On board the number 90 Spirit of Daytona, another one of the Corvette Daytona prototypes in the category. Richard Westbrook behind the wheel, and Westbrook trying to get to the finish line as soon as he can. Of course, that's a 24-hour race, but he's got a little something he wants to get home to.
Yeah, his wife, Jess, is expecting their first child, and it was due about 10 days ago, and he's running out of time fast. They may hang on till Monday. He's calling his missus at every opportunity, but boy, what a dilemma. First race of a championship season, the biggest race of the year, and he was back home in England.
But
Good luck to Jess.
One thing about it, I don't care how fast he drives, it's still going to take him 24 hours.
24 hours, that's right. He was concerned that anytime the radio crackled that they were going to tell him to pit for anything else, it might be called home when you get out of the car. But, you know, think about the focus that he has to have. He's got to focus on the job at hand, and obviously that is a life-changing experience. As you well know, Calvin, you just had your first child back in November, and you know what a life-changing experience that is. I know you get up to feed the baby a lot in the middle of the night.
Yes, I do. I'm there in full support of my wife. I know she's done a brilliant job with our young daughter, Olivia, but it's certainly a great time. But for Westy, it's a lot of pressure on him here this weekend, but he's focused. He's getting the job done.
Now, remember before when we were looking at this car and I said the rear bumper was from the draft getting pushed around? Well, it broke. I guess I see what it was.
Jerome Bliggemollen behind the wheel of the 23 from Alex Job Racing. Bliggemollen, spectacular in this type of car. Let's see if we can see what happens.
Oh, watch this. I think I know what might happen. You think wind isn't doing a lot to those cars going down here at 190 miles an hour? I mean, it just ripped that bumper cover completely off. You could see it flapping. I saw it before, and I thought it was just, you know, it's the draft from the other car pushing up on me.
Bliggemollen has already won a 24-hour race this year. Actually, a couple of the drivers in the field have done so. They won the 24 hours of Dubai. He and Sean Edwards shared the car there, and Shane Lewis in the GX category also won in class. So these guys already a very busy 2013.
At least it's bent back to the back part of the car where it's not a big air parachute. You know, it's doing a little damage, though.
You got to feel like the officials might want to bring that car in just to make sure we don't get debris on the racetrack. Good to see the 60 back on track, but they are well down in the order, Matt.
Brian, about 25 minutes before we're going to make a driver change, and AJ stint will end, and Oz Negre will get in. But a broken fibula in your foot, the cast came off less than a week ago. Yesterday, you practiced getting in and out of the race car, simulating a driver change. What was the discomfort that you were feeling?
Well, I'm lucky to have thin legs, so coming in and out of the car wasn't a problem. When I'm driving, I actually don't feel it because I'm concentrated and focused on what I'm doing on track. But as soon as I come out of the car, it reminds me that I still have a broken piece in there.
Expectations of how long you're going to run?
We don't know. I'll definitely do one stint, and depending how it goes, I'll do some more. I'll do whatever the team needs me to do. But we are thinking a long term here. We've got the whole championship ahead of us, and we don't want to make this any worse.
All right. The one thing about it is, as you talked about throughout the weekend, Dorsey, he is a right foot breaker. So he's had to change up his entire routine of how he breaks that machine. And also there was a scuff mark on the left front corner of the 60 machine. Actually, as you can see, his brace, Michael Shanks told me basically that took place after the tie rod broke and AJ scuffed the wall. So that's what they believe, how they got the bodywork damage on that left front corner.
Well, you might think it's easy just to change from right foot brake to left foot brake, but when you're braking at 100% efficiency, at right threshold braking, and you do that with your right foot, the sensitivity of your right foot is what dictates what makes you feel it. Your left foot, all of a sudden, you switch over the other way, and there's a coordination then from releasing that brake pedal, going to the throttle with the other foot, and you can get the timing wrong. And remember, that leg is still broken, so there is some pain there. No doubt about it.
Surprised they didn't actually put it Oz in when the car was being repaired, because he's not going to get in real quick either. Getting out is one thing, getting in. So there's several laps down. Get him in, get him his 30 minutes of drive time so he scores championship points this year in the first round of the championship. But good that Matt clarified the situation with AJ Allmendinger. Seems like the tie rod broke. That put him up in the wall, and that's what broke the mirror off rather than contact with another race car.
Allmendinger turning good laps as he's gotten back on track, but still no one can chase down Scott Pruitt as he continues to lead here from Daytona, and his teammate Scott Dixon right behind. We'll be back to more from Daytona International Speedway and the Rolex 24. There's a look at the 99 from Gainesco. Alex Gurney behind the wheel, running 10th right now. Just one of the Corvettes that's entered in the field. Another is the number 10 from Velocity Worldwide. Chris?
Yeah, down here with Wayne Taylor. He's watching time and scoring. He's watching the telemetry coming off his car. And Wayne, the Corvettes were given a restrictor change after qualifying yesterday. And with that restrictor change, did you guys pick up any top end? Does that change the setup or any of the gearing with the car?
No, clearly we are very, very down on power. And like I said, they're a second a lap at minimum quicker than us. So a second a lap over 24 hours is 6 laps. And if you look at this grid now, they are 43 laps and they're 41 seconds ahead. We've trimmed the car out that it is really tough in the infield. The only way we can, can stay in contention. So all we can do is get everything right in the pit lane and the drivers and execute and see what we get later on.
Now, you've won this race twice, and you know it's not always the fastest car out there that wins. But what do you need to do within the team to try and make some changes or keep everybody's spirits up?
Well, we got the best team, the best guys, and the best drivers, and everybody's really excited about this. At the end of the day, we're also racing to win the Corvette race because that's all we can do right now. But having such an advantage, it's very, very hard to race against that kind of competition.
On a lighter note, you always enjoy watching your sons out there racing, but your sons also produced a music video a couple weeks ago. After you saw that video, what were your thoughts?
I don't know if I know them anymore.
Well, Wayne talking about trying to get a good finish here. They've got to really think about that championship, too. And, guys, it looks like we got a full course caution for the 00 car.
Part of the music video that probably shouldn't really, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but still, the 00 off.
The same car that we had off earlier that brought us our first round of pit stops, the Mazda. This is the diesel Sky Active, and once again it's smoking from in front of that windshield. It looked like it was pushing some steam out before, you know, reminiscent of overheating. I don't know.
Irony is Spencer Pickett, who's driving the car or sharing the car this weekend, was part of that video. He was having his leg stretched there on the lounge, and the boys had a lot of fun. And this is a car that's competing in this new GX class, which is really open to GT-style cars that do not really fit the GT regulations. And it really opens the door for new technology, such as this Sky Active diesel. And I think this is a class that will continue to grow.
Spencer Pickett, 19 years old. He'll have plenty of more opportunities to try to win the watch at the Rolex 24, one of the future stars of racing here in America. But the problems, they've befallen them here at the Rolex 24. We'll be back for more right after this. The first full course caution of the day here at the 51st Rolex 24, and the leaders are on pit road. Chris?
Yeah, Scott Pruitt being reminded by his team to stop short in the box here because his teammate Scott Dixon pulling right in front of him. Want to make sure Scott Pruitt can try and get out of here in the 01 car. Going to do fuel, tires, fuel on the 01. Scott Pruitt staying behind the wheel. On the 02 car, going to put Dario Franchitti behind the wheel. Both of these cars a little bit tight on entry, but these crew chiefs saying they're making no adjustments now because they think with the cooler temperatures, the cars will be set up great. Also, these teams reminding their drivers, watch your pit exit speed because of a cone change down there and with all the violations we've seen. Matty?
And now the spirit of Daytona pit. Already making a driver change. Ricky Taylor getting in. No changes on this number 90 machine. On their first stop, they made a slight air pressure change in the front to help with grip. Doors being shut. They're topping him off with some Sunoco fuel. Continental tires on.
Now clear,
and he's away. He just stalled it.
Looks like the 02 stop may have taken a couple of seconds longer, and he got leapfrogged in the pit there by the 10 car and the 6. So I think when things like shake out, he'll probably drop to the 4th spot if everyone does decide to pit.
Well, and no changes on the 90, as you heard Matty say, but the biggest change has been during the offseason. You heard him say Ricky Taylor climbing behind the wheel. So Ricky Taylor gone from his father's team, replaced over there by his younger brother, and this is a big deal.
It is a big deal, and there's been a lot of driver changes in the offseason. In fact, only the Gainesville car of all of the Corvettes out there have the same driver lineup for this year. Ricky Taylor's moved to the 90. His young brother, Jordan Taylor's been drafted into the 10 car. Talk about the Action Express team. They've really cleaned house. Only Joao Barbosa remained from the driving lineup of last year. They brought in Christian Fittipaldi and the Frizzell brothers on a full-time basis. So a lot of change there. Westy is going to be joined by Ricky Taylor. I think they're going to be tough for the championship. But Ganassi boys looking strong, Chris.
Yeah, Scott Dixon out of the 02 car after about an hour and a half behind the wheel. And Scott, listening to drivers out there, one thing I'm hearing is the track a little bit tight right now. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, early on for sure, and I think, you know, when we're in that traffic and trying to get past them, it made it even worse. But I think, you know, the Target Telmex car, both of them seem really fast, you know, and I was saving fuel, trying to be a little more hesitant. Got caught out on the start there in the limiter.
What happened with that?
Well, I thought Scott went, so I went, then I slowed down, and then with the engine, it just got caught in the limiter, so it wouldn't go anywhere. Then I had to pull second, and away we went. But that's just the way it goes. But I think all in all, car's in a good shape, and I think we've got some good speed for later on in the race.
We've got almost twice as many GT cars out here as prototypes. How is the traffic?
It's you know, it's manageable. It's like it always is, and some guys are better than others. You know, it is difficult with some of them, especially with that new class. I think the GTX or the diesels out there very slow on the straight, so you catch them at a rapid rate. So it's kind of hard to judge it, you know, when you come into the bus stop to not, you know, fall on top of them. So, you know, traffic's the fun part. I love it out there, and you definitely see some sights, but it's been good so far.
Well, Scott Dixon, good spirits, smile on his face.
Well, after you have a run like he did, you're going to have a smile on your face. And he talked about the challenges, and those will only get worse as we head into the nighttime. Almost 13 hours, or actually just over 13 hours of nighttime here at the Rolex 24. And it is one of the big challenges now. GT cars head to pit road, the pit lane open for GTs.
Led by Andy Lally, defending champion here. And all of these GT cars, the different manufacturers, they should take about 35 seconds to get this fuel on board. But I was talking to one of the Audi teams last night. They're a bit concerned about the venting on the Audi R8 as to how quickly they could do a full fill. We'll have to wait and see how things shake out.
Give you a good idea of how the crews are going to work here. You can compare Alex Job on the 24, the crew there, versus the Magnus Racing 44 on the right side of your screen.
See, the fuel obviously goes into a totally different area of the race car. Front hood on the Porsche, left rear corner on the Audi.
Audi has spared no expense. That is the same fueling setup on the Audi R18 prototype that they run at Le Mans. So, and it is taking a long time to get that fuel in. Andy Lally now down and away.
There you see it, a little bit slower. He stopped a little bit earlier in pit lane, and he lost precious seconds there. That could play out over the course of 24 hours, Brian.
We'll be back to the green, and when we do, it'll be Bob Varsha, Justin Bell, Tommy Kendall, who take you to the green. We'll be back to more from the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
Dusk comes on quickly in these Daytona winter days. But here in the track's strange world, it never deepens fully into night, entering instead an unnerving twilight zone of artificial light, the track's lighting system mixing with the headlights of the cars that will last nearly half the length of the race. Dusk is a time of change, and you can feel the tempo of the race change. Not slowing down, but deepening. Each team discovering its own particular internal rhythms, the way its car goes best over the long haul.
Prophetic words from our Sam Posey as we welcome you back just 93 minutes or so into this year's running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. I'm Bob Varsha with Tommy Kendall and Justin Bell up high in the announce booth above start finish. Andrew Maria and Jamie Howe are down in the pit lane. We have seen all kinds of problems for these teams early on in the race, unless, of course, your name is Chip Ganassi, whose teams and cars have been functioning beautifully to this point. Scott Pruitt, pole sitter for the race, remains in the car on this stint. They've already made a round of pit stops. Pruitt's still in the car. He leads Max Angelelli as we await the green flag. More pit action going on now. His third lap means the pits are open to every team. Let's check our onboard cameras. On board with Derek Whitus in the 25 car. This is the 69, Anthony Lazzaro from my neck of the woods down in Atlanta, Georgia. The FXDD with AIM Autosport Ferrari 458. Sylvain Tremblay, whose company Speed Source has done incredible work to get these new GX class Mazda Speed 6s or Mazda 6s with their diesel engines onto the grid. But the failure of one of those cars was the reason we are currently under caution.
And it's interesting how the officials are treating the cautions, much like in a playoff football game or a basketball game. The teams are watching how the officials are officiating. In some races, that would have been automatic cautions every time you had a car on the apron. So these are the things you saw on the very first yellow. We saw the Ganassi car hit the pits right away, which if there had been a caution, that would have for sure been the right way to go. And so that's part of the strategy, is saying, okay, what's going to draw a caution, what's not, and factor that in going forward.
This is something we didn't talk much at the top of the show about, and those are the changes in the way Grand Am Rolex runs their races in 2013. There's a new sheriff in town. He sees things differently. Some of the procedures have been changed, and some of the teams, frankly, are chafing under the new rule.
Well, it's Paul Walter is the new race director, and this is the first evidence, outward evidence of the merger that doesn't take place with the cars until 2014. But Paul Walter is the race director for the American Le Mans Series and here, and so he's implementing some of his procedures, and some of the teams that are used to doing it a certain way are going to have to figure out the new ways.
As we mentioned, some teams have had a litany of problems since the original green flag in this race. Jamie Howe has one of those stories.
I just checked in with Jeff Braun, the engineer on the number 61458 that you see right now. The car is back out on track. Obviously, they went back into the garage and they replaced the ECU that also controls the gearbox. They thought they were having electrical connection issues. Right now, everything seems to be fixed by switching out that ECU. He said their lap times are back up. This caution is actually helping them because they're able to go through all the systems on the car just to check everything again and make sure it's fine, but they seem to be running competitively.
And right now behind the wheel of that car is Jeff Siegel, last year's co-champions in the GT division among drivers. sharing with Emil Asentato. Those two drivers have split and are driving different cars this year. There goes one of those new Skyactiv diesel Mazdas. A bold move by Mazda as their legendary rotary engine begins to be phased out here in North America. They're coming on with alternative technologies, and that's what the GX class, excuse me, is all about, is bringing in the kinds of technologies, diesel, hybrid, whatever it might be, and have a class to race in while they develop those technologies. And they are really good-looking cars, I have to say.
And you mentioned how experienced that Sylvain's operation is, and they'd done extensive dyno work, but because the car was held up, the new longer wheelbase and so forth, they weren't able to test the engine in the car, and the problems didn't show up. No problems whatsoever on the dyno, and only when it was bolted in the car.
And remember that at the test, they only had one car that was still being worked on in the paddock there. And the thought to all of us that they would have 3 here was almost inconceivable. Remember, they made every single part of that car was fabricated at Speed Source. So extraordinary that they're here. Just to give you a little social update, as we came from the studio on the infield to make our way up to the booth here, the infield is jammed, and people are settling in. The Rolex 24 is an event like no other in sports cars in North America. So just so you know at home, everyone here is representing you very well.
You saw the number 50 Highway to Hell Daytona prototype in the hands of Ian James. That car went behind the wall for transmission repair. It's only now coming back onto the track. Frontman for that team is also the front man for Rock Legends AC/DC, Brian Johnson, who drove this race last year, wanted to drive it this year, but couldn't because the band has signed a new album contract and their insurers wouldn't allow it.
Go. Now, a big change is the implementation that now on restarts, the initial start, you're not allowed to even pull out a line before you cross the line, much like NASCAR and Grand Am has done forever. Now, on restarts, as soon as the green flag is displayed, the race is on, no matter where you're at. So the drivers were having a hard time seeing the flag because of the glare with the setting sun. Most teams, as a rule, with this type of procedure, if you're way back in the pack, the teams call the green for you. And look at this. That Taylor is really showing his nose, and this is his first laps in the car. Remember, Pruitt's up to speed. Pruitt's warm. He's been in the car since the start. But the Chevys are showing the first real speed they've shown really all year.
But this is the time to make your jump, isn't it, Tommy? Because you never know how the car in front is going to feel, and it changes from stint to stint. So maybe Pruitt's car is just not feeling the same, and Angelelli is all over him. And right now, for him to get the lead on this lap would be a significant psychological thing for the team.
So I made my first missed call already. So this is...
Welcome aboard. Okay, now we just witnessed a restart under the new procedure. Jamie Howes with defending race champion, team owner Michael Shank.
We saw on that restart, Michael Shank, Chris coming in the car, he jumped from 3rd all the way back to, it looks like 7th. How are these rules playing into the race?
I mean, you just saw it right there. It's going to take us a little time. This is Chris's first time in a DP, first start ever, so we're not too worried about it. The car's pretty good. We're not as strong as the BMWs in a straight line, but we're going to keep at it and learn a little bit from these new restart procedures and new yellow flag procedures, and just get the hang of it and just be cool.
It is a 24-hour race. You won the race last year. What's it going to take to repeat?
Luck. As you saw, the 60 car already had some bad, so hopefully that's it. We got a lap back on that run. So now we're 6 laps down. We'll keep working at it and get that Stanley 60 car back up there.
Once the green flag waves, as Tommy explained, you are free to race. And you saw a good example of it right there. But going along with what you said, Tommy, if you're in a car further back up the queue, I can imagine it would be really difficult to see that flag.
It is difficult, but because you can go racing as soon as they call green in your ear, you see guys like Gidley was really spooled up, ready to go, and made a move around one of the Ganassi cars.
Let's take another look from on board the number 67 Porsche 911 GT3 car. There's the Chrome racing machine. And you can see what happens when you arrive at speed in that corner. Back on track, but lost all kinds of track position. And a little pop for good measure, hit by the 80 car.
Well, that really, I think he was kind of out of sorts and was trying to come back on.
That was Tracy Crone driving the car. You have a problem on the 80 now. Looks like he straight lined the chicane, so you have to come to a full stop at those cones and gain no competitive advantage. Otherwise, you will be penalized.
And something was wrong with the car after the contact. You saw it out of the onboard that there was smoke showing, so suspension damage.
And he's still parked over there at the chicane exit.
But that is actually good driving by him because he's safely out of the play of everyone else. But hopefully we might see another look at that. But this is very different. Remember, the sun works in your advantage one way and your disadvantage the other. Although when you're heading into the bus stop, you do look in your mirrors and it's pretty messy.
And so you saw the schmozzle, whatever you want to call it, in turn one. Tracy Crone first laps in the car, and so he's kind of out of sorts trying to get back on, and he basically apexed that. Even though he was going slowly and didn't need to apex that second little wiggle, and that's where he got into trouble. Number 25 car, another one of the Mazdas off.
Derek Whitus.
Driven off from, looks like the car maybe is without power. Yes, he's hanging a left back behind the wall. Now, it's one of the things these cars have.
52 Audi.
Turn one.
Down in one.
Of all the repaving ever done at a racetrack anywhere in the world, that extra bit they put down there in turn 1, 2, or whatever you call it, was brilliant. Because in the old days, remember, Tommy, you used to just go off and you were in misery in there.
Whatever it costs to do it, it has saved money.
It has saved a lot. But last year, sometimes you have the choice to make of trying to spin in the corner or go straight on, and I think that's what often happened. I think that's what just happened to the R8.
Well, I remember when you got stuck in the middle of the track last year when you had your car issue. That's one of the things that some teams talk about and rehearse is if you have an issue. You saw that Mazda get to the left. You always want to go where the team has access, because unlike Le Mans, where the driver cannot leave a circle around the car and no aid can enter that box, here you can work on the cars. So you want to make sure you're in a place where the teams can get access.
There's the 80 now creeping around through NASCAR turns 3 and 4. Still a long way to go to get to the pit lane. There's the 44, defending champions in GT from the Rolex 24 last year. Andrew Marriott is standing by with one of its star drivers.
I certainly am, and Andy Laddie, that was an exciting first double stint from you. Put it in the lead of the GT, but bit of an incident with Nick Tandy. Did you see what happened to Nick? You were racing him.
Just as we were catching the first GX car, it looked like he moved offline a tiny bit to crisscross him coming out, and then when we got to the next corner, maybe he had some marbles on his tires or something, because the rear end stepped a little bit and it was just never able to turn in. And at that point, I kind of let my eyes go from him and just looked down at the apex, trying not to follow him right into it. But that car was real fast. He was real strong. Obviously, Tandy's a really good driver. It just probably a little bit of junk on the track, and he just got caught up in it.
Now, this GT class, we've got Audi, and they're really trying hard. You've got Ferrari. It's not going to be an all Porsche deal, is it?
No way. I mean, on top of Ferrari and Audi stepping up their game really big this year, you've got the usual contenders of the Corvette, the Camaro, and the BMW that are always there. But this Flexbox Porsche is really, really strong, and these Magnus guys have worked their tails off to give me probably the best Porsche in this field, and I was proud to have it, because the guys always going up against Pat and Nick and those other guys, and those Audis, man, we're real strong. The Porsches are real strong initially when the tires are good, but as soon as the tires start to come off, that downforce from that Audi helps them out, and they start chugging.
Andy, you've got 7 of these watches, but you've given 6 of them away, but you've still got people you want to give them to.
There's a long list, yes. This one would be between 2 people this year if it happens. Hopefully we can get 2 this year. Hopefully we get this one in the championship, so it's no bother. But it's kind of a tradition. Fortunately, it's become a tradition because I've been fortunate to be with good teams and get a handful of them. So it's been nice.
Thanks very much. And there's an interesting poster down here that has got the team on. Maybe we can take a look at that and back to the booth.
There's the poster. That Magnus Racing team does this every year with a different theme. They really do have fun.
And that one is fitting. You mentioned that Andy Lally has 7 of those Rolexes. He is Lord of the Rolex, and he's already got his eyes set on 8 and 9.
Great battle here in the GT class. We're looking at 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th place, all Porsches and all battling. And notice that number 62 car. right there with the red and white running behind the famed 59 from Brumos. That car from Snow Racing with Wright Motorsports features the first ever mother-son driving combination in Rolex 24 history. Melanie Snow and her teenage son Madison are driving together. And here's a look at them over in the garage area. Mother and son. Melanie said she invited her husband to come back out of retirement and drive as a family. He said, no, I think I like it right where I am. On the sofa watching here on Speed. At least we hope he is.
I did a little racing with my mom when I went through the Bondurant school when I was 16. My mom wanted to know what this was all about. My dad had done it, my brother had done it. So we went through, and she likes to tell people that I was the fastest and she was the slowest. But after one session, she passed me. She said, I passed you, I passed you. I said, Mom, I was out of gas. But my mom had a license plate that said Racy Mom on her car, but not nearly as racy as Melanie Snow.
She's a hoot. I did a racing school with my wife, and she kicked my butt in the autocross, so I got nothing. Little damage up ahead. Not at all unusual, even this early in the 24-hour odyssey that is the Rolex 24 at Daytona. We'll be back. Back with Tommy Kennel and Justin Bell up high, Jamie Howe and Andrew Marriott down in the pit lane. We're following the 0-1 of Scott Pruitt, who took pole, we're on board with the number 3 of Stefan Sarazan after a lengthy stay in the garage to fix the gearbox seal that Dorsey Schrader talked about earlier. Sarazan is back on track in that brand new Corvette DP. Let's get more now with Jamie Howe.
I just checked in with the team, Bob, and they went ahead and replaced the entire gearbox. They said it's way too early in the race to be taking any kind of chances. Hopefully they can get all of their time in the garage done early, and they're not back out.
The fondest wish of everybody who enters a 24-hour race. We're going to have problems. Get them out of the way early.
47 laps down.
Now we pick up 0-1.
Well, well, well. The poker is over. And Max Angelelli is they're swapping. Pruitt just ran the fastest lap of the race. And Angelelli is right there with him. So I think the only place where there was more sandbagging going on than here all month was during Hurricane Sandy. And now they were given a little bit of a break, so they drew exactly what they needed to. Supposedly that gain in restrictor only is worth 4 or 5 horsepower, but the amount of gain in lap time is, it confirmed what most people thought, that the Chevys were actually quite competitive and were trying to draw a charge, if you will, and it worked.
There's the number 70, slow once again, Sylvain Tremblay, one of the Mazda 6s that his company Speed Source built.
I mean, I really think that we should look at this in a very positive way. They achieved an amazing amount to get here. Their challenge was to get here. This is a 24-hour test for Mazda and Speed Source, and the drivers, they got some amazing young drivers. Tristan Nunez on the team. So this is part of, I don't think Sylvain will be surprised by this. He'll be disappointed, but this is part of what they could expect when you only finish a car as you pull it off the trailer.
No question. They brought one car here unpainted and struggled with it with overheating, intercooler issues. It's got a very trick twin turbo setup on it, a small turbo that feeds a larger turbo of that 2.2 liter Skyactiv diesel engine.
See how much debris there already is just offline. That's something to keep in mind. Even though they might be going to the garage area, he steered away from there. See smoke showing out the exhaust pipe. It's the GX class. Unfortunately, the timing of this merger has really kind of messed with that class a little bit. The idea was to encourage people to come with stuff they wouldn't otherwise bring, and Mazda committed.
On board with the 13 Rumbub Racing Audi R8. Currently in the hands of Audi factory driver Christopher Haas. Audi definitely. Oh, we've got a big crash. The 80 car, who just pitted with a problem, has made heavy contact with the wall. Looks like the right side damage is severe. Certainly the right rear tire is down.
Yeah, to spin there, something has to have gone wrong. So chances are he had a right rear let go on him.
You can see it's just coming off the banking at NASCAR Turn 2 onto the super stretch.
I guess it's possible he got onto the apron.
See if we can see what happened. Yeah, he never, certainly didn't get up to the wall.
It does look like the right rear's down
A
there.
long spin.
Very economical, though. He didn't take up much track space, did he? He spun very gracefully on his own axis. I actually had a big spin coming off there in the Daytona prototype, and I can assure you it's not the place to do it.
Oh, my goodness. Now let's get back to Andrew Marriott with more on Audi.
Yeah, well, I'm with Scott Keogh, who heads up the operation here in the United States. Scott, there's one big race in America, in the world, in sports cars you haven't won. It's here, but you're trying hard.
Well, that's correct. You know, we have a great history in Sebring, of course, Le Mans. We came here last year for a little adventure, and we're a lot more competitive this year. We're feeling pretty good.
And this program, it's important just to sell the R8 sports car or the whole range.
I think it's to sell the whole range. I mean, Audi is a brand that likes to race. We like to compete, so certainly it sells Audi. But of course, the R8, it's a great road car, and we're really excited to get it here as a real race car in Grand Am. So it does a little both.
Now, you mentioned Sebring. Obviously, the race has gone away from the World Endurance Championship, but you haven't gone away from Sebring because you're bringing an R18 there.
Exactly right. We're bringing 2 cars there in March. We're excited for it. We're the most successful manufacturer there, and we thought it'd be a shame not to go out with a proper farewell. So we'll be there.
But Scott, some parts of the motor industry have got problems, but I think Audi, you sold more cars last year in your whole history.
You're exactly right. Here in America, we broke a record. We believe in motorsports. I think some people use motorsports just to come and go as a marketing effort. Certainly we back to marketing, but for us, it's the real heart and soul of the brand. We're here to stay.
Thanks very much.
And thank you, Andrew. Here's a look at just a few of the races won by Audi last year. With the R8, the Bathurst 12-hour, 24 hours of Zolder, basically a touring car 24-hour event. Same for the 24-hour of the Nürburgring, with 200 or so cars in that field. And of course, the R18 e-tron Quattro at the 24 hours of Le Mans. And they're hybrids, and as you heard Scott Keogh say, 2 of those incredibly high-tech LMP1 cars will bid farewell to that class of racing at Sebring coming up in March.
Yeah, and you know, you only have to see every time those white, red, and silver jackets hit a pit lane, you better be nervous. But it's very interesting. I do a lot here with Audi in the States, and they're very involved in the entertainment industry. You know, they're part of the Iron Man franchise, and so I think Audi, which is a massive company now, is certainly impressive to be here in racing terms, because you notice them on the road, and now you see them here at Daytona, which is kind of an odd thing to see for me, because that R8, one of my favorite cars, but to see it out there on this racetrack battling with Porsche and Ferrari is fantastic.
There's the number 56 AF Corsa Waltrip car, and this is Rui Aguas. We saw when we were on board with the Audi exactly how much he is hustling in there. He's right up towards the front, running in 5th in class right now. And not a very well-known name, but has been partnered up with Rob Kaufman for a number of years. And watch how much curb. This is, you get an idea of how hard he's running. Here comes the Doran car down the inside. It might mask that a little bit.
I ran with,
get out of it.
Oh, he did. I ran with them at Petit Le Mans. You know, we finished 3rd in class there, and Rui is a very talented driver. He's also one of the factory test drivers in their road car program.
And we'll see a couple of DPs. Not making much of a dent at Aguas in his Ferrari. Now we've got a spin. Speaking of Ferraris, this is the Extreme Speed 03. A quick spin. That's Ed Brown behind the wheel. Now let's get to Jamie Howe.
Going back to the 56 Ferrari with Rui Aguas behind the wheel. He's actually going to do a triple stint in the car, so he's going to be in for about 2.5 hours. Clint Boyer will then be getting in the car after him, and he'll only do a double. So Rui pushing the car hard right now. They're doing that on purpose, trying to build up a little bit of a lead before Clint gets in for his first taste of sports car racing.
Well, we heard Clint Boyer talk at the top of our broadcast about his first experience. Unique environment around this garage at Waltrip Racing. And he'll do it just as the sun goes below the horizon. So he'll go from daylight to dark runner-up in last year's NASCAR Sprint Cup Championship. We've got a break coming up. We'll give you a look at the top 5 in each class. We'll be back with more. Sunset not far away here at Daytona Beach, Florida. Stay with us. Welcome back to Speed's coverage of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Let's take you down through the entire field, beginning with pole sitter Scott Pruitt. Is Chip Ganassi racing with Felix Sabates BMW Riley prototype with about a 2-second lead over Max Angelelli in a Corvette DP. But look at that lineup of drivers. Let you recognize just about every name. Our first car in the GT class runs 14th in the hands of Olivier Beretta, very experienced racer over the years. Anthony Lazzaro in a Ferrari, and then John Edwards in the only Chevrolet Camaro in the field from Stevenson Racing. Jeroen Bleekemolen in 21st place in a Porsche, one of several drivers who raced a 24-hour event in Dubai just a couple of weeks ago and won the overall, driving a Mercedes SLR, I believe. SLS, excuse me. You're my Mercedes expert, TK. As you can see, the number 60 defending champion car from Michael Shank Racing is running well back in the field, currently in the hands of AJ Allmendinger. And the final runners may never be known. But there they are, including Bruno Junqueira. Remember that name from his days in Champ Car. Stefan Sarazan with the 3-car, a Corvette Daytona prototype that's been a long time in the garage. And Michael Marsal has 000 next to his name. That car suffered damage and did not start the race.
You can see the sun straight through that windscreen into the driver's eyes, through the very fast, just a little lift kink there as you're on the infield. And as you go through this right-hander here, for a brief second you have respite, but you know coming up onto the banking is, although it's quite a simple corner, you are in the shadow of the main speedway there. So just for a few seconds he has nothing to worry about. For Scott Pruitt though, I think he could go the whole way around here blindfolded.
It's one of those things that's, you notice after you've run so many hours in darkness, the muscle memory and literally you feel the apex curve, the vibration, how the car rotates. You can almost, you literally know where the edge of the road is, and you kind of look to confirm, but you really can drive on autopilot and go just as quickly.
On board with Sebastian Bourdais, currently in 4th place.
I remember the days when at the height of his IndyCar career, he was one of the guys we weren't ever able to talk to, get near. He would never smile, and now I remember standing on the bus stop at the train station at Le Mans 2 years ago, and he's there in a pair of shorts just saying goodbye to a buddy. So now he's one of the easiest guys to talk to in the pit lane.
It's funny, I think after that he went to F1 and things didn't go like he liked, and he came back and he realized life isn't so bad. I was a little surprised that he, hasn't, 4 consecutive titles. And I was talking to Peter Barron about him yesterday, and when they were trying to come up with someone to run in the 6 hour, he said there are a lot of good drivers available, but kind of one of the trademarks of Barron is he wants to try to do things differently than other people have. And it just struck him, he said, Bourdais, and so he got in touch with him. He said, who knows him? And he invited him out, and they got on well with the team, and he's been a real star for that team as well. You can see the sun right in his eyes. He's got a light smoked visor. He's, some people run a dark one, but some people maybe have a lighter one for later at night.
And his wife have 2 young children now. He has a look about him that might be described as bookish with his glasses, but he is fierce and fast in a race car. On board with the 90 Spirit of Daytona. Taylor behind the wheel. Yes, racing against his father's team, Wayne Taylor Racing, and his brother Jordan, who was in the 10 car.
Clear. This corner, as you go up onto the banking here, Tommy, as a driver, it's one of the most instant sort of evaluations of your corner exit you can ever have, because you've got this long straight, and you know exactly by the revs where you are as you upshift against the markers on the wall there, exactly how well you exited. And of course, it's really a great place to set up for an overtaking maneuver down into the bus stop. I really enjoy that. I really enjoy that final turn there onto NASCAR 2. 1, 2.
You can see how they bang over the curbs there in the bus stop. A lot of, I mean, you have to because of the pace of this race, but a lot of wear and tear on the chassis using that much curb. Look how relaxed he is holding the wheel. The banking, even though it's not difficult from being on the limit standpoint, a lot of load through the body, especially taller guys like Ricky. Your knees are bent, your hip flexors. It's something you don't think about physically. This race is much more difficult than Le Mans from a track standpoint. Obviously, these cars don't pull the G-force of an LMP1 car, but there's really no rest for the body. And then, of course, you're always in the middle of a fight with traffic.
That's right. There's about as many cars in this race as there is in the annual 24 Hours of Le Mans, but the track is less than half the length. So traffic always an issue. And as you see, the track is almost always turning, except on the long 3,000-foot backstretch. Anthony Lazzaro. Unmistakable sound of a Ferrari.
Anthony's a really strong, solid driver. You see him every year out here. And, you know, I've raced against him. I don't know if you did, Tom, but a really hard guy. And he's very fast. And it's nice to see him in a good ride like this.
Well, with the shuffling, the Ferraris are running one. You see Aguas has come around Lazzaro and is trying to catch the lead duo, but we've got Ferraris in first, third, and fourth at the moment. So the ebbs and flows of the GT battle.
A little wave there. That's it's obviously someone was quite gracious and courteous, and they said that in the driver's briefing. For those of you at home, we should tell you that the driver's briefing is really a spectacle. Every driver that you could name in your wish list to see as a fan is sitting there. And I have to say, Paul Walters handled it very well. He was very to the point, very concise, but he said, be gracious. And he echoed what Hurley Haywood, our Grand Marshal, said. He said, you can get to the end of this race if you are gentlemen and gentle ladies about it. Of course, you take that with a pinch of salt, because sometimes you forget the gentle part.
You are a racing driver. Paddle shifting, yet another wave, keeping busy. In addition to driving this weekend, Anthony is also coaching some of the drivers in the North American Ferrari Challenge. They raced here yesterday at Daytona. You'll see that event on Speed next Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Those Ferraris are fast. Here's David Donahue. He is the leader in the GX class in the number 16. Porsche from Napleton Racing, performance arm of Napleton Porsche in the Chicago area. More on that story with Andrew Marriott.
Yes, just look at that livery, the swirly green and blue. And that is a very famous livery. In fact, in 1970, one of those fantastic Porsche 917s ran in that livery. It was actually a Martini back car, but they decided they wanted to do something different. And they painted what they called that psychedelic colour scheme on it. Well, the car went on to finish in second place. That certainly didn't hurt it. Gerard LaRousse went on to be a Formula One boss, and Willie Cowson were the drivers. So great to see that team remembering the old days and putting on that fantastic colour scheme. Now, I wonder if next year they'll come back and do the other Porsche 917 iconic scheme, which was the Pink Pig. I don't know if you remember it, but the car was all cut into pieces, and different cuts of pork meat were written in German amongst these different sections of Pete. It was absolutely extraordinary. If you can find a picture of it on the internet, you ought to look at it. So this year we got the psychedelic car. Maybe next year we'll have the Pink Porker.
I remember that car well, Andrew. Now you see more grass on the radiator intake from the number 68 in the hands of Dutch driver Dennis van der Laar. Here's how it got there. Decided discretion was the better part of valor, I guess, rather than going up. Well, I guess sooner or later I have to get back on the racetrack. And that's how van der Laar did it.
All you have to do, remember, is not affect the car in any potentially terminal way. So whatever it takes to get back onto the track, even if it's a little bit of extra cornering, you have to do it because it can affect you later in the race, if not immediately. So I'd say, you know, if that's what he needed to do, he did it.
Still 3 wide, doesn't know you're there.
And look at this battle as Scott Pruitt gets around the number 8 Starworks car, and look at the muscle on that BMW Riley.
One final note on the Napleton car. I believe Napleton Racing founded the all Porsche Cayman Racing Series that ran last year, and all of the cars were dressed up in period livery, including the famous Martini and Rossi Silver and the Psychedelic and the Pink Vid, and the list goes on and on.
I actually drove the Martini car at Sebring in that series. It was really cool, and once you bought the car, it was locked into that livery. And so, and that one that the green and purple, known as the hippie car, of course. So it's really cool. And this is an outgrowth of that program. They worked with the Cayman so much. No involvement for Porsche factory with this Cayman program. This is all a Napleton effort.
Good look there into the cockpit. Chip Ganassi Racing with Felix Spatis. BMW Riley in the hands of pole sitter and current Rolex 24 race leader Scott Pruitt. We'll be back. Here's a look back at the highlights of the Rolex 24 thus far. Grand Marshal Hurley Haywood gave the command to start engines. Started the race with a Daytona prototype field. Got Percy Braggett. Scott Dixon was caught out on the outside front row and swallowed up by the field. Problems for the Conrad Orbit Racing Porsche early on. Nick Tandy, newest Porsche factory driver, multiple flat tires and a lot of body repair after a heavy impact on the driver's right. Problems also for the defending race champions from Michael Shank Racing. Broken piece in the left front suspension requiring lengthy repairs, and they are deep in the field, 6 laps down right now. Team Salem had to go around in their 43, one of 2 BMW Rileys in the field from that team. And a very tough debut in the GX class for the 00 Mazda 6. And its sister car, the 70, taken behind the wall by the man who built it, Sylvain Tremblay. Number 80 Porsche did heavy damage with a big spin off NASCAR turn 2. And it has been pushed to the garage for further repairs. Back to live pictures now with Tommy Kendall and Justin Bell. Jamie Howe and Andrew Marriott down in the pit lane. I'm Bob Varsha, and there is your race leader, Scott Pruitt, who has been in this car since he started the race from pole position.
Coming up on 2.5 hours in the car, and Scott will be 53 years old in a month or so. And but I mean, there's not a fitter guy. He actually goes into a bit of a training camp between the Roar and now that clears his schedule and does 2-a-day workouts so that he is absolutely fit as a fiddle.
And he also has a side business as a winemaker, does all the work himself, deeply interested in the science and art of making wines, and he makes some great ones. Here's the 77 Dallara with Ford power for a guy who's been coming to this racetrack for a long time. Kevin Doran, once a crew member for the late Al Holbert, whose team won this race on many occasions. He has a car in the field. One of its drivers is standing by with Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, one of his drivers, his famous driver, Paul Tracy. 22 seasons in IndyCar and Champ Car, Paul. 2003 IndyCar, Champ Car victor, of course. You're enjoying sports car racing now?
Well, I'm absolutely loving it. The DP class is great. It's a great formula. It's very competitive, and really thankful for Kevin Doran for getting this new car on track. They've had a monumental effort to try to get this car. This car was a bare chassis 3 weeks ago, brand new and no body. And the team has put in 20-hour days for the last 3 weeks to get the new car ready. So big effort by the team. So we're just clicking them off, keep going, not getting in any trouble.
Any chance of you doing the Indy 500 this year?
No, I'm kind of hung my hat up on the IndyCar career. I'm trying to do more sports car racing. Signed on to do some TV work in Canada for the IndyCar races, covering the Indy 500 in Toronto and a few other races. So I'm coming over to the other side with you guys.
It's the dark side, Paul. Tell me, when you're next in the car?
I'm going out next for a couple hours.
That should be fun. There's always a lot of excitement around Paul Tracy. Great to see you here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I spent some time with that team during the test, and Dr. Jim Lowe is one of the gentleman drivers in the car, and he's actually a brain surgeon, something no one has ever called Paul Tracy. And they had a really fun banter between the two of them. Paul loves to twist everyone's tail, and so he was twisting away on Dr. Lowe, and Dr. Lowe finally came back at him, gave him some ribbon about his tattoos, and then it got into malpractice jokes and so forth and so on. So a pretty lighthearted bunch, having a good time while they're serious about the racing.
Our GT leader is in the pits, Anthony Lazzaro. Driver change going on. Lazzaro gets out. We'll have to see who plugs into the transponder. His name will pop up on our timing and scoring screens.
I think it is Patrick Pilet who's getting in. I think when Lazzaro got out, he already changed the transponder, which is quite gracious of him.
Now Pilet's in the 30 car.
I apologize for that.
That's Emil Asentado, who was co-champion driver in the class last year with Jeff Siegel. As I mentioned, they are driving different cars in this year's Rolex 24. There you see the entire lineup.
Look at that. It's very nice having an adjustable seat, by the way. Normally you have the misfortune of driving with someone like Kendall here and need blocks on your feet. But you could roll it forward there. It looks like a pretty standard stop to me for the 69.
The graphic was incorrect. Guy Cosmo was scheduled to be in this car, but he is watching at home because he had a blood vessel break in his nose, and it took him a while to get it shut down and had to get it cauterized. So not according to the plan, but he's getting rested up, getting ready for Sebring.
Get well, Guy. Wild situation there. Dario Franchitti, three-time Indianapolis 500-mile race champion, remains in the 02 from Ganassi Racing and heads back out to Jamie Howe with the 90 car.
The 90 is also in, and Ricky Taylor will be staying in the car. And so also just took the opportunity to pit. So pit lane is getting a little bit busy right now. We've got GT cars, the number 57 in GT that was leading in class. They also just made a pit stop. John Edwards did stay behind the wheel. We're also expecting the number 10 from Wayne Taylor Racing to be making a pit stop on this lap. These are all routine stops right now. Teams running through their paces. All of the stops have been quick. Nothing out of the normal. Fuel and tires.
Ricky Taylor staying on board. Looks like he loosened his belts up. There might have been some confusion about whether or not he was staying in the car or not. With the pit lane speed limit, that's a good time to kind of get, even if you're not all the way belted in on a driver change, it gives you a little time to get going before you release that pit lane speed limit. And here comes car number 1. Pruitt has gotten out after 2.5 hours in the car. Did not see who got in. We'll see that in a second. And the second place car is in as well.
Max Angelelli has been in this Velocity Worldwide sponsored Wayne Taylor Racing Corvette Daytona prototype. Let's find out what's going on with the 10 with Jamie.
Max Angelelli did get out. Jordan Taylor got in, but a bit of a miscue. They dropped the car off of the jacks before the gunman was finished with that right front tire. So the 01 has got a substantial lead from them on pit lane.
We've seen that on a couple of occasions. Teams out of practice when it comes to pit stops. There are very specific rules about how many air guns they can have over the wall and how many personnel to change tires, which can be very, very difficult. You have to choreograph it very carefully to get the tires where they need to be, the old ones and the new ones, and get the wheels changed.
And believe it or not, these guys, much like the drivers, there's no way to get ready physically like driving. There's no way to really, I mean, you can practice pit stops and so forth, but with the adrenaline pumping and so forth, these are their first pit stops since the end of last year. And Ganassi, you know, the teams try to practice it, but it's usually the last thing on the list. And unlike NASCAR, where they have dedicated over-the-wall guys, the guys that are over the wall here are working on the cars, they're doing the prep and so forth. So it's not as easy to do the pit stop practice.
We're seeing Pagenaud head out there. He was very impressive last year in IndyCar, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him this year. And it's great seeing him out there in the race. There's the 66 TRG car in the pits. Not sure what I think it looks like a regular stock to me, Tommy.
Yes, it does. And this is my teammates, Viper teammates, Kuno Whitmer and Dominic Farnbacher would drive with Ben Keating in that car.
Something inside the cockpit, maybe changing an electrical box or something. Wild livery on that car. The 2 is in.
While we're doing this, you see that Sebastian is in there, but if you look at the door, he's actually listed as Seabass. And to show the kind of the spirit, you see Ryan, and it says Alan, which is McNiss, C. Cow, which is Alex Popoff, and Seabass. And if you look right next to, you won't be able to see it, but there's a funny picture next to Ryan Dial's name. He and Peter Barron have become best buddies, and from the movie Ted, it's what is it? Super Buddy?
It's Super Buddy.
Yeah, Super Buddy.
We also saw a stop from
Thunder Buddy.
Brian Frizzell pitted the 5 and out. There's Scott Pruitt just out of the car. He had an animated conversation with their team manager, Tim Keene, there. Scott is still talking. He went to a headset either to protect his hearing or because he wanted to talk to whoever's in the car.
Talk about the belts there. Something about the adjuster on the left belt is maybe frozen and not releasing. That's what you do when you come in. Before you hit pit road, you're not allowed to unbuckle before you come to a stop. With in-car cameras, you can actually get popped on that. But you loosen your shoulder belts. You want to loosen the belts, and they're mounted with bungee cords that pull them up out of the way so that you don't sit on a belt when you're getting into the car.
And smiles all around now, so apparently it all worked well. Another break coming up, but a very special guest on the other side. So stay with us. Say goodbye to the sun on Saturday at the Rolex 24.
We're back at the 51st running of the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona. We've just seen some pit stops, some driver changes take place. One of those drivers that got out was Scott Pruitt. Scott, we saw you talking to your team manager. What do you debrief about when you get out of the race car?
Really kind of a download about the car, what's going on. Hi to my family at home. Just talking about how the car's changing from start to finish, what to expect, what to tell the driver going in. The track has changed since we started, significantly gotten cooler. It's changed the car characteristic. But the 01 Helmex BMW, it's running really good. It's easy to drive. I can really point my way through traffic. It's a little slow to get going on new tires, but after that, she's real solid, good for a whole run.
It seems like we've been having some trouble with shifters. How is the shifter in the 01?
It's great. I mean, like I said, it's easy to drive. It's fast. You can pick your way through traffic. You really got to be heads up because you'll get in a group of like 5 or 6 GT cars. They're racing, and you don't want to get caught up in their mess. So you really got to be thinking when you're going through those guys.
This is your 23rd Rolex 24-hour race. Are there any characteristics so far this early on that make this one different?
It's got to start doing the hours, you know. The car's good, which is good. We're able to put it where we want to, which is good. Now it's just letting the hours go by.
Scott Pruitt has won this race 4 times, and Bob, there's only one man who's won it more than him.
That's right, Jamie, and he joins us now, the Grand Marshal of the 2013 Rolex 24 at Daytona, 5-time overall winner, Hurley Haywood. Hurley, does it seem like only yesterday you won that first one in 1973?
Well, you know, I got really lucky, and I was able to drive the replica of my 73 car today, and that was a pretty special deal. Unfortunately, it didn't last very long. It had an oil leak, and I brought it in, but it was fun to see that car and to see sort of piece the history as I go through and look at some of those great cars that I drove over the years. It's a pretty cool thing to be able to do that.
So much has changed, yet so much may be the same. For you, as you look at Daytona 24 Hours now, what is the same as when you were doing it at the beginning of your career, and what has changed?
Well, I think the intensity of the racing has changed. I mean, God, when Peter and I started racing in 73 and 75, we used to do 4 and 5 hour shifts with no problem at all. And the pace was a very disciplined pace. We really were organized, and we were very strict with the pace. Nowadays, it is a sprint race. You are driving as hard as you can go for the full stint that you're in there. So it's like these segments. There's 24 one-hour segments of an individual sprint race. You go from kind of window to window. Your fuel stops, your tires. So we never could do that. The cars would simply not last that long if they were being driven like that. So now there's no worries, and away they go.
Close moment there for the current race leader, Sebastian Bourdais, in the number 2 car. Hurley, I'd like you to tell a story that you told last night at your Grand Marshals Rolex dinner. I think the statute of limitations has probably run on the crime you committed when you drove 8 straight hours through the darkness. Tell me that story.
Well, you know, the guys I was driving with was a great team. Franz Blom was doing the trump on the car. And nobody ever talked about night driving or not liking night driving. And we got into dusk, and my co-drivers came up and they said, you know, we don't really like driving at night, and we want you to do most of the night driving. So I ended up doing an 8-hour shift at night, and there's a car that's
Quick, yeah,
spun out.
68. One of the TRG Porsches has gone around in a bad spot there in the chicane.
That's an easy place to spin out too. You know, you got some speed coming in. Got those bumps on the right there, so it's easy to spin it there. But that's a bad place for him to be.
At least he's facing in the right direction to spot a hole in the oncoming traffic so he can get it turned around.
Now, you know, 5 overall wins. So finish your story. Finish your story.
So anyway, we got going, and we were really doing well, and we were moving up the ladder. And at every pit stop, I would jump out of the car. They had a little tent made up of some blankets. I would go in there, change the helmet, and then get back in. And IMSA, I'm sure, knew what was going on, but they were kind of looking the other way. And you know, it kind of worked out in the end.
Now, 5 overall victories, the most of anyone, and Scott Pruitt's been trying to tie it up with you for a number of years, and he's been knocking on the door. Records are made to be broken, but you probably don't think he needs to do it just yet.
Well, you know, I'd like to be the lone 5-time winner, but, you know, Scott is still active. My kind of take on it is that I remained the leader while I was actively driving, and now I'm retired, so I can't really defend it. So, but if he gets it, that's great. If he goes to 7, that's great, or 6, and more power to him. He certainly got the team to do it.
Well, I heard a number of people comment on you. It was very brief what you said at the drivers' meeting today, but you said, I'm not going to tell you guys how to do it. You wouldn't be here if you wouldn't, but just, you know, conduct yourself as ladies and as gentlemen. That's one thing that stood out. You've always been dignified. You've raced like a tiger, but you've been very dignified and professional. Long before I ever drove a race car, you were great to my mom, my brothers. We used to race go-karts in the infield, that little putt-putt track at Laguna Seca. Little did I know I would go on to race against you and so forth, but I can't think of a chance that I can remember where you even lost your cool.
Well, I mean, there's been times when I've lost my cool, but I've just, you know, in the era of driving that I was sort of in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, our cars were so fragile that they really couldn't afford to be crashed into each other. And if you did crash into somebody, the chances of getting hurt were pretty, as you know, pretty great. So we were very disciplined, and we treated each other as gentlemen on the racetrack. We raced hard, but we always could trust the other guy that he wasn't going to put us into a bad position where we could, you know, have a mishap and have an accident. So I think that's the difference. Now, this young generation of drivers growing up is so used to sort of video games, and they just hit the reset button and away they go.
The safety of the car plays into that.
Yeah, safety of the car too.
As we see dusk falling well and truly here and the sun's gone down, was this one of your favorite times to be in the car because you can adapt to the night coming on?
I like the nighttime. I really enjoy driving at night. I never was lucky enough to get in the transition period. I always was sort of drove in the daylight, and then boom, next time I was in, it was completely black. The time I really like being in the car is at sunrise. When you see that sun come up over that east banking and you say, oh man, I can see the end of the tunnel, and that was a cool thing. So I always loved being in the car at the sunrise.
There are the colors of the famous '59 Brumos Porsche that Hurley drove on so many memorable occasions, and the dealership up in the Jacksonville area that he now runs. Real quick final question, Hurley. Of all the famous names you've driven with, who was your favorite driving partner?
Oh boy, that's difficult. You know, I love driving with Al Holbert. Al Holbert was such a gentleman, and he was such a great guy. He was super fast, and we had great times together as teammates, and we had great times racing on the track side by side. He was always somebody I could completely trust.
Well, it's great chatting with you. Thanks for taking the time to come up and be with us up here in the booth. Grand Marshal Hurley Haywood. Thanks very much, Hurley.
Thank you very much.
We'll take another break. The moon is up and it's full. What surprises will it spark? We'll find out. We'll be back to the Rolex 24 at Daytona here on Speed in a moment.
We're back at the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona, where unfortunately for Mazda in the GX category, there are not one, not two, but three of the Sky Active diesels in the garage area. John Doonan, you've kind of been watching this whole program develop. You've been the head of it. What's going on here today?
Well, it's all part of a learning process, Jamie. At Mazda, we do things a little differently. We challenge ourselves to continue to get better. We could have picked a shorter race to start this project in, but we picked the Rolex 24. We've had some issues, some growing pains in the program. A couple of the cars will not be able to continue. We lost cylinders in the motor, but the 00 Visit Florida car will be back out. So the guys are continuing to fight, and you know, we've had a long history with rotaries and great success. We've opened this new chapter with Sky Active Clean Diesel, and this is just one step in the process. We'll continue to fight and continue to challenge ourselves.
When this class was announced last year, Mazda was really the first manufacturer to step up and say, you know what, we're going to develop something new. We're going to come out and race. How important is that to the future of the sport?
Coming to the GX class is very important for us, giving us the opportunity to showcase the 2014 Mazda 6, which is now hitting dealerships all across the U.S. We also are able to showcase Sky Active technology, which is Mazda's way of being more efficient with lighter weight and more efficient engines, transmissions, lighter weight bodies. And so we're really pleased to be able to present the whole suite, help launch the new Mazda 6 in the marketplace. We're just going to keep fighting. That's all there is to it.
We have a full year to watch that fight continue. The 00, as John said, will be back out.
And to see all the drivers, including Tristan Nunez there, helping out where they can, trying to get their colleagues comfortable in the car before they send it back out. There's the number 63, still shown as the leader in the GT class and 14th overall in the hands of Olivier Beretta. But a lap ago, he had an interesting excursion through the chicane on the backstretch.
You see the kind of lap time that he's running. His last lap was within 7/10 of his fast lap of the race. And look at this, unforced error, in too hot, straight lines it. Lucked out that he didn't pack the grill full of grass. They'd be watching the engine temperature, but you know, we talked about the pace, and you know, obviously they're running 10-10, so things like that happen. But the guys that can avoid that are the ones that keep it on the island. For an unforced error, that's pretty much what took Lucas Luer and damaged that Shank car, not the Shank car, the Star Wars car last year, and they didn't have the speed at the end when they needed it. So it's easy to sit up here and say, but I mean, they're running 10-10s, but to go off like that when you're by yourself, there's no extenuating circumstances, you've got to minimize that.
I'm very impressed by the pace of the Ferrari right now. I know the Porsches have sort of had a few problems of their own, but you know, in practice and qualifying, the Ferrari 458 is really built around traction control. It's not running it here. So it was finding traction really difficult in the horseshoe and in the carousel and coming up on through turn 6. And the 911, of course, by pure dynamics and having the engine so low and in the rear, it just has better squat and better sort of weight transfer. So obviously the Ferraris aren't doing that bad, but they have good high speed, good top speed on the banking.
Now, the other side of what I just said is when you have a clear track, you get frustrated, you're getting bottled up in traffic. When you have a clear track, especially in the chicane, you can lose 3 seconds in the chicane getting stuck behind someone. So when you can really charge the braking zone and so forth, that's when you want to make hay. So that's also when you're pushing the hardest. As Hurley said, you carry quite a bit of speed into that corner, and so it's easy to get it wrong now.
He said make hay or cut hay, because that's what he did.
There's the second place car in class, the Stevenson Camaro, in the hands of young John Edwards. Lives in New York, student when he can at New York University. And he's already had a long career in motorsports, selected by the Red Bull Young Driver Program in his tweens to go over to Europe and race karts and then open wheel cars. Came back to the States, and here he is, racing in the Rolex series.
They got that car very well sorted. When you just even look at sort of the center of gravity in that Camaro compared to the Ferraris and the Porsches, yet it wheels its way around here very impressively. That whole Stevenson team do a really good job of getting that car prepared.
John Edwards is a student. I mean, he got such an early start. I want to say he took advantage of a waiver and raced Skip Barber Series when he was 13
I believe he
years
did.
old.
Won championships in Pro Mazda, and then in Atlantic when that series existed. Here's Clint Boyer passing on the outside, a part of Daytona International Speedway that he knows very well, and now he enters a part that he doesn't know very well at all, the infield road course.
Clear low, Clint. Clear low.
Now break.
I talked to Rob Kaufman, and he said, looking at the data overlay, the way he's driving the bus stop, he says, looks nothing like their traces. They said, but he's getting around here pretty well. So I think they should make him a brand ambassador for Ferrari in the Midwest. What do you think?
Well, there's no answer to that, really, is there? You know, it was funny talking with Michael Waltrip yesterday and sitting there at lunch with the three of them. And, oh, very nice. He's really very, well, he should be confident in traffic. That's what they do. But we came up with another idea for a show featuring me and those guys. It would be called "You're Not From Around Here, Are You?" and in this case, it's roles reversed, because they certainly are not from around here, yet they're doing a great job.
He asked the engineers, they have a translator to translate redneckese into Italian for setup changes.
You made that up.
I got the feeling Clint's a lot more sophisticated than he lets on.
Yeah, that's
tries
part
to keep
of his shtick.
Keeps the bar low in terms of expectations.
I know another NASCAR driver, Mr. Brian Vickers, that loves to turn on the redneck.
The gap first to second in the overall. Bourdais over Rojas now in the 01 Ganassi car. Just under 3 seconds. And just a second further back, Dario Franchitti in the second Ganassi machine. Now here's Oz Negri. We spoke earlier about the training accident he suffered, damaging his right leg at absolutely the worst time as they were getting ready to campaign here at the Rolex 24. But he's a quick healer. He got a doctor's permission to drive, and now he's finding out exactly what he can do with that injured right leg. Would have been better if it had been his left, I would think. Let's go back to the garage area where Jamie Howe has the story of another casualty.
And it's the number 43 from Team Salem. They're going to be in the garage area for another 15 or 20 minutes, replacing a broken input shaft. This team has done a lot of work over the winter, stepping up from the GT ranks to Daytona prototypes. They've done a lot of test days, but as we all know, there is no test quite like racing. And unfortunately, they have had a casualty today, but it seems said they will get back out.
See the names of the drivers. The Nonamaker family, Joe, Wayne, Will, have raced with Grand Am for many, many years in the GT class, and now they've moved up to Daytona prototype in a big way with a pair of cars at Team Salem. We'll be back to Daytona in a moment. Beautiful rosy lights settling over Daytona International Speedway, and the party has just begun. Out in the midway, with Tommy Kendall and Justin Bell, I'm Bob Varsha. Andrew Marriott and Jamie Howe are down in the pit lane. There are the spotters high above our announce position, which is high above start finish.
Here we have a battle for the lead. Sebastian Bourdais in the Starworks car, and that's Memo Rojas in the 01 Chip Ganassi Sabatis car.
And they've really had a very solid run here for the last. Oh, he just gets a bit sideways out there on the marbles. It's already building up out there, and it'll be interesting to see how that affects him through the fast kink, as he did take a wider line there. But Rojas is not giving him any call today. He's filling up his mirrors.
I think Sebastian took the inside in here, thinking he might have some stuff on his tires. It's always toughest being the first guy to the traffic. The guy behind usually gets through easier than the guy in front.
That was a nice move there. He's giving himself a bit of clear air as he comes onto the banking, and look, Memo's stuck there on the outside of those Porsches. Always an instant of nervousness, just as you go out there thinking, I hope they know I'm here, because it's messy if they don't. But the driving standard so far, I think, has been excellent.
Yeah, we really haven't seen much misbehavior out there, and that's usually the first thing the drivers complain about.
Although I'm sure that
I'm looking at you, Justin Bell.
Exactly, thank you very much. I'm sure if we were down there, they'll be able to tell us a couple of tales, because something is happening every corner, every second of this race. But I tell you, Bourdais has a really fast car on exit. He comes out of the bus stop really very well. But if you're in second place right now, what's the rush? You're comfortable, you can pace it, you can let him to get to traffic first, as you just said. So I wouldn't be in a hurry to overtake unless I really was faster.
Look at that BMW that's been strong all weekend on the banking, closing up big time. Like Pruitt said, though, the only strategy now is it's an interesting way to put it, waiting for the hours to click off and just not making mistakes.
Yet making 100 in split-second decisions every lap. And you know, we saw it at Le Mans with Magnesia's crash, you know, 2 years ago, and everyone was saying, oh, what a terrible decision he made. But he made 10,000 good decisions before that bad one. And that's what happens around here. You rely on the traffic, you make a decision. And before the night is out, I know we're going to be talking about someone hitting someone. And, you know, it was a decision that didn't go right. So far, it's falling the right way.
Board with Bourdais as he goes around the GT Audi.
The pace, I'm a little surprised with only one yellow. I mean, if this was a distance race, we'd be, but you can't hurry up the clock. But you know, the cars that are trying to get laps back, you know, part of the procedures that they put in place, they work really hard. In the years past, you used to have yellows if, depending where the overall leader was, the GT cars get penalized. They've worked that all out, and you've got the ability to get laps back under yellow. We just haven't had enough yellows.
Top 3 cars in the overall, covered by about 4.5 seconds. And on the left, you see an incident in the pits. The 31 car, the Corvette right there, left its pit, but they had a big fuel spill. What do we know, Jamie?
Well, Bob, fuel spilled all over pit lane. It looks like the nozzle that connects to the car is what broke off of the hose, and when that broke off, fuel just went everywhere. You see the safety team and the team now putting some dry onto the fuel, trying to soak it up a little bit, because it is a lot of fuel and it's a big safety concern. Safety clean going out. 31 still stopped on pit lane.
That is a lot of fuel.
The fact that the car is still there tells me that it probably left with maybe with the nozzle still plugged in.
But if it's broken at the top of the neck there, you know,
at the dry brake,
he can't go, can he? This is a great battle, and you know, there's people right now this time of night. It's a great time for the fans to be out there watching, and they're still relatively sober, in relatively being a term, so they can watch.
Yeah, we took a drive around the infield. A lot of folks having a lot of fun. I believe the infield is pretty much sold out for this running of the Rolex 24.
I autographed a rubber chicken on the way from the infield studio. That's a first for me.
You did, I saw that.
We're playing a version of horseshoes or whatever with rubber chickens.
Well, it's nice to know your fan base is still alive, or rubberized.
And while you were doing it, I regaled the crew with tales of the chicken car, which you own.
Indeed.
I assume you still own.
It will be the last thing I own. The last thing to go, Bob. Times will have to get real hard.
You got pictures at Facebook or somewhere where fans can go see the chicken car?
Facebook has El Gallo Grande has his own Facebook page.
Driver mistake there. Bourdais ran the curve on the inside, and he just hit the bump on the inside, Bob, there. Lost momentum, and the Memo was able to go right around the outside. Very nice driving, though. He didn't block, he didn't contest. He knew that he knew he messed up in the middle of the bus stop.
A little bit of a role reversal. Last year, the Starburst car, before the damage, had so much speed, and the Ganassi cars really didn't have it. And they ran a mistake-free race for most of the race, kept themselves close, but just never showed much real speed.
2 years ago, the Action Express team came here in their debut at Grand Am Rolex Racing in the Rolex 24, and they won. And now, we talked earlier about the Snow family, Melanie and son Madison, who are driving in the same car here at the Rolex 24. We have a brother act going on at Action Express, but Bert and Brian Frizzell are driving different sister cars in the same team. Bert running in the 9 car, currently in 4th place. Brother Brian back in 7th in the 5 car.
And anyone that's been around here knows what a family affair. It's not just the brothers. Their dad, Brad Frizzell, has been around racing for 35 years. The Monza that he took to Le Mans was here this weekend. Anyone that used to follow the Can-Am, the Frisbee, the Frizz and Frisbee, is Brad Frizzell. Developed that car that Alan Jr., Paul Tracy, all those guys raced. And he's been really active in trying to get these guys' career, helping maneuver and so forth. I talked to him at the test. He says, I don't have a job. I have absolutely nothing to do. I said, how are you doing that? He said, well, I'm trying to enjoy it. But he said, I need something to do. But they finally got into top DP prototype equipment and different ones, and so they're racing against each other. I tried to get them to tell me stories, one versus the other, and they said, you know, we really just support each other. It's almost too good to be true. There was no dirt, there was no, you know, nastiness. It's just a really cool family story.
There's Bert in the 4th place Action Express, number 9. Oops.
Oh. The wheel on the inside.
Yeah, he'll be really glad you showed that one after talking so glowingly about his brother.
Brad Frizzell is also a 12 Hours of Sebring winner, and I mentioned that mainly because I want to remind you, you will see the 12 Hours of Sebring here on Speed in March.
Of course, you raced with your brother.
I raced with my older brother. I sure did. And that's one of the Kendall family trivias. Between my dad, my brother, and I, what's the only Kendall that never won Sebring? They love to tell that one. I don't tell it very often because it's me.
Another break coming up, and we'll be back as darkness descends at Daytona International Speedway. Plenty to do at Daytona. Welcome back to Speed's coverage, now 3.5 hours in to the 2013 edition of one of the world's great motorsports classics, the Rolex 24. I'm Bob Varsha, joined now by Calvin Fish and Dorsey Schrader. High above start finish, down in the pit lane, Chris Neville and Matt Yoakum. Thanks for joining us on this Saturday night. As you can see, a lot going on in the infield. There's the number 13 Audi, Rum Bum team, owned by Luis Bacardi of Distilled Spirits fame, hence the name. The 56 is in, Clint Boyer behind the wheel, Matt Yoakum is there.
And Bob, he's going to do a double stint. He'll run one more time, and then Rob Coffin will get in the race car. Clint says the car, very good, nice drive. Rob says one thing that people almost underestimate how smooth Clint is behind the wheel. Yes, he won a Sprint Cup race at Sonoma last year on the road course. He told me the biggest thing for him, endurance racing in Cup is similar to running in Grand Am. He's used body-wise to running long distances. It's just all the other nuances that our experts in the booth have talked about all race long. They have topped him off with some Sunoco, and he's away. Chris?
Well, Matty, just check the track temp out here. At the beginning of the race, it was 95 degrees, about 80-degree ambient temperature. Just check that track temp down to 65 degrees. And talking with some of these teams, they definitely were dealing with cars that were either a little bit tight or a little bit loose in the first couple hours of this race. But most of the engineers and crew chiefs said they really didn't want to make any changes because we were going to have 13 hours of darkness here. And they knew that that track temp was going to come down. These cars were going to change drastically. So it's going to be very interesting over these next couple hours. Now do you see these teams starting to make some changes?
Yeah, we heard Scott Pruitt when he got out talking about how much cooler the track was after his first long stint than what it was like at about 3:30 Eastern time when the race began. There's another NASCAR star, Jamie McMurray.
Watching that monitor, you know, getting ready to go in there. I'll tell you one thing. Tonight would be the optimum night to drive a race car around Daytona. We've got a full moon. We've got all these lights which we didn't used to have. It's absolutely wonderful outside, maybe 58 degrees. It would be fun right now to go out there and haul around this great racetrack.
It really is. These are perfect conditions for this 24-hour race. There's no threat of rain throughout the course of the 24 hours, certainly forecast. And the track is in really good shape, and everyone's starting to get in the rhythm. They're making those little chassis adjustments that Chris mentioned, but you don't want to go too far. You don't want to chase the track too much because it is changing. As it starts to cool off and that track temperature comes down, that will change the balance of the race car. But we saw Jamie Mack getting ready. That was a prescribed rotation for that 02 car. It's going to be Dixon Franchitti, Jamie Mack, and then Joey Hand will go in fourth. That's a pretty strong driver lineup they've got there with the 02. And the nice thing with the 02 is they're not thinking of the big picture, Dorsey. They can go for an outright win here. The 01, they got to think about the championship as well. So it's a little different kind of complexion to the race for them.
Good point right there, Calvin. Jordan Taylor just really got loose in the break zone down there in this big group of Daytona prototype cars that are all fighting for each other. He almost got it turned around. Good save.
Pit stop for the number 30 GT leader when they pitted. Patrick Pillet, Porsche factory driver from France, remains in the car. Getting back to temperatures, the overnight temperature expected to be about 54 degrees, about 20 degrees cooler Fahrenheit than it was at the heat of the day.
I'll tell you what, these tires are performing beautifully. The Continental tire, they're on a different compound and construction to what they ran here last year. This is the DPI tire on the Daytona prototype and the GTI on the GT machines. A tire that they really designed for Indianapolis, but has worked really well on a number of courses. And all of the teams seem to be very happy with the balance and also the longevity, how many miles you can put on. Typical run here with the DP is about 27, 28 laps. So we had teams doing some 60 laps on the same set of tires, so we expect them to double stint at night. Chris?
Yeah, Calvin, Dario Franchitti getting out, handing over to Jamie McMurray. The team's taking a little bit more time with these stops, not just fuel and tires, but watching these crew members, some of them looking into these wheel wells, checking things like drive shaft boots, trying to see if there's anything, any tears on any of those boots or anything potentially leaking. It looked like on the left rear corner, the crew member was making a small fix over here. Nothing on the outside of the car now that the wheel is on, so maybe something up underneath that wheel well. But still, they got everything done before all the wheels got the car.
And back into battle they go. 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. I was about to say we were watching a battle for 5th place between the 99 and the 10, but the Red Dragon Gainesco machine now makes a pit stop.
On your right side of the screen there, the 60 machine trying to claw its laps back after, in fact, it was a clever stroke which basically disconnected the front tie rod on the left corner. A.J. Allmendinger supposedly was in the King Dorsey on the infield as opposed to on the banking, but still had a bit of a scare. And Oz Negri, you saw him limp away there on the driver change, and he's got his 30 minutes in. He'll score championship points. What's going on at the Gainesco squad, Chris?
Well, Memo Kidley getting out of the everything looks great on that Corvette right now. Noticed a little bit of a fire up in the right front wheel well on the brakes there. Typically that's a little bit of debris on that brake rotor. As soon as they come to pit lane, that stuff kind of flare up and cause a little bit of fire, but no real concern there. Darren Law getting his chance behind the wheel.
Darren Law is distinctive among all of the drivers in the Grand Am ranks. He's the only driver who has run every race in the Rolex under Grand Am sanction. 162, I believe, to this point.
It'll be interesting to see if he can continue that streak, Bob. He does not have a full-time ride for the year. Left the Action Express squad at the end of 2012. Picked up the ride as the third driver, fourth driver, the extra driver, let's call it, with the Gainesco squad. But he's really focusing on his job as CRO at the Bondurant Racing School, and seems pretty content with that, Dorsey. He recognizes that maybe do a handful of races, but not full-time any longer.
Let's get down and find out how Oz Negri fared in his first day in the car with Matt Yoakum.
A quick debrief with teammates. And Oz, how is the foot, the leg?
Foot is okay. I will probably know in a few minutes, but it gave me no problem driving. You know, just getting used to the left foot braking. I think by, you know, after 5-6 laps, I got that down, the proper brake pressure that I should apply with my left foot. But it's all good.
The passion is about this race, but also bigger picture is about the entire season. Are you done, or will you go for another stint later?
We will be very honest. I'm going to be very honest with myself, and if I feel I can do more, I'll let the team know. And you know, if they need me, I'll be there. Thank you.
I'm going to be totally honest with you guys. He hurt himself in a triathlon. This is a man who's in very, very good shape. If you can see the amount of sweat on his face right there, he worked very hard for what he just did. I'd back it off and save that leg.
And remember, they have Marcus Ambrose there to spell Oz Negri if they need to. Chris Neville.
Well, Bob, Memo Rojas, your overall leader in pit lane, just fuel on this stop. They took a tear off the windshield, now cleaning that grill. Quite a bit of rubber debris on the drill right now, but obviously we've got nice cool temperatures, so no issues with the temperature in that car. Drilling Memo Rojas up, and he's out.
Nice routine stop there. That was a 28-lap stint before, Memo Rojas with the BMW engine. Seems like the Ford may be sneaking a little bit more than that, so that may be a factor as we get towards the end of the race. But certainly the Ganassi boys seem to have two very strong cars here, and Chris here with one of their drivers.
Yeah, we just saw Dario Franchitti get out of the O2 car. And Dario, you got to do that transition daytime to nighttime. Track temp has come down 30 degrees. What's it like driving out there right now?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's a usual problem here is managing traffic. Sometimes you get out your way and you feel like a hero and you're catching the cars in front. In the next couple of 5 laps, it doesn't go your way, and back you go a bit. So just managing traffic, try not to beat up on the car too much yet. A long, long way to go, which I'm sure every person you've interviewed has said. But no, the target car is pretty good. So just doing laps right now, try not to screw it up.
Well, when I saw you get out of the car, you put a headset on and you were talking to the crew up here, Mike Hall and the engineers, and you did some motions like you were shifting the car. Is there a problem with the shifter?
No, I was just telling them occasionally it'll hit the limiter when you try and shift first to second. So that's all. No real problems with the car. Car feels pretty good. So.
Okay, maybe that's something we saw with the initial start. Scott Dixon losing a couple spots, and then on that restart, also I think that was Dario Franchitti behind the wheel on that one restart. Then they got jumped by a couple cars behind them.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Chris. I was going to make the same point. That's what caught Scott Dixon out. He got into that limiter, and then it stops the engine from really shifting correctly. And you drop down to first gear 3 times around this race circuit, so the boys have got to be careful of that. The tires start to lose a little bit of grip, Dorsey. Suddenly you spin those tires up, and you'll be catching that rev limiter before you shift to second.
A little off-road here by the 63 Ferrari as he's shortcutted the chicane. No advantage gain, so there will be no penalty. That's a software issue more than likely, Calvin, with that shifting problem. Something with that between first and second is just a little bit onto too high side.
Third place DP, Jordan Taylor, and the number 10 Velocity Worldwide Corvette DP. You mentioned that not that much damage, but that car that Alessandro Perguidi took off just a moment ago, his teammate Olivier Beretta did the same thing with in the last hour. There's only so many times you can do that before you're going to hurt something.
Yeah, and I think they're smoothed off that grass area through there. Usually go take a ride through there, typically dig in, but they've got lucky a couple of times. 10 team looking strong, Chris. They're coming on. What do you see?
Yeah, nice clean stop by this team. They got 4 new Continental tires on there, Sunoco fuel in, and it was interesting looking at this team. They really took their time. Their crew members have lights on their helmet, and the crew members, especially at the back end of the car, they were looking up underneath the car in the wheel wells, taking those precious extra seconds, just trying to look for anything that potentially could go wrong.
Overall leading cars in, Sebastian Bourdais in the number 2. Driver change, Alan McNish gets in.
Who can forget that battle last year, Dorsey, with he and AJ? That was sensational stuff, which we documented on the front end of this show. He is a terrier, this man. He's finished second 3 times here. The only 3 times he's finished in the runner-up position. He wants that overall win really, really badly. They came up 5.5 seconds short last year with a damaged race car. If they can keep that car underneath them this year, maybe they'll have a shot at their first win. But those BMW-powered Ganassi cars look awfully tough to beat today.
We wanted to get mad at them because of the over-aggressive driving style, but on the other side of that coin is they're both friends of ours, and that's just the way they are. AJ and this man are just very competitive.
So he's still working on his belts there, Bob. Yeah. He's not tucked in, and he needs to get that sorted because he could have been under power here pretty shortly. You don't want to be taking your eyes off the road here, and some of the best guys in the business have crashed right there into that wall, particularly when it gets really cold at night, which we're not likely to say over the overnight hours this year, but sometimes when it drops into the high 30s, 40-degree range, it's tough to get a turn down there.
We saw Oz Negri, then we saw Dario Franchitti, both sweating profusely when they got out of the cars. Here comes another sweat hog, if you will, with Matt Yoakum.
Bob Simon Pagano just got out of the race car after doing a double stint. Wayne Nonemaker in. So how was the race car dealing with some cooling issues for both driver and car?
Yeah, there was no cooling working in the car, so man, it's a tough way to restart the season, but it is what it is. Hopefully, if the car is reliable, it should be in good shape. It's definitely, the car has become better with the fresh air in the night, so we'll see how it goes, but as long as it's reliable, we should be okay.
Earlier, Katie told me that you guys had a little bit of a balance issue when the sun was out and it was so hot earlier.
Yeah, it was very difficult to drive. The car had a little bit of everything, a lot of movement, so it was very difficult to feel what was happening.
Oh, we got through it. It got colder and the car came alive. Thank you, Simon. Let's go from one Frenchman to another. Chris Neville?
Yeah, you're talking about balance issues down there on the Salen's car. Also, Sebastian Bourdais, you were just telling me some potential balance issues with your car. What's going on with the two?
Yeah, I was struggling pretty bad. I mean, I don't know how we got in the lead, to be honest. After the pit sequence, the guys must have done an awesome job, but we're a bit short on top speed compared to the BMW, and we have a lot of understeer in the middle, so it's a big fight out there.
Yeah, big fight out there, but you're really the only team that's been able to take it to the Ganassi crew and get the lead. So obviously you do have some speed in the car.
Yeah, I think the track is pretty difficult since the beginning because the lap times are not very fast, and it's very unforgiving. On the braking zone, it's super easy to lock wheels, to shoot long, so you really need to calm things down and be very accurate. So that's the hardest thing with the traffic going on.
Sebastian Bourdais having another good run with Peter Barron's team. He won at the Brickyard last year in the first ever Grand Am Rolex event there.
Dangerous moment now. We've got the 68. Is he high-centered on that curb in the chicane?
I've seen this car have a similar incident about an hour ago, so they're having some problems too down in that area of the racetrack. We've documented the 63 Ferrari.
That was Brad Lewis in the car before. Now Jim McCallion has taken over, president of the Grand Prix Association of Long Beach.
Said on the track map at the beginning of the show that corner, every racetrack has a corner that gives everybody the fit, and this is it right here. And that was under braking all by himself, locked up the rear brakes, probably just jammed on the brakes too hard, didn't give that settled time between off throttle to brake. But anyway, just turned right around.
Well, he's back underway. The wiser for the incident. Another break coming up. Brian Till will take over my seat when we return to the Rolex 24 at Daytona. There's a look at your top 5 in each class. Stay with us.
Now, if that is the kind of excitement we've had up till now, just imagine what is in store. The fans, well, they're going to be warm tonight and maybe cook a little bit of dinner on the campfires beginning to glow out in the infield. Here's a look at the overall standings. We've seen the 0-1 be strong from the get-go, still up top. Looking through the second 20 there, and some good teams as well. Paul Tracy, we talked about the IndyCar star running well with Doran Racing, and they are running there in 11th. 15th, the first of the GT cars, and the Ferraris are there. Look a little further. Marco Holzer starts the 21st position right now and working his way, leading another Porsche, and then one of the Audis. A lot of talent very deep in this field. You saw the names of drivers that you recognize from Le Mans. Spencer Pumpelly, a Porsche stalwart there. 35th right now at Park Place Motorsports. They've had problems with both of their cars, and they're working those bugs out. It was a lug nut on the left front of both of those. And looking back through the rest of the field, Jim McCallion with a problem just moments ago. And some other problems. Bruno Junqueira, the 43 for Team Salem, the sister car to the 42. They had a good run going early on, and then they had some problems with an input shaft that they had to have taken care of. Live out on the racetrack right now, it's Memo Rojas who leads. And past winners, we've got plenty of them here, and Chris Neville is with one.
Well, Brian, earlier today we talked to Anthony Davidson about his massive wreck at Le Mans. It was 2 years ago this June that Mike Rockenfeller also had a massive wreck at Le Mans. Mike, down one of the back straightaways, you got into another car, or another car got into you. You went up over the guardrail and into the tree.
But of course it was a big shame, you know, to miss that chance to win the race again. And yeah, I still would do the same move. And if I look at it, you know, it was. I still don't understand what this guy did on the straight with his Ferrari, but yeah, I mean, after that, I think, you know, he's still driving, and you know, that's part of the game. And yeah, you always have to take or to choose what you do when you overtake. And for me, it was clear, so I would do the same thing again.
Now, you won with this team back in 2010. That was the Generation 2 car. What do you think of the Generation 3 Corvette?
Well, so far, I mean, we are not the quickest out there, but the car is fun to drive. I did drive at the pre-test, so I need to get still some laps to go up to speed, but the race is long enough. But I think we are looking strong. The team is great. I mean, so far we are in the top 5, which is good. You know, it's a long race. You need to be there tomorrow, like everybody knows, when it counts. And yeah, we try our best. And first, now I will get in the car and yeah, get my rhythm, and then we will see how it goes.
Yeah, on that next pit stop, we'll see Rocky get behind the wheel.
Well, the 50-plus Predator team trying to find their rhythm. They had problems early on, but for the Highway to Help group, problems have arisen again, this time a right front. It's not going well at all for this team today, Dorsey.
They got about a half a lap to go. You can see the tires shredded. It's doing its weed whacker deal and trying to disassemble the car, and it's a long way back. However, Carlos Piquet, they're doing a good job of keeping the speed down. He's down on the apron out of the way, just trying to get it home.
Yeah, it's a long road home, and you can hear the damage that the bodywork is taking. Hopefully it doesn't get involved in the suspension area. If it's just bodywork, you can change the nose. That's not a big lengthy fix, but if it starts cutting into other stuff, that becomes a problem.
This was down into turn 1. Did he get hit? And the car definitely wiggled, or was that just a problem with the braking?
He had a puncture, and the tire was low, and it just blew right there. But the wiggles from the puncture wasn't down totally, but it was definitely deflating.
Yeah, he probably weren't sure initially. Maybe it was the car spun off to the left side there as he's coming out of the International Horseshoe.
When you, as you said, Calvin, you worry about the suspension components, the brake lines and such on that right front suspension. Bodywork, as you pointed out, easily replaceable. Even the front splitter can be replaced in short order. But you start to get into the suspension, it becomes a big problem.
Big problem. I mean, the nose can be changed in a matter of seconds. If it gets into the splitter, which is now a 2-part deal on the Generation 3 Rileys, that's about a 3 to 4 minute change by an experienced team. And no disrespect to this group, but they're probably not as well rehearsed as some of the more regular teams in the series.
Well, Matt, the 50 team has to be kind of scratching their heads a little bit, wondering what's going on there.
Brian, they were debriefing on the radio, and their biggest question was, where do they believe if contact was made, where on the racetrack was it? They were trying to get the radio communication back and forth, and he was having difficulty hearing out on the racetrack. And then he responded by saying, simply, I believe it was turn 1. So they told him to gingerly bring that car back to not cause any more damage, and then they're going to change the tires.
And that's exactly where it was. He got together with a 9 car. That is that wiggle that we saw, and perhaps the splitter on the 9 just kind of cut down that right front tire.
Yeah, Bert Frizzell was trying to, you can kind of go down there and kind of bleed around the outside, but Carlos didn't realize that Bert was trying to make that move and kind of kept the car straight, trying to diamond the corner. There was contact, and obviously that was what cut the tire down.
Hey, brothers Frizzell going at it here. On the same team, different car.
Elton Sawyer, who calls the shots down at Action Express, I'm sure on the radio to both of these drivers right now. Nelson Piquet Jr. in the 5, Bert Frizzell in the 9. Trying to tell these boys we got a long way to go, and we do. We'll bring it all to you. 0-1, Memo Rojas leading. Jamie McMurray, his teammate, right behind. That's the way they started this event. Is that the way they'll finish it? We still have a long way to go and a lot of questions yet to be answered. We'll be back to Daytona.
Night lasts longer here at Daytona than at any major race, and it brings with it a special beauty. The cars transformed into fast-moving pinpricks of bright light, the pits into a brilliant whiteness, the Ferris wheel revolving as if it was geared somehow to the cars on the track. And it is in this long night that the noise fills the darkness, inescapable. The dull roar and the high-pitched wail, working into every nook and cranny like a rising tide.
13 hours and 18 minutes worth of darkness here in 2013 at the 51st Rolex 24 at Daytona. What an awesome full moon. I think we've seen it have an effect already on a couple of drivers out there. We've seen some decisions that perhaps weren't too wise. You know, Sam Posey in that piece talked about the pinpricks of lights. Interesting to note, when you're looking at these long shots, all of the GT cars required to have amber headlight lenses. So you'll see those on the long shot, bright whites on the Daytona prototypes.
Tell you what is happening at the front of this field right now. Memo Rosas's lead is being cut into by Jamie McMurray. He was 8.5 seconds behind. Now he's just over 3. So McMurray has got the hammer down. And for a NASCAR star to come to these road course races and perform like he does, that is something else. That's a great performance by Jamie Mack.
You know, that amber headlight you were talking about, Brian, it's not so much for the spectators to be able to differentiate. It's more like when you're driving and you're in a Daytona prototype, you look back there and you see yellow, you know it's not one of your guys.
Jamie Mack just passed Cliff Boyer on the racetrack, but it should be noted, McMurray, a very accomplished road racer and also very good. He races a go-kart a lot. He was here at Daytona right after Christmas racing go-karts, not on the big track, but on the kart track that they have here, and very experienced when it comes to road course racing and does a fantastic job.
Well, so since Lee Diffie would always do it about Australians, I'll just point out that those two are a pair of Missouri boys.
A lot of experience on that Ganassi squad, and guys from all different forms of racing, Chris.
Yeah, Brian, we just talked to Mike Rockefeller, German touring car driver, and also German touring car driver Joey Hand. Joey, you just spent your first season over in German touring car, the entire year there, your rookie year, the only American doing it. You know a lot about motorsports, but going into a season like that, did you learn a few new tricks over there?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I mean, I teach kids how to drive, and I always say, you know, you always got to be open to learn things every day. You know, there's always something to learn. And when you go over there and you've done a lot of stuff like I've done, you almost forget that, you know, and I just had to really open up and learn as much as I could. I mean, you spend a lot of time endurance racing, and you have teammates you pass it off to, and you got to compromise a little bit. And when you get to DTM, I mean, it's just a skosh below F1, you know, and there's no compromise. It's high intensity, you know, the seat is yours, the steering wheel is yours. Anything you want to fix, you fix, and you got to grab every little bit you can, you know, and really focus on those things that I teach kids about, you know, getting into the pit lane, getting out of the pit lane, in the pit box, and just, you know, you can't, there's no room for error. You have to really push, and there's no room for error. And, yeah, it's high intensity. I mean, everybody asks me, how's DTM? I say, well, we're still racing. It's just different.
It's a lot of fun for us to see you over there doing that. Now you're sitting here, you're going to be getting in the O2 car next, and you're watching our broadcast. Your teammate out there has shaved 3 seconds off the lead car. What does that make you think about as you're getting ready to get behind the wheel?
That makes me think when I get in, I better be leading, you know? I mean, he's only a few seconds off the leader. You know, I've had great times in this Chip Ganassi car. You know, this year we have great stuff. BMW's running good. Every year I've been able to lead laps when I've been with these guys. I led a lot of laps last year, and I was just sitting here thinking, it could be a real nice night to lead some laps for me.
And he's going to come back in this brand new suit that he's in right now. Just took it out of the wrapper, very white. It's going to have lots of dark spots on it. So have a good run, Joey.
I was able to attend a few of those DTM races last year, and as Joey said, that is a steep learning curve. The intensity is like Formula One with rooftops, but Joey had a couple of top 5 qualifying runs, led a lap in the final race of the championship. He gets another crack at it this year. We're expecting big things of him.
Well, campfire is not the only things glowing around Daytona International Speedway. You see it from the brake rotors. You see it from the exhaust systems as you see tails away shots of Daytona prototypes. We'll be back to more from the Rolex 24 at Daytona, where Memo Rojas leads. 20 hours, 18 minutes to go from the Rolex 24 at Daytona. We went away. Memo Rojas was leading. We come back. Jamie McMurray has taken his 0-2 entry, the BMW Riley, to the point, and Rojas really beginning to drop back. McMurray has been spectacular over the last several laps.
Yeah, running some really fast lap times, but Memo's been a little bit off the pace, and the way Jamie Mack just blew by him. Let's take a look at this replay. Here he is accelerating around NASCAR 3. I wonder if Memo's got some kind of issue, because that is an extraordinary amount of speed to have over one of his sister cars there.
Either that or they called him on the radio and said, you've been run down, you know, just let this happen peacefully. Don't contest. But you're right about one thing, Calvin. He almost hit the apron. You see how he tried to move out of the way, and Memo almost dropped the left front down onto the apron, which can be catastrophic.
Yeah, and sometimes if you just don't have the balance, maybe the tire pressures didn't come up as they should, or the conditions have changed a bit. If Memo's lost the balance on the race car, that's where experience come in. Don't try and push and find those last few tenths. It doesn't matter right now.
Nope.
And that's where the experience comes into the team to give Memo the leadership. And I'll tell you what, he has really come on strong. So often in the shadow of Scott Pruitt, he is now a major factor in that 01 car for the year, he and Scotty.
Chris, what's the word from the Ganassi camp?
Yeah, guys, if we remember back to that last pit stop when we saw Jamie Mack get the 02 car, they did tires and fuel on that car. Where the 01, they left Memo Rojas in the car. They did not change tires, so those are double stint tires on that car. Tim Keene saying everything's fine, it's just the tires are a bit worn out compared to the 02.
Look at this blinking light situation. This is quite annoying if this is behind you and you're having to deal with this. And usually that's reminiscent of a pit lane speed limiter being on. Of course, we know that's not the case because the car's going too quick. But that was something I wouldn't like.
I would say it's something in the switching for that pit lane speed limiter. Maybe it's attached to the button. The lights are one thing and the limiter is another. But that is what you would see if the limiter was on. Obviously, at almost 200 miles an hour, the speed limiter is not on. You saw those glowing brake rotors. Gives you an idea of just how hard they're pushing. And now really beginning to close in on the 02. The 02 dropping back. This is not for position, but gives you an idea of, that Memo's got a handful.
He does have a handful, and for the 90 car here, Antonio Garcia, I mean, he's lucky that Daytona is lit as well as it is now. Back in the old days, Dorsey, this infield was a nightmare, and if you had headlights going on and off as you're looking for an apex, that would have been a much bigger issue.
You know, and for Memo Rojas, he doesn't know that this isn't intentional. He's thinking, what a jerk, you know, you're blinding me. I'm not going to just pull over.
They need to call him in the pits.
There you go.
His lights are stuck. That is not for position.
It's Timmy Keene on the radio.
And I agree with Timmy. He's telling him, hey, call that car in. You can't have that going on like that. And I agree, because you've done it too, Calvin. I mean, those bright lights behind you are just welding into your brain. You know, it's horrible.
Really distracting, and this is not for position, as Timmy Keene said. The 90 car is a lap down on the 2 leaders right now, but for sure, Garcia's thinking, I want to get back on that lead lap. So if he can clip it by Memo here, and then he can try and chase down Jamie Mack, but right now he doesn't seem to have the speed to do that.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the officials do have to say, because I know in years past they've talked about using their lights aggressively. As you see the 51 with a problem, one of the APR Audis. Alex Figge behind the wheel of the 51 right now. Not the first problem we've seen in the bus stop today.
No, and it won't be the last either. I said that on the track map at the beginning.
All right, guy checked up hard. That was my fault. I shouldn't have been running that close to him. Should not have been that close to him.
There's always an area on every racetrack that's really hard to get through, and this is it here.
Known Alex Figge for years, and he has certainly matured. You just heard him say, that is my fault. I should not have been that close to him. He was catching a slower car, just got caught out there, probably had to get off of the throttle as he was turning in, and the car goes around.
Talking about that car in particular, everybody's been driving it, says it's really, really fast, but it's a short wheelbase car, so it gets a bit twitchy. You see Juan Pablo Montoya getting his stuff on as he wants to get in the car next, and the 90 with the flashing headlights has lost communication with the pits, so he can't hear that his headlights are
Isn't that convenient?
Do you think he doesn't know that his headlights are flashing?
He can't hear us even if you want him in.
Yeah, we'd love to bring him in, but yeah, he can't hear us right
Getting back to Juan Pablo Montoya, a little bit of a raised eyebrows around the paddock about the fact that Juan Pablo has been a little bit of a liability here at Daytona, tends to run into his competitors with regular abandon, and suddenly they put him in the 01 and we're just going for the championship. But Timmy Keene said, I can handle Juan. I got to talk to him. I got to stay on top of him. He is mean fast. I want him in my race car. I wanted him this year.
Well, and they feel like Juan, too, if he is in the car that's going to run for the championship, maybe he'll be a little more well-behaved. Jamie Mack in the 02 from Ganassi Racing. Leading right now with the Rolex 24 at Daytona. We got a long way to go. Well, we talked about the weather being absolutely beautiful at the start. 73 degrees, very few clouds, 41% humidity, but you can tell it is really cooling down. Humidity coming up. You would expect that right here on the coast. That's going to change the way these cars handle.
Well, you know, having slept out here the last 3 nights, I can tell you it really doesn't drop temperature very much until it gets right before daylight. Then it's going to get very humid. We're going to get some moisture on the track, and it's going to be cool.
Yeah, and we're expecting a low of about 54 degrees, which is pretty mild. I mean, I think everyone's happy with that. Should be able to maintain the track temperature a little bit and keep some tire temperatures in those Continentals.
Eduardo Matera in the 24 for Alex Job Racing, the Alex Job Racing Audi R8, Audi Sport Customer Racing, along with Alex Job fielding that car here. And the R8s have been very impressive. They came with a plan, and that, and a problem on the departure out of the pits. They came with a plan to impress, do well, and win this event. And so far, they have been very strong, but the GT field is deep.
You talk about Motara. If anyone doesn't know who he is, well, he had 2 DTM wins last year for Audi. He's won the GT Cup in Macau in this R8 and 2 wins in China as well. So he is one of the best in business. This GT field this year is unbelievable. We've got the regulars, but there are some boys. They can just plain pedal these race cars.
Like this man right here in the rum bum Audi, the 13 is Frankie Biela. And no stranger to road racing, for sure.
And no stranger to endurance racing. He knows how to get it done. Clint Boyer in the pits. Boyer climbing out of his Ferrari. And, you know, we talk about Biela, 4 wins at Sebring, 5 at Le Mans. But interestingly enough, he's never done this race before. He's a rookie.
That's right. And his last prototype run at Le Mans was back in 2008. And since that time, he's heavily been involved in the development of this R8. And talking of that R8, there's really a huge push to sell those cars over here. Romulo Liebschen is the head of Audi Sport Customer Racing. And he said everyone toying with the idea of getting involved in Grand Am should put the R8 on their short list of choices. And those are his words. I mean, they're coming for it, and they're being really aggressive this year.
Stop being completed there, and you see Biela back on the banking there. It looks like he's coming in. He drives down below that double yellow line. He'll have to get it down to pit speed before the yellow line here, and then get on that pit speed limiter button, as you talked about, Dorsey, that will not allow the car to go over the posted speed limit that they have.
See him push the button right there. He's got the car where it needs to be. He'll be looking for his pit spot.
A 25 lap run for Biela. 45 to 50 minutes with the pace of the GT field, so that's about normal. Big tank on this R8, but it takes a little bit longer to fill, of course.
Brad Kettler says it's very thirsty. It gets another 2 gallons over the Porsche. He said we need all of it. Remember that V10 power in the back really pulls down some fuel, and they want to get as much of that Sunoco in it as they can, and they'll use every drop of it.
You know, you're sitting in there and they're doing all that work, and the only thing you care about is that guy that's doing that windshield so you can see again.
Look at this, just fuel going in, so it looks like they're double stinting. That's the key with that Audi. He's got great balance. Andy Lally talked about it early in the going. He said, you know what? The Porsche will run the tires off. The Audi keeps coming at you.
Yeah, they said the tire wear is exceptional. Clint Boyer just climbing out, Matt.
The Rolex 24 rookie gave away to the car to Rob Kaufman. The car looked good. Describe your stints.
Yeah, I was just kind of getting used to it, really. I only had a few laps of practice. I'm still having trouble getting downshifted through the gears with that thing. You know, it's easy to shift too quick with that paddle shifter and kind of buzz the tires and get it sideways getting in, and made a couple of mistakes getting into chicane and stuff. Just need to get smoothened out, learn the car a little bit more, and we'll be fine. Just trying to take it easy and stay on the track.
Learning the car, looking at this, running in the darkness, how much more difficult? And when is your next stint?
Those headlights are big in the rearview mirror. And some of them are yellow, and some of them are white, and some of the GT cars actually, I don't know why they're yellow in the pits, but they're white on the track. That may be a little bit to that, but you don't know who's behind you. You just hope that they're paying attention, because they're way faster than you, some of them.
How long before you get back in the car, Clint?
I don't know. I'm going to go, I don't know what I'm going to do. What do you do?
Well, there's a huge Ferris wheel in the background.
I'm going to go ride the, you want to go ride the Ferris wheel?
I say we can go back and ride the Ferris wheel. My stint should be done in about another hour. Maybe I can meet you back there.
I'm afraid I got like 4 hours to burn. What time is it?
I think we've got about 20 hours left of this race.
Flags, it's halfway.
By the way, just so you know, I saw you tweet earlier, the race actually goes to 3:30, not 3 o'clock.
Oh, man. Really?
Information someone should have told.
Correct? Nah, we're having fun. It's just, right now, it's all about attrition and keeping the car on the track. The other boss, Rob Kaufman's in the car, so I'm going to get back and watch him as much as I can. Just want to thank him for giving us this opportunity. It's pretty neat to come out here and do this. Like I said earlier, this is definitely a bucket list, you know, type of race for any kind of racer. So to be able to be here, be in a Ferrari, pretty cool.
Pretty cool run for the Magnus team right now. The 44, your leader in GT, has come to pit road.
Ryan, I'm not going to lie to you. I did the Ferris wheel while I was racing.
Oh, my goodness.
I won't ask who would.
Yeah. Here we go. One of many pit stops that will transpire tonight for the teams up and down pit road. Magnus Racing getting service. It'll be tires, fuel, and a driver change. A long way to go is Jamie McMurray continues to lead at Daytona. You've heard that before. And in GT, the 44 came in the lead. Who will lead when we come back? Just past the bottom of the hour. That means we're 4 hours in. And if you missed any of it, I'll show you some of the highlights or the lowlights if you were in the 32 car. Little problem early on, did a lot of damage when the tire let go and had some contact out on the racetrack. Had to replace a door, a right rear wheel. They got that sorted out, and then problems for the 60 defending race winners.
Yeah, Clevis broke on the front suspension. It was a lengthy fix. 7-8 laps they lost. They're trying to claw their way back in, but we haven't seen a lot of yellow flags to get them back in the game. Then Bruno Junqueira took a ride in the number 43 Salins machine.
A high speed off at the King on infield, and then problem for one of the diesel-powered Mazdas, the 00.
This is the second time they were in trouble, and then, of course, there is the #1 lead car, Sylvain Tremblay, and also another problem. They are out of the race, unfortunately.
Restarts a little bit wild and hairy with some of the new rules. You saw the field really fan out at the drop of the green.
Saw again there, the 02 struggled. There we see a spin coming off the banking there. Hairy moment for the 80 Porsche.
Right rear was down, and man, did he take a ride.
And the bus stop. Dorsey, you said it early. 68 with a problem.
Does it all the time, gets several views of it. It looks the same no matter which way you look at it. That was a good save close by the #3 Corvette.
Not the only problem that the 68 would have down there. And the little argy-bargy, as you would say, Calvin.
Yeah, Carlos de Quesada got into one of the Action Express cars and cut down that right front, a lengthy trip back to pit lane. And then we see Alex Figge having a moment in the Audi R8.
And he fessed up.
Too close to that traffic. And as you said, Dorsey, he fessed up. Shouldn't have been that close.
Stops on pit lane for the 02. Looks like brakes going on there, and then the 01 just in. Memo Rojas climbing out of the 01. Juan Pablo Montoya taking over the seat.
Doesn't look to be much of a mark on that car. Nice and clean.
The way it should be. You talk to these team owners and they will tell you if you got to give up 3 seconds to avoid contact, you do, because it could cost us 30 minutes in the pit lane or in the garage if you make the mistake. You've got to be patient. You've got to take your time and make good decisions. They have.
They have, but now you got Juan Pablo Montoya behind the wheel, and this is where Timmy Keen's going to earn his money tonight, is keeping him in check. He's one of the best, but he goes for it.
Well, you know, the drivers like to use social media, and unfortunately, James Hinchcliffe, sorry guys, we're done in the 70, gutted for the Speed Source game. Thanks for all the support, and you know they will be back soon. Understand a penalty.
Ooh, Juan Pablo speeding on pit lane.
Right off the bat.
We'll have to come back in and do a drive-through.
That will not make Timmy Keen happy.
No.
No, not at all. You know, we talk about the social media stuff. It's been funny where there were guys talking about sandbagging here and there, and John Fogerty had a tweet going, and Ryan DL had accused him of sandbagging, and Fogerty tweeted back, if you think that we're sandbagging, you're as crazy as the way your last name is spelled. So the drivers using social media having a good time down there. Let's head down to Chris Neville.
Bob Ryan, we just saw the 01 car come through pit lane here, that drive-through penalty. Juan Pablo Montoya and Tim Keen on the radio talking back and forth. Juan said he was on the pit speed limiter the entire time, but it was a violation down in the last box exiting pit lane, so maybe he got off that button a little bit early. Memo Rojas just got out of the car. Memo, we saw Jamie McMurray get around you there. Was that just your tires are a bit more used up than his?
Yeah, we have a different strategy than them. We're double stinked tires. They aren't. So after the first run on tires, they lost quite a bit of grip. Jimmy was on fresh tires, so I just let him by. You know, we have good cars, and there's no point of we be running together at this point of the race.
Any serious issues that you're worried about? I heard Tim Keen say on the radio that the belts have been a little bit sticky in the car, so make sure you get that belt all the way up. Anything tough getting in or out right now?
It was fine. I mean, we have new belts for this race, but
shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, well, they were doing a little bit of maintenance on both the 02 and the 01. About every 4 to 5 stops, they lubed the hubs on those cars. That's what you guys saw when you took a look at those replays. Matt?
Chris down in the 94 Turner Motorsports BMW pit. Boris Said has gotten out of the car. Billy Johnson has gotten in. And Boris, how would you describe the car under your stint?
I mean, it's pretty good. You know, we did double stint in the tires. Turner did a really good job with the cars, but unfortunately, Porsche really bamboozled Grand Am, and you know, they're about 8 miles an hour faster down the straightaway. So we're really just trying to finish, and hopefully all those Volkswagens will break.
If you can make a change, what would it be to help even it out?
We need to be faster down the straightaway or slow up the Porsche and the Audi. I mean, right now they got a big advantage. But I'm sure Grand Am will look at it after this race. But yeah, right now the BMW is reliable, and hopefully we can get it to the end.
Hear more drivers talking about traffic playing a big hindrance.
Well, I mean, at night you get people out for the first time, and they're kind of searching around. So you really got to have a lot of give and take in traffic right now. And a few more hours, it'll sort itself out, and it'll be really good.
Thanks, Bart.
Thanks.
Just getting back to what Memo Rojas said about a different strategy on tires. The DP teams, they only have 32 sets of tires to work with for the whole race weekend, not just the race. And talking to Timmy Keane, he said, I like to have 8 to 10 sets left with 6 hours to go. So if you start to stockpile them a little bit, you can save a set every now and again throughout the course of the nighttime hours. That will give you that bundle in the garage that you need tomorrow when it gets down to the wire.
And tomorrow, of course, that sun will come up. It's going to be nice and toasty warm here in Florida, and you're going to need those fresh tires to win this race.
You know, it probably wasn't a good time to interview Boris because Billy Johnson in the BMW just passed the Porsche down the back straightaway with Dick Johnson driving it. So.
And Calvin, interesting you're talking about the tire strategy. Different between the 01 and the 02. When we saw Jamie Mack come in, I was expecting him to just take fuel and double stint tires. They did put new tires on that car, so I asked Meg Hall about that, how they're double stinting on the 01 and not on the 02. And he said, hey, we have 2 different philosophies. We might be one organization, but we've got 2 different plans to win this race.
Different strategies. The other thing is the 02 lost a little bit of track time during the practice session. They had a steering issue, so they may have saved tires a little bit earlier in the race weekend and have started the event with a few more sets on hand.
And those are things you have to think about. Not only when are you going to change brake pads, how long are you going to go, what are you going to do with your driver changes, what tools do you have to work with, and how are you going to apply them throughout 24 hours. 2-car on pit road. Alan McNish behind the wheel to the marks.
Tell you what, these Fords are getting a lap or 2 more on fuel mileage than the BMWs at this stage of the game. It's not necessary that the BMWs have run all the way down to the wire and may leave a little bit left in the tank, but even so, McNish in the game, but he doesn't have the pace of those BMWs right now.
Stays in the car. They're going to tear off the tear-off screen so he can see a bit better, but that's just our routine right now.
Waiting for a full load of Sunoco fuel, and he'll be back underway. One of the things about staying on those Continental tires, one, strategic as far as saving tires to the end, but they're warm right now as the ambient temperatures and the track temperatures are coming down. Gives him a good race car when he heads right back out on track.
Yeah, very much so, and maybe that's also a strategy. I mean, maybe Mike Cole with the 02 team would rather do that when it's really cool. You know, like you said, Dorsey, right before sun comes up again, like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. That may be when they try and double stint, keep some tire temperature for the double stint, and have time to warm those tires back up again.
And Calvin, Jordan Taylor handing over to Ryan Hunter-Reay. Jordan Taylor was also a driver earlier in this race that got a speeding penalty here in pit lane drive-through he had to do after that. And this team didn't look like really any maintenance on this car at this point in time. They didn't add any oil. They didn't lube the hubs. They're just getting Ryan Hunter-Reay behind the wheel. 4 new Continental tires, a full load of Sunoco fuel, just trying to get his belt done. Real slow stop here. I'd say they pulled the fuel there, and it was good to maybe 5-7 seconds, and they were still trying to get Ryan Hunter-Reay belted in there.
Ryan, you saw the same thing I did. The splitter was ground off pretty far down on that car. They've been using the curbs a little too much, I think.
Well, and you've got to worry about that once again. Remember, you've got to have a car at the end. You talked about it early on, Calvin. The slightest damage can affect your race at the end of 24 hours. Still a long way to go, and Alan McNish in the 2 was leading when he came to pit road. In GT, Alessandro Pierre-Guidi.
We just dipped under the 20 hours mark left to go here in the pinnacle road racing event in North America, the Rolex 24. And it's so great to see, as being a car person, more and more manufacturers bring out really stellar pieces. And Mark Royce, president of GM in North America, a lot to celebrate with the GM brand, the new Corvette 7th generation, a very stout piece.
Well, thank you very much. You know, we worked very hard over the last couple of years to get a new car that looks really a lot like the C7 we introduced. No one knew that when we did it, but over the next 2 years, as we combine the series here, we'll begin racing C7 here with a little bit of modifications at the Rolex and the Grand Am, and then the MLS GT at Le Mans will have that car as a C7 too. So very exciting times for us, and a new Gen 5 engine to go along with it.
It's a combo platter if you're a GM fan, because as a company, you cherish your racing history, but you're also very passionate about the present.
Well, that's right. You know, for me, this race is everything. I love coming to Daytona, especially with the weather like we have tonight. The sun sets, the lights come on. You see Corvettes, you see Porsches, you see Ferraris, you see all those cars, and there's nothing better for me.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Let's go across the pit area to Chris Neville. Chris?
Well, we just saw Jordan Taylor, a.k.a. Jordy T-Sheets, get out of the 10 car a few minutes ago. And Jordan, immediately you got on the headset. You've been talking to your engineers for about 8 minutes or so right now. What types of things are you going over with them?
Well, I'm just letting them know that basically we're just in cruise mode right now. I mean, I was behind the 99 car and the 01 a little bit, and we're just cruising, I think, right now. We got plenty of speed, I think, in the Corvette, and every time I get in traffic, I'd be saving fuel. So as you saw at the pit stops, I think we went a lap further than everyone else. So right now, we're just kind of saving the car and trying to get to the end of the race.
Well, you're telling me you're cruising right now, but you kept looking at your right hand, and you got some blisters forming.
Yeah, well, that just comes with racing. I mean, my knee's sore, my hand's sore, but that's why we have formula medicine to look after us drivers.
Okay, hey, just wanted to show you up on the screen here. I think we're going to try and, oh, now we're looking at the lead out on the racetrack. I think we've got a pass for the lead here right now, the 2 car and the 02 car. And that's McMurray and McNish right now going at it on the racetrack down in turn 1. And the reference there to Jordy T-Sheets, that was your YouTube video, which you guys just produced a couple weeks ago. Threw it out there. I think you guys were trying to make a little play at the guys in golf that did that last year. And I think we're going to try and show some of that out there. But how did you guys get that idea?
Well, it was me and my good friend Mark Jensen. We were just kind of sitting at home a couple weeks ago, kind of bored. And we just thought of the video and thought of doing a music video. And we're so, all Ricky, myself, Spencer, and Mark, we're all so serious when we get to the track. So we thought maybe we'd show everyone a bit of our personality and have fun with it. A lot of people took it a bit seriously, the video, but I think if you have any sense of humor, you'll enjoy it. So it was fun. We enjoyed it because we laughed at ourselves and everyone else laughed at us. So it was good fun.
Where can all the fans at home find it on YouTube?
Just type in Good Vibrations Grand Am Style, and there it is.
All right, you got to go get some rest, buddy.
All right, thank you.
You know the people who took it serious.
Yeah.
Wayne was one of them.
It made me laugh so hard. It's hilarious. I couldn't stop.
I tell you what, we were talking about tires and leaving the tires on the car so they were warm when you went back out. But Alan McNish and Jamie McMurray having a go of it. I think McMurray might have a little fresher car.
Yeah, he's certainly got some speed here, and I think he's just going to walk around Alan here on the high banks. He did it on the last lap. Alan just took it in really deep on the banks. There you can see Alan trying to push him up a little bit. He's giving him room, but he's making Jamie think about it, certainly.
Yeah, McMurray being very cautious right there.
Welcome to road racing. Clears it. Slammed it down. No, you're not going to stick it back. Oh,
yes, he is.
Look at this.
He's going to use his car as a pick. Watch.
Still out there.
This is where you got to be careful, Jamie Mack. Don't get caught up in this. Do not get caught up in this. And these are the moments in the race that can be game changers, and you can't afford to get hooked in like this.
It's Jason Hart in the number 73 from Park Place Motorsports. Not a lot of experience in GT racing. He's a Continental Tire racer making the move to GT, so he gets caught in the middle of that battle. He doesn't want to have anything to do with it.
Here's the thing that Jamie's got to think about. He already knows, since he's done it 2 laps in a row, that he can get that pass done up on the banking, Calvin. So you don't have to contest it. Just let the time wear out, and you'll get around. Full course yellow, just been declared. Don't know what yet.
The problem is Alan McNish doesn't care about the banking. He knows how to brake, and he's certainly showing it down there.
Oh boy, the 00 got back out, and it's brought out the caution again as it stopped. He doesn't know about Alan McNish being a terrier, does he?
Well, if he watched any of last year's race, he certainly should know. And Jamie Mack studies the game. I'm sure he knows a lot of the boys out there, certainly the front runners. But we talked about the beginning of the race. You can run these races flat outdoorsy. The cars can do it, but it's the mistakes, the contact that will bite you. And there's so many resets with the cautions like we're seeing right now. I mean, he could have laid it all on the line, spread the gap 10 seconds, you get a yellow, it's down to 0. So there's no point in really putting it right out there. You're going to run hard, but do not take any unnecessary risk.
Let's take a look at this battle that we just were watching a moment ago. We'll just replay it a little bit and show you just how hard fought this is.
McMurray, of course, gets the speed on the top lane. But watch Allen. He goes, no, I'm just going to drive it right in here.
Jamie Mack's going, I got it.
He was told that he was clear, so he's like, I'll just take it down to the bottom, then he can't go anywhere. Well, watch this. Allen goes up high.
There's a little bump right in there.
How did he do that? So on board the 2.
Jamie said he's clear. Watch this.
Slams the door.
Right there. Okay, I'll take that bottom groove away from Allen.
He brings Allen.
No problem. Good stuff. But Jamie's learning. He's done this race a few times, certainly, and he's got a lot of laps in the books. But even so, you continue to learn when you run against great road races like Alan McNish what you can and not get away with.
Here's our little bump right there, just a kiss.
Alan's just saying, you know, you're going to have to work harder than that if you're going to hold the position.
You need to pull up behind the safety car.
Telling them they need to pull up behind the safety car. Not happy with his tires right now on the radio is Alan McNish. But the safety car has put a temporary halt to that battle between Alan McNish and Jamie McMurray. I'm sure it'll resume when we come back to Daytona International Speedway. Well, we talked about the drivers communicating a little earlier with their social media. Here's a Ryan Dial tweet. Straight line speed, huh? We haven't heard that complaint before.
Yeah, but it's kind of ironic how the roles are reversed, because last year Pruitt and company couldn't do anything about those Fords, Dorsey. They were just flying here last year, and the tables have turned a bit.
And now we have politics on Twitter.
Anywhere that they can play and tell their story, they're going to do it. Look at the fans, and you couldn't ask for better weather. Just a little bit cool, makes that campfire feel good. The weather absolutely perfect, and it should be this way to the checkered flag, just like we said. And that full moon makes things even that much more exciting. Look, a little smoke hanging in the air, and I think it's neat when we leave here at night. You hear the cars, you see the lights, the smell of the campfires. It's pretty magic.
You know, as many years as I've been coming to this thing, it makes you appreciate a event like this. That's going to be so nice weather-wise from start to finish. Calvin, you and I have been here when it's so cold you can't stand it. Been here when it's so hot it's unbearable too.
Yeah, that's right.
Or foggy, if you want to talk about that.
I'll take cold over hot, though. I mean, these cars can be unbearable if you have a really hot day. So the drivers are pretty comfy right now. And Alan McNish only has 7 laps on the board since his last pit stop. So it'll be interesting to see if he takes this opportunity to make a pit stop when the pits are open.
That light, by the way, is the designated the pits are not open. It's the pit closed light you see flashing at the end right there.
Yeah, slightly different rules for this year. They really want to get the whole field packed up, so we may always have 4 laps for a normal caution procedure as opposed to 3 that we had last year. New race director Paul Walter just wants to do things a little bit differently, allow the pass around, get those cars that are being hurt by not being on the lead lap, give them a chance, and then get the whole pack together before pit lane automatically opens, as it did last year and years before that.
It's good from the standpoint that you do have the opportunity, if you're smart enough, to get a lap back if you're a lap down. So it keeps you in the game throughout the entire event. You're not just out all of a sudden.
Well, while we've gone to full course caution, it'll be interesting to see if Clint Boyer has made his way to the Ferris wheel. I did see a tweet that said he's the funniest character to be trusted with driving a Ferrari since Ferris Bueller, so that's good.
Here he's in the press room keeping everyone entertained a few minutes ago.
Now, McNish not happy at all with the handling of the number 2 while he was out there, and we understand that they may do some work, whether if he does come in, perhaps checking a shock to see if there's some type of a problem there.
Well, Bourdais, when he got out of the car, complained of understeer. He said, we don't have straightaway speed, we've got a lot of understeer. Well, typically you try and trim the rear wing out a little bit to balance the car and get some straightaway speed back, but all of these DPs have a minimum rear wing setting that you can run with gurney such, and everything else has to be a certain height, so maybe they're at the minimum downforce level already, and that really stops you from balancing it out with aero.
all day long from the drop of the green. The 0-1, the 0-2 have hung right in there in the top 3. And Jamie McMurray, so impressed with him over these last couple of stints. And see Mortara there in his GT entry. They have been strong. Once again, Audi really making an impression here this year. They did not have a good debut last year. And they put the car in the hands of some of their customers, and so they said, we're going to stay with customers this year, but we're going to come in, we're going to help. And they have brought the full force of Audi Sport customers racing here, and it has been impressive.
It certainly has, and I think it's just a different philosophy. I think they didn't want to come with the factory teams and the factory drive and say, hey, if you've got the factory squad, you can win with this car, come and buy it. They thought that would turn people off. Hey, you've got to have that full support to get it done. So they allowed the APR team to go out, learn the ropes. The car really needed a lot of development through the course of the year, which that team did a great job with. But they've come this year, it's like, okay, we've got the car more in the ballpark. Now we want to come loaded, and they've really got a lot of factory support here this year as well.
Last year was really work in progress for that car because it was such a potent street car. It had to be brought down, if you will, to the speed of some of these other cars. And it's taken an entire year for this to get dialed in and to make it a more level playing ground.
One thing we haven't really spoken much about, Brian, is the merger that is going to happen next year between the American Le Mans Series and Grand Am. So there's a lot of excitement being talked about in the class structure for next year. We anticipate 2 GT classes, one really around the Rolex type GT cars, and another around the ALMS, which are a little bit more high-tech. And but with that, obviously, higher budgets to run.
I think change is the scariest word in the English vocabulary. And when they knew that there were going to be changes and mergers going on, it really scared a lot of people. Scott Elkins got together here in a press conference and at the Roar and really settled a lot of people's fears as he and Richard Buck got together and announced the new class structure. The leaders on pit road.
Buck, both Ganassi cars in here. Just going to do fuel only on both these cars, blowing out the radiators. This comes a really good timing for Juan Pablo Montoya. He had that drive-through penalty a little while ago. He gets to make all that timing up. Both cars down and away. Matty?
And Alec conditions in. Tire change on the 2. They're also going to make some adjustments to the front of the car. His comments, Chris, very similar to what Sebastian said. The car very twitchy through different parts of the course, especially over at the bus stop. Chris?
Matty, just looking back this way at the 02 car, they did pull a tire out on the right front to potentially change that right front corner, took the gun over to that side, and when Jamie Mack pulled out, the team did not pull the hose completely out away from the front of the car. Obviously, Jamie Mack did not see that he ran over that hose, but he did run over a hose down here. It's going to be interesting to see. Did the officials catch it?
That is
and the 01 almost had a problem as well. Someone was ducking into their pit box.
Of course, if the officials saw that right there, it will be drawing a penalty.
See one of the Express cars coming in their door. So that was what Montoya nearly got into.
Yeah, that was close. That will, if they saw it, it's going to evoke a stop and hold.
Hitting or running over personnel or race equipment.
Yeah.
It's a stop and hold for 30 seconds.
The other thing that we saw was Alan McNish's car being worked on underneath the front body work. It looked like they may have been going to the shock canisters, maybe making a little adjustment there. And these are the things you need to do. We talk about tuning this car. It's all about having that car perfect for the end of the race. So even if it costs you a few cars in terms of track position right now, that's not important. It's all about dialing that car in and getting it right.
Because we've talked about the weather changes, Dorsey. I mean, obviously the ambient temperature, the track temperature, it's all different. You wouldn't set the car up right now if you were going to go race the same way you did earlier. So they'll take the time to make these changes.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, it's going to get colder yet, but it's not going to do it right away. It's going to be just a progressive drop down until we get close to sunrise. At sunrise, it's going to drop pretty drastically and stay that way for about an hour. And that's when you can really start doing some more stuff.
And it's easy to make those shock adjustments.
Yeah, you saw he just popped the nose forward, just unclip it, pop it forward. You saw a mechanic get in there. He did a couple clicks on the shock adjuster and put the nose back on, and away you go.
I'd say you're not going to see anybody make spring adjustments, so you don't do that. But as sure as I say that, remember Ganassi changing gear stacks, as we talked about earlier. If you've got to do it, you've got to do it. You certainly wouldn't want to do something as extreme as that. And you can affect the car greatly by just a click or two on a shock absorber. So right now, these teams doing everything that they can to maximize the performance of their cars. And you talked about it at the beginning of the show, Calvin. You can leave nothing to chance.
Now, and you talk about suspension changes. Ganassi even changed the rear camber setting last year. They were worried about inside shoulder on the rear tires getting hot, so they made an adjustment there. So it's all about being smart, and that comes from experience, not panicking, realizing that you can recover, particularly if you can stay on the same lap. You need to service the car, no big deal. They're going to refresh these brakes, I would anticipate, somewhere between the 6 and 8 hour mark as well. Try and keep them as fresh as possible. Really depends how aggressive you are with the pad setup with that. Talking to the SunTrust team, it seems like they're going really aggressive. I said, how long before the end of the race could you run flat out and have had to have changed the pads? They said 4 hours. Some other teams tell you 6 to 8 hours. So it's all about how soft that pad material is. Softer is going to give you better bite, better braking capability, but your window is a lot smaller.
Nicholas Armindo leading in GT, and in that Magnus car you saw the green LED lights around the doors. There was a tweet earlier asking why the GT teams do that. Well, some do and some don't, but if you've got two cars that look very similar, team cars, you're going to put those lights on there. You'll see some cars with LED lights down in the radiator openings, and it's so the team can identify from a distance which car it is. Is it theirs? And if it is one of theirs, which car is it? So they'll use any advantage that they can to make sure that they know exactly who and where their cars are.
I like the Brumos car because it's got the red and blue stripe just like on the car itself, so you can tell that one's coming to you.
This 44 team has been awfully strong here today. They are looking tough. See a little bit of body work on the left front corner, maybe a drift, but other than the car, the car looks perfect.
63 is to the marks, as is the 44, a little further down pit lane. Driver change in the 63.
Andy Lally really impressed with Nicholas Armindo at the test. He's replaced Rene Rast for this year. Otherwise, the driver lineup remains the same with Leeds, Potter, and Lally. He said he was on it, no problems. Good fit for the team.
And you've got to be impressed with the 63 team, the Scuderia Corsa team. They showed up at Mazda Raceway last year and qualified on pole. Chris?
Also some action within Stevenson Motorsports down here. This Camaro up in the air right now. Tommy Milner getting out of the car, handing over to four-time Le Mans winner Jan Magnussen. And a little bit slow at the left rear of that car. Left rear tire. Oh, and Magnussen just hits a tire from the 59 car coming out of pit lane, the pit box in front of him.
Once again, it'll be interesting to see if that tire is in the pit stall and he hits it. That is going to be a penalty, so we'll have to look. Can you see where the tire is?
It's the same penalty you were talking about before, but running over the hose. Yeah, you can see. Look at that. I doubt they've missed that. That's going to be a stop and hold as well.
Pretty hard on the 59 car.
Wow, mistakes. You can't afford to make them, but if you're going to, make them early so that you can make amends. The Rolex 24 at Daytona continues. When we come back, hopefully we'll be back to green flag racing. We'll see you on the other side of this. Been weaseling food out of Marion's again. Justin Bell with me in the booth now, as is Tommy Kendall. And down in pit lane, Andrew Marriott and Jamie Howe. Welcome back, guys. There's plenty of action going on, that's for sure. Still under full course caution. Ryan Hunter-Reay being shown in the lead right now. Jamie Mack, and things will get sorted out when we go back to green flag racing. Most of the leaders have been into pit road. Andrew Marriott has a story for us from down on pit road.
Yeah, well, the big story of GT is the fight between Ferrari and Audi and Porsche. And with me, one of the stars of the DTM, Edo Mortara, one of my mates from that series. Edo, different racing for you, but you're really working hard there.
Oh, yeah, I mean, competition is really tough, but we've got a great car, and number 24 crew is doing a fantastic job. At the moment, we are right up there with the best in GT. It's my first time in Daytona, so you can imagine it's quite tough for me at the moment, but everything is going perfect.
Well, that's terrific. And alongside you, the head of Audi Sport, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich. Audi really have put a lot of effort into this race this year, Dr. Ulrich.
Yeah, I mean, for us, the American market is very important, so we try to build up here a customer sport program, and so we try to find some good teams that we can support, and these teams, I think they're doing a good job. We have seen from the very beginning, even if the top speeds of the car are quite clearly different, at the end, the cars, after all these periods, are still very close together, the different brands. So for sure, the ones that can run through the race without trouble, there is a chance to be at the end in a good position.
And how difficult is it? Because normally these cars run with side windows, they've got traction control, they've got ABS, and you've got none of that.
Yeah, they are completely different to drive, and especially without the side windows and with the bigger nets. It's not so easy for the drivers to see the mirrors, and therefore we have guys that give them always indication by a radio when they get a pass through a Daytona prototype to avoid that there is a contact or to avoid that there is any unnecessary risk.
Wolfgang, thanks very much. Over to you, Jamie Howell.
Down at the Waltrip, of course, at pit, the number 56 about to come in for service. But Michael Waltrip, this is your second year now running the Rolex 24. How is this year different for you?
We're just having more fun every year. It just you pick up the pace a little bit. I told him after practice yesterday, I'm passing people. This is really cool. So Clint did an excellent job in his first try. Rob just took advantage of the wave around. We got a lap back, and he's getting up to speed. So I think the Ferrari is going to be strong all night. Hopefully we'll be running when the sun comes up.
Get a good look at the car right now as it comes in. It looks like this is going to be a fuel-only pit stop. The team taking time to clean off the windshield. It gets dirty out there, guys. They don't want to use any tear-offs this early on. Save those for the race. Make sure they've got a fresh windshield. Only 4 crew members allowed over the wall at a time, plus the guy with the fire extinguisher. AF Corsa is a fantastic team in sports car racing. They certainly do their homework. They might not run many races in Grand Am, but they certainly know how to run one of these Ferraris.
They do, and you heard Michael Waltrip say they are having a ball, and obviously Clint Boyer is when we spoke to him earlier. We'll come back to more from the 51st Rolex 24 at Daytona right after this. Make sure you stay with us. Back to green flag at the Rolex 24. Ryan Hunter-Reay in the number 10. The Velocity Worldwide entry from Wayne Taylor Racing leads at the end of the first lap, and he has pulled a big gap in a car that they have said is down on straight line speed. We'll have to see what Jamie McMurray has for him back in second place.
Yeah, and Hunter-Reay, you know, this is kind of a homecoming for him. He credits Wayne Taylor with really kind of restarting his career after he was more or less drubbed out of IndyCar racing after the Rocket Sport experience. And Wayne Taylor's like, why is this guy not racing all the time when they ran together in Utah? And so we've seen what's happened since then, culminating with the IndyCar title last year. And so the guy is just a real charger and really likes to go. I got to spend some time with him. We were teammates at Petit Le Mans this year, and he doesn't rest on his laurels. He just likes to get in the car and go fast.
I mean, he just flicked a switch then, because you can't blame interference from GT traffic. You can't say there was a back marker. You can't say the conditions are bad, the visibility. He just flicked a switch and went. I mean, we are seeing McMurray pulling a little bit up there on the infield, but that was a very impressive start. That's how you start and stay out of trouble at the start of on a restart.
You talk about his IndyCar championship. You go back to Baltimore where he was behind. He never quit. He had to win that race to stay in the hunt and take it to Fontana, and he did exactly that. There is no quit in this young man.
There was an element of destiny to that. When we were sitting down to watch the finale, I said to my wife, I said, I can't believe that Penske and Power are going to let another one slip away. But Hunter-Reay just just took the thing by the neck and wouldn't give up. At Baltimore was a huge win. And you know, anyone who's followed him and seen how hard he's worked, his father Nick Hunter-Reay supported him, you know, in every way possible. It's a real feel-good story.
Alex Job entries running nose to tail. The 24, the Audi out in front, followed right behind by Damien Faulkner in the 23.
It's like seeing 2 different species of animal out there in the GT world. Those cars couldn't be more fundamentally different from each other. And yet that's the great thing about the way this series is running these cars. Obviously, they have a great performance balance between these two, because to run that close and look pretty even, look like the Porsche had him under brakes there. But I'm sure there's some nervousness up in the pit box right now.
Well, it's funny. I mean, the Audi performance here last year was not their finest moment, and I think Dr. Ulrich probably said, if we're going to be out there, we're going to get serious about this. Now, am I the only one? I want to party with Dr. Ulrich. Is that guy ever serious?
Yeah, no, he looks like, I think he's serious when he might be firing you. I wouldn't want to make a mistake in having come down pit lane. We've seen him, haven't we, Brian, at Le Mans, look pretty stern on occasion.
To bring a wounded car back to him, knowing that you're the one who wounded it, is not a trip that I think you would like to make. And this battle continues up front. Right now, Jamie Mack closing down a little bit on Ryan Hunter-Reay. And Wayne Taylor did say early on, we had to really trim the car out to get the straight line speed, speaking of the 10. And so maybe that's why we're seeing it
backing up a little bit to McMurray in the infield. He just doesn't have the downforce to help him through these corners.
I noticed when I was off air, a close-up of the 10 car, the front splitter is getting worn away quite a bit. If it starts to delam underneath there, that could really affect front downforce.
It's interesting. You saw the same thing that we did on that stop when they lowered the car. It looks uneven. It's worn more on one side than the other. Calvin Dorsey talked about perhaps running over too many curbs, which you don't want to do. That's the driver inducing the damage, or is it just a matter of the setup that's on the car?
You can't stay off the curbs here. I mean, it's to get through the bus stop quick, you got to climb up and over them. Now, if you're hanging wheels on the back side of them, that's another story. But look at how
he's right up on it.
McMurray right there right now, but we're hearing that it may all be for naught. Remember, there was a report that he may have run over an air hose. McMurray on the outside, not going to get it done this time. Ryan Hunter-Reay better on the brakes, but we're getting a report he did run over that air hose. If he did, it's a stop plus 30.
That completely changes the dynamics of this, but you know, in the cockpit right now, he's hoping his team are probably appealing it, which is why he's still hard on the back of Murray. But you know, it's these guys have got a lot. You know, this is a real motor race. I mean, we're 5 hours in almost, and that's as long as any other race in North America nearly. I mean, other than Sebring, that's quite extraordinary.
Lobbying efforts in Washington have nothing on the lobbying efforts that are going on down there on the pit box if they're trying to take care of a call that they think went against them.
Well, this is, you know when you're as a driver, you're in the car and you're saying, you know, I didn't hit it, because you never do anything. And oftentimes, if it was a hose, you wouldn't know you'd hit it necessarily. So all you can do is keep your foot to the floor.
Well, it was the last set of pit stops that are in question, and it was an air hose, I believe, on the left front that McMurray is accused of running over. So let's take a look. See the crewman up front. You see the air hose. He reaches for it.
He was so focused on blowing the screen clear that, you know.
Oh, and then you almost lost 2 Action Express cars and 2 Ganassi cars in one fell swoop.
As we were cutting away, this is a pass for the lead.
Tell you what, Jamie McMurray is doing a great job, and he's getting an education in braking. Alan McNish started it. Ryan Hunter-Reay is continuing it, and Jamie's going, I think I got this now.
And here comes Montoya.
Yeah, Juan Pablo Montoya and Ryan Hunter-Reay about to go at it toe-to-toe, and once again, we see that 10 car beginning to slip back into the clutches of the BMW power behind him.
Remember, this pace, you've got a lot of trust in the fact some of the best drivers in the world are either side of you right now. But you know, if you're Hunter-Reay, you know, you can't see. I mean, I've driven the DP around here. You can when they're that close behind, you can't actually see which move he's about to pull off. So you have to, and you know you're not allowed to do counter moves. So you've actually got to take your position, and if he does a good pass, he's gone by.
Well, and Calvin questioned, and we all did when we saw Juan Pablo Montoya in the car with Pruitt in that assignment. And in talking to Timmy Keene, we talked about this earlier, Timmy said Juan performs better when he knows that he could affect the championship. If he's a wild card in a second car, he lets it all hang out.
I talked to Dario a little bit about that, and he said, you know, there's a sort of a different mentality. The 0-2, they're serious, but there's not that much at stake. Exactly what you're saying, and so Montoya, look at those brakes glow red. See how much, if he can make up any ground.
I think Jamie
look at how much ground he makes up on the 10. The 10 is really struggling through there. So whether it's the splitter or something else, that's definitely the Achilles heel of that 10 car right now.
I'm sure some of the Ganassi members seeing red. You hear the crew talking to him, and what they're telling him, he does have to come to pit road right now and serve this penalty in 30 seconds. Sitting still is going to seem like an eternity. Here he comes.
So this is now the battle for the lead.
Oh, and Ryan Hunter-Reay is going to get held up behind the 57.
Montoya sweeps around the outside while the 2 serves his penalty.
It does seem like an eternity sitting there, and the car's making all sorts of noises, and remember, it's a very vulnerable moment when you bring a hot car to the pit lane for any reason, especially an unscheduled stop.
Think about time distance. He's sitting still. The competitors are on the racetrack, flashing by at almost 200 miles an hour through the tri-oval. So think of the distance that's being lost as you sit there for that period of time.
Okay, you're good.
And then you've got the 35-second run down the pit lane, plus the 30-second hold. So it's going to set them well back. But that is the point that we've made throughout the entire broadcast at this point, and that is you take it, you go on, you take your medicine, and you move on down the road. Well, moving on down the road, we got plenty of it yet to come. It's Juan Pablo Montoya who has taken the 0-1 to the lead. The stories, plenty of them left to tell from here in Daytona. We'll do that when we come back. The Rolex 24 at Daytona, just the first of many races on the 2013 schedule for the Rolex Sports Car Series. We'll move on to the Circuit of the Americas, the first time we'll run there. And some familiar names. The Road Atlanta, great to see that on the Rolex schedule. Belle Isle, we were there last year. Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. And then Watkins Glen International, a racetrack where we'll run a 6-hour race. Always great to go back to the Glen. Indianapolis right after that. Road America, a great venue. Kansas Speedway, the first time we'll go there. Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca, and we'll end at Lime Rock Park. Now, the interesting thing about Daytona, Watkins Glen, and Indianapolis, they make up the North American Endurance Championship. Those three races combined, a championship within a championship. And great to have the president of Watkins Glen International here, Michael Printup. And Michael, great to see you. Welcome to the Rolex 24.
Thank you.
It's a lot warmer here than it is in New York State right now.
Yeah, it was only 5 below the other day when I left.
Not a lot of racing going on, I wouldn't.
No.
Not unless you're on a snowmobile.
No.
You know, let's talk about the schedule at Watkins Glen this year. Obviously, it's such a historic venue. I know all three of us sitting in this booth have raced there and loved racing there, but you think about the Rolex series going there, the 6-hour race, it's always big, and I know you're going to do some of the same events that you did last year in conjunction with the 6-hour.
Yeah, I think that's the best part. I mean, and what's happening with the merger this year, I mean, we got the GT3 LMS program joining us this year. We got a lot of other things going on. We got the F2000s joining us this year during the 6-hour. There's nothing better going on than 6 hours at the Glen with Salins.
Well, I was going to say, there's a hot dog eating contest, and Tommy's going to enter that.
Good, I'll take you on, Tommy.
I think you're going to win. I gave up eating hot dogs 12 years ago.
Oh.
Mr. President, with all due respect.
Yes.
Justin, hot dogs?
You know what? I think how far we have strayed if you're talking about Tommy's dietary concerns. I did the 6 hours there, and I have to say that I don't think there's a race. Oh, my gosh.
We got a problem with the 27 out on track, sliding into one of the tire walls. I can't tell exactly where it is on the racetrack right now. It's at the bus stop, the infamous bus stop that is bitten. Oh, and that's the dangerous move. Bitten several people today, now staying out of the way, but that move back on the racetrack is what scares you.
I'd say as far as sliding off at the bus stop in the middle goes in second, third gear, that was as good a recovery as you can get. Look, boom, round you go. He hit it completely on the side there, so no problem.
Lucky he just missed the tires behind him. So dropped the wheel there at the entry, and then the problem. Plenty of excitement though. You'll take a deep breath and get the car back to the pits, and you'll see plenty of that kind of excitement at Watkins Glen. I know the bus stop there does the same thing.
Yeah, we've had a lot of exciting races up there, and I think that's the best part about having obviously the Grand Am cars up there is you talk about racing excitement. I mean, that's where sports car racing began, and we get them all June 28th through the 30th. It's a lot of fun.
What I was going to say was I was very surprised because I hadn't been there since a kid when I raced there a couple of years ago. Refreshingly surprised. The fan base up there is unbelievable. I remember, I mean, I'm going to boast now, little family thing. My dad got his only Formula 1 points there, 6th in the US Grand Prix at Watkins Glen, and he was said back then, you know, the fan support up there was unique, and I guess you still live off that now. I mean, thrive on it.
It's very unique. I mean, last year we did that Tony Stewart and Lewis Hamilton car swap, and you wouldn't believe we had 15,000 fans there just for doing a car swap between Formula 1. I mean, they understand the whole concept of sports car racing. So
they just came to see if Tony could get in the Formula 1 car. That's the only reason they were there.
He fit in.
And to see Lewis's girlfriend, that's how it goes.
Yeah, well, he dumped her. But anyway, this is great. So.
I think the other great thing that you guys did last year was the Veteran Appreciation event down in Turn 1, and that's paying back to the community and back to the veterans that live in the area.
Yeah, we open it up. Fort Drum has 22,000 soldiers that have been deployed to Afghanistan, and 18,000 of them were back home last year. And so we invited them all down for free to join our event. And I tell you what, not only that, but we had the largest attendance we ever had for the Grand Am event.
I think the most important thing is we've all been there for years, and we remember Watkins Glen of 10, 15, 20 years ago, but the Watkins Glen of just a year or two ago and how it has changed and the improvements that you guys have made has been spectacular.
Well, I think that's the whole part of, you know, the capital improvement. Again, we put $33 million in our last 8 years, so you're going to see some improvements, and that's what we want to do. The fans are first, the media, the corporate sponsors, they all play such a huge role. And everybody, you guys, I mean, just you guys make our sport. Speed TV has done nothing but such a big support for our teams. And I mean, our team is our sport, so we can't be more grateful than what you guys do.
Well, thanks for dropping in and visiting. I know you want to get back down and see the sights and sounds of what's going on here, and we can't wait to get to Watkins Glen. 6 hours, always a tremendous event, not only for our fans that watch it on television, but as we talked about, the fans in the area. Right now, Juan Pablo Montoya continues to lead at the 51st Rolex 24 at Daytona. And back in the GT category, Magnus Racing still showing why they won this race last year as Nicholas Armindo pilots the 44 in front of the GT class. There's a look at the 16, the Napleton Porsche, leading in the GX category right now. A brand new category, really designed, as Calvin said earlier, to showcase a class of cars that really has no place to run. This Cayman actually has a 3.8-liter 911 engine shoveled into the back of it. It's not the way you'd buy it at the store, and it's a wicked little car. We talked about the Sky Active diesels from Mazda. They've been competing with these, and the Porsches having a good run, and this is a good battle after this amount of time. The 38 right behind them from BGB Racing, another one of those Caymans.
And this is another one of the cars that moved up from that Cayman Inter Series that Napleton built. This is Ryan Eversley car, and they obviously the Mazdas hope to get their bugs worked out. But for right now, we've got Eric Foss behind the wheel right now. But two of these experimental or sort of Frankenstein Caymans are battling amongst themselves.
Well, the 16 car has quite the driver lineup. Nelson Canache, David Donahue, Shane Lewis, Jim Norman. Shane Lewis just won in class the 24 Hours of Dubai. David Donahue, well known to Rolex Sports Car Series fans. Nelson Canache, a very good race car driver. Been running in the Wheeling Series over here, some ARCA races. Also very good sports car driver. So these guys can get the job done. Talk about getting the job done. Gainesco Racing has won the championship twice in Daytona prototypes. A little frustrated the last couple of years here at Daytona, though, Jamie.
Yes, but one thing that they do have on their side is consistency. Of all the Corvette teams that are entered, they're the only full season entry without any changes. So, John, I know you're going to get in the car in about half an hour. What condition is the car in at the moment?
I have no idea what you just said.
What condition is the car in?
It's in great shape. The Gainesco car, 99 Red Dragon. Corvette is good. I mean, we've been pretty smooth out there and taking care of it like everybody else. Obviously, we don't quite have the pace that we want, but we're running our own race. You know, after this race is over, everybody on the team and GM Racing and everybody's going to go back, put on their thinking caps, make sure we have a more competitive piece when we come back for Circuit of the Americas. But 24-hour race, we're looking good. You know, we're running up on the lead lap up front, so nothing to worry about here.
You guys have a lot of consistency within the team, driving together now for 88 races, I believe. It's been a long time. How much does that help you in a race like this?
Oh, it's great. Obviously, seat time is limited at the 24, and it's hard to get drivers through. It's something we don't really need to work on, not only between Alex and myself, but between Darren Law and Mamo, all guys that have a bunch of experience here. So there's obviously consistency in the driver's seat, but the crew as well. A bunch of great guys on the Gainesco team. They've been here since the beginning. So, you know, we've been through this rodeo a few times now. I definitely feel like this is the calmest it's ever been, and that's a good thing.
You heard John reference the Circuits of America race. That's the next race for Grand Am, and it will be a home race for him, and Gainesco will be sponsoring it.
Darren Law in the 99 right now. Good to see him in that car. 42, running so well early on. Dane Cameron doing a spectacular job. Wayne Nonamaker behind the wheel. A problem down in the bus stop. That's a familiar tone. We've said that a couple of times today, and when he comes out of it, you can see the left rear tires cut down. The question is that what caused the problem, or is that a result of going off the racetrack?
Hard to say. Also, got into it a little bit with the 8 car. It's hard to see with the headlight glare.
Yeah, it was a good. It says a good day to die hard on the side. I'd say it was a good way to go off in the bus stop hard. But you know, he did get a little assistance. He was already offset, and he got a little assisting kiss there. But you know, that is very sharp if you drop off the curb there on the way in and on the exit of the bus stop. So I think he was lucky to get away with just that. It's a tire, you can fix it, put it back on, and get a new one on, you get going.
Gustavo Jacobin there in the number 6 from Michael Shank Racing, or the 60 right behind him. 60 working their way back up. Justin Wilson behind the wheel up to 13th. Still many laps down, but they're doing what they need to do. Little bits at a time, Tommy.
Well, and they both these cars got waved around. They stayed out when the other leaders pitted, and as part of the procedure to help you get your laps back, if you stay out when the leaders pit, they will wave you around before they go green. They'll rush around halfway, get a little bit of a gap, duck into the pits, and so they're usually not quite caught up to the back of the pack by the time they go green, but they're getting a lap back on every caution.
Where do you think this might be?
We know that place is the CTF 72 Park Place car. They started off having some problems. They actually had wheel nut issues right at the beginning, and they put new wheel lugs on just before the start of the 24-hour race, and Patrick Long was not happy about that.
With both cars, the 72 and the 73. Here's a replay.
Oh, it just snapped sideways as he tried to get the weight transfer there, and that way as well.
So close to being involved with the other Porsche that comes through it, maybe one of the Racers Group Porsches.
Well, and it's getting slippery offline, and every car that goes off just magnifies that, because he was trying to get it slowed down, a little bit late turning in, got off in the dirty part of the track, and it just gets worse and worse, because every car that goes off, they throw stuff, and they'll try to blow that off during cautions, but we're having so much green flag time that this track is going to be filthy offline.
It is such a fine silt. It's almost like a powder, and you really lose your grip on it. That's what we've seen. The leaders, they're trying to hold on and not lose their grip on the lead right now. It's Juan Pablo Montoya who leads overall in Daytona Prototypes. Once again, the 44 of Magnus Racing holding down the point in GT. Brian Hunter-Ray comes to pit road to make a routine pit stop in the number 10, the Wayne Taylor Racing Velocity Worldwide entry. Team very down when they came here this weekend, thinking that they were well down on power, but some help from Grand Am, and they have closed the gap. Car running well, Jamie.
It certainly is. They also have something to prove after their mechanical failure last year, only completing 15 minutes of the beginning 15 minutes of the race. They said this year they want to hold on to the end. If they have a car that they can be on the lead lap at the end of the race, and they take a shot at winning this, there's still 18 hours and 46 minutes remaining in the race, according to the pit clock that's in their pit box. That was a clean stop for Wayne Taylor Racing.
It's one of those deals where you never say die. It's like she said, who would have thought last year in the first half hour that the 10 car would be out of the race? You can't give up hope now just because you feel like you don't quite have the pace, because the bad luck, it's one thing we haven't talked about. You can prepare, you can plan, you can do all of that, but Lady Luck, she's not very nice sometimes, and she can bite.
Well, and it stands to reason almost everyone's going to have challenges. It's who has the bigger ones, and we've talked about how you recover from stuff, and that's one thing Ganassi's been so good at. When I saw the O2 car hit the air hose, a new team that's maybe new to DP, or you get behind like that, you get frustrated, you get upset. The more experienced teams, and especially the team managers on the radio, it's really important for them to say, listen, yellow, this all goes away. The clock gets reset. So, keeping everybody in the right frame of mind. And Pruitt said it, I said it before, we are just trying to burn hours, burn time, let the clock turn over. And so the ebbs and flows between yellows isn't that. Everyone likes to lead, everybody likes to run well, but big picture, you need to keep in mind that it really is all about getting set up for the end with the car that's fresh and the right guy in it, etc.
I like to think of the night as actually having two, almost three distinct phases. Right now we're into the evening. The drivers, you know who's out there with you at the same time, so there shouldn't be any surprises until driver changes happen again. But so you're set. Now you get yourself locked in for the next few hours. It's the early hours when the temperature drops. That's when you have to reevaluate and sort of recalibrate. But right now, everyone should be well locked into their night game.
On board with Dion von Molke in the GT category, running fourth. But, if you win here, you get your name in the record books. But when you win the first time in a brand new class, it's even that much more special. GX is the new class this year, and Andrew Marriott has one of the stories and one of the drivers from that class in pit lane.
I certainly do. I've got Shane Lewis with me. Shane, and I was telling you earlier, I told the whole psychedelic story because I'm so old. I was there and saw that car in 70. The car looks great, but more importantly, it runs great.
Yeah, I mean, it's an awesome looking car. I mean, a real from heritage from the 1970 car, and you were probably there during that race.
I was.
You were there during that race. I tried. You know, I just got back from Dubai for the 24-hour race. It was there.
But where he won this class, by the way, in a Lotus.
Thank you. Yeah, won a class there, and trying to bring that momentum here to Daytona. But at the time when I found out the livery, I decided to try to grow little sideburns to go along with it. They haven't quite come in yet, but maybe by the time the 24 hours over, we'll have them in.
Well, that's great. Shane Elvis, I think they call you, Lewis.
Can you imagine Andrew in 1970?
I don't want to think about that.
Well, he wasn't any taller, I'll hazard a guess. Yeah, the little ferret, as we call him at Le Mans, he's the only one that dares to go where no other pit lane reporter will. Look, it is a beautiful car, that number 16. And thanks, Andrew, for telling us the legacy of that. But this is the hard battle for second. Look at those two go.
The Action Express Corvettes have been in there all day long. Alan McNish in the number 2 car right now. Nelson Piquet Jr. in the number 5. Bert Frizzell has been very aggressive in the number 9, running in second for Action Express, and they have slowly and methodically moved their way forward, and they took some bad luck on the part of the 0-2, running over that hose and getting dropped back to move forward. That's what you have to do. Take advantage of other people's mistakes and try not to make any of your own.
And McNish, you know, we saw him dicing it up at the front early on, but wasn't happy with the handling of his car. It looks like they made a shock change. That was the area that mechanic was working under the front end. That's where the canisters, where you make the high-speed, low-speed adjustments on the dampers. And we won't know for sure until we see him around one of the Ganassi cars again to see if they've made any gains.
Let's see how they go through the infield here, because, you know, Alan, I think everyone on the speed broadcast team worldwide feels that he's one of the best sports car drivers in the world. So to see Brian hanging on the back there, to me, elevates Brian's level in this game.
McNish beginning to pull out just a little bit from the 5. Nelson Piquet Jr. right behind him. And as we said, Alan McNish, certainly one of the best sports car drivers in the world. Piquet, he does a pretty good job behind the wheel as well, but it's Juan Pablo Montoya who continues to lead overall, and the Ganassi team has been so strong. We saw it in qualifying. We're seeing the same performance here in the race. In the GT category, I know I sound like a broken record, but the Magnus Racing Porsche, the number 44, continues to lead in that class. Plenty more from Daytona when we come back.
What is it?
Let's catch you up to speed if you've stepped away to have some dinner or whatnot. Great battles between Alan McNish, you ride on board in the 2, and Jamie McMurray. McMurray learning how to use the brake pedal, and McNish glad to show him. A little argy-bargy through turn 1 there. And this went back and forth, and then a problem on pit road for the 0-2. Runs over the air hose with that left front. It'll cost him a stop and a hold for 32nd on pit road. A little further down the pits, more problems. The 57 from Stevenson Motorsports just destroys the right rear tire that had been laid out from Brumos Racing. They too, Jan Magnussen behind the wheel at 57, he too would have to serve a penalty. And then on the racetrack, Ryan Hunter-Reay in the 10, the black and gold Velocity Worldwide entry, having a great go of it with Juan Pablo Montoya. A problem for the 27, the bus stop bites again. Fortunately misses the tire wall, and then a problem for the 72 from Park Place Motorsports. This team has struggled throughout the day, Park Place, but they get back underway. But the 45, the second car from Magnus Racing, a problem. The hood or the bonnet, if you're from Europe, open on the 45, and that is a long way back to pit lane when you can't see.
That is when you hope you're one of those my short little countrymen that can see under the hood like that. Tommy, you would be absolutely stuffed on that, just so you know, mate.
He's done a pretty good job, actually.
Yeah, he is. Back to that muscle memory thing we talked about.
And there you go. Here, when you look at timing and scoring Daytona prototypes, blue, Grand Touring, or GT as we call them, gold in the GX class, denoted in that yellowish color as they go across the top of the screen. You'll be able to discern which class the cars are in. You're right on board the number 2, the Daytona prototype entry. Alan Nish still behind the wheel. And I think he really likes that car after they've made those shock changes. There's a look at the 0-1. Juan Pablo Montoya.
I've been watching the monitor. He is laying it down. He just posted a lap 300ths off the fast lap for that car. Now, when it tends to get cooler, you often see the quickest times in the nighttime. Brakes work better, tires work better, a little more downforce, a little more engine power with the denser air. But Montoya, I actually talked to Pruitt. I want to get his reaction because ever since Mexico City, when Montoya horned him out of the way for the win in the nationwide race, when they were teammates, they don't care for each other. And Scott said, well, look at the bright side. I don't have to be on the track with him. So he had great things to say about him as a competitor. But here he comes. He's heading for pit lane. Let's see if they do that double stint again on the tires, which we talked about earlier, trying to stockpile. So nope, they're going to change tires this time.
Jamie is there.
Yes, and Juan Pablo Montoya going to stay behind the wheel. He is getting a fresh drink bottle. The tires that are coming off the car have just under 40 laps on them. When they were here at the test, they were able to do about 60 to 70 laps per set of tires. Talk to Tim Keen, they're not quite ready to do that in the race yet, but they believe that they will as the race goes on. Fuel still going in, Andrew.
Yeah, there's a bit of a problem at the front of the 44 car at the moment. They're just changing the splitter, but they're banging the new splitter into place in this leading Porsche. And just having a quick look round. Shouldn't take more than another 10 or 15 seconds now, just making absolutely sure that this splitter is secure. And there you have a fantastic noise. That's what I love about this job. Back to you, Jamie.
The 0-2 now has come to a stop. Jamie McMurray looks like he will stay in the car. And actually, they are going to do a driver change. Joey Hand's going to get in. I talked to Joey right after the drivers' meeting this morning, and he said they had a team meeting yesterday where team owner Chip Ganassi said to all of them, you know, accidents, they don't happen. When a meteor falls from the sky and that hits the car, that's an accident. You get hit, you hit anything, that's all on you. So coming in to serve that penalty, I would not want to be Jamie McMurray having to go and answer to the team boss right now. Absolutely, accidents happen. He didn't know that that hose was still there, but that was a mistake that cost him some time. Fuel now.
Interestingly enough, I didn't see the left front air hose anywhere close to the left front wheel on either one of those cars on those last stops.
Was the guy still there?
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
Well, he was clutching it very close. If you notice, left-hand side of the screen, he held it in. And that's what it should be. Double check that it's not going to happen again.
You know what? The thing about Chip Ganassi, he gives all the credit to his team, and he hires good people. People stay there. They clearly like to work for him. He lets them do their job. But that's a case where he doesn't say a lot, but when he speaks, people listen. He's there. He's on site. And that was something that I was starting to say about Pruitt and Montoya not getting along. He said, Scott said, that's one of the interesting things. He says the driver lineup is totally Chip's domain. And so they're kind of waiting to see how Chip wants to run things. And so, you know, he said he wanted Montoya in that car. Maybe it was to keep him focused. Tim Keen said, I want him. But interesting lineup there as we see both Action Express cars in at the same time as well. They're like, I won't say it.
And Alan McNish, the number 2, came in. The picture to your right, it's Ryan Dial, not Evel Knievel, who climbed in the number 2. You saw that suit, it was very Evel Knievel-ish. And Dial takes off in the number 2. The 9 from Action Express underway, and a little bit of delay for the 5. Looking inside that car, is there a brake rotor fire on the right front? As they work inside the cockpit.
The light hitting
or was it just the light? Yeah. That brake rotor fire typically is not a big deal. It will blow itself out, but it is one of those things that you have to keep an eye on if you sit for too long. We're going to take another quick break from Daytona, and when we come back, Bob Varsha will take my place. He's going to do a double stint to the end. We'll have plenty more stories. Tommy will be here, Justin will be here, and Bob Varsha when we come back to Daytona.
I'm Bob Varsha with Tommy Kendall and Dorsey Schrader up high above start finish. Andrew Marriott is in the pit lane, as is Jamie Howe, who's standing by with another Jamie.
Well, Bob, we're actually sitting down because Jamie McMurray just got out of the 0-2 car. Jamie, you just told me you're tired. What's it like out there racing?
Yeah, our car is really good, so it's a lot of fun when you're actually racing for position. Sometimes you get in the car in the middle of the night, you're not really racing anybody. So that was a really good time. Our guys did such a good job with both the 01 and the 02 car. A lot of fun to drive tonight.
I know you take road racing very seriously. What do you do to prepare for a race like this?
Well, there's not a lot you can do. You know, you get so excited. Last night I woke up at 4 a.m. and I was laying there and my heart started beating fast. And in my head I'm thinking, I really hope I'm in the car tomorrow night at this time. So, you know, we all love racing. And I think for the guys that aren't racing for points, especially Dario, Scott, Joey, Juan, this is so much fun for us because it's all about winning. And we're all together, and you just don't get to do this in any other sport where you have guys from different series. It's fun to get to race with these other guys on the track. I was running with I think McNish, who is just one of the greatest road racers there is. And I thought I had him pass twice. And you think about taking it easy and you know, give and take, and there was no give at all. I'm like, well, I don't know where he's going. But really racing hard, so that was fun.
After that stop and hold for 30-second penalty, you made up quite a bit of time. What was that push like?
Well, I'm honestly wasn't driving that hard. I got very lucky with traffic, and I'm amazed at the tow you get when you get a couple of GT cars side by side. I couldn't believe the amount of time I was making up on the straightaways when those guys would run side by side and I'd get a good run out of the bus stop. So I think we have the best car. We just have to not make any mistakes and get to the end and not have any failures. Our car is really quick.
We talk about the enormity of this event. It really kicks off the sports car racing season, but you've won the Daytona 500 here as well. How does the atmosphere this weekend compare?
Well, it's different for sure. And I woke up this morning and I walked out and I told my bus driver, I'm like, I wish when we're here for the Daytona 500, it was this relaxed for me. You know, I got up, I went and worked out a little bit, ate breakfast, just kind of hung out. And when you're here for the Daytona 500, because that's our sport, it's very nerve-wracking, and there's just a lot of tension. But if any race that I could win, really, in your career, this is it right now, because I've already won the biggest race in stock car racing for us. You know, the Daytona 500, the Brickyard. So, man, to be able to win a race like this, road racing, because I'm very passionate about that, it would be really big for me.
Jamie McMurray clearly enjoying his time here at Rolex.
It's really funny hearing Jamie McMurray talk about Alan McNish, because Calvin and I were sitting here when that was going on, that little skirmish, and I said clearly he hasn't met the Terrier yet, you know, because he got the pass done, and here comes McNish with his dive bomb up the inside. I'm going, welcome to road racing. It's kind of neat.
I think it's a little bit like last year it was the Scottish Terrier and the American Pit Bull at Allmendinger. I think he's more a little golden retriever, but I think when he has to, he can get tough. And one thing that he's so soft-spoken and thoughtful and so forth, he's turned into one of the premier road races. You don't hear a lot about him heading into Sonoma and Watkins Glen, but he's really been a front runner, and I think his time here has really sharpened up his game for over there.
All the close-ups of the 44 Magnus Racing Porsche are to demonstrate that once again the splitter is broken off the front of that car. Andy Lally at the controls, currently shown 7th in class. Report is the team will try to fix it on their next pit stop, but for now Andy's out there to do the best he can.
You know, Porsche doesn't have a lot of weak links. One of them, however, is this spoiler and its attachment. We've seen it many times. It's pretty easy to knock that thing off, and once you've knocked it off, it keeps getting easier to knock the next one off. And unfortunately, it's crucial because of the rear engine. They have all the front downforce they can get.
There's the leader in class right now, Ferrari 458, Marco Frezza.
And this is kind of what Ganassi in the 01, McMurray says, I think we've got the best car. The 44 had appeared to be the best car. And this is the kind of stuff that can, you know, once you have that sort of, like you said, it's sort of the weak link. And the pace that you have to run, the curbing that you have to use, it's hard to get around that.
That's different from what we couldn't be on those curbs. You couldn't do that stuff to cars before, you know, and hope to finish this thing. But nowadays, they just slam on through.
Well, once someone does it and gets away with it and lasts, then everybody has to do it, and the game gets raised.
There's Ryan Dial in the 2 car. He's had a pretty fraught stint thus far. Got in the car, locked them all up, and straight lined the chicane, and then was brought through the pit lane for a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. And that's a problem that a lot of cars have had thus far in the Rolex 24.
Well, once again, we have a different procedure in place for pit lane speed. Before, it was just pretty simple. It was a radar gun, and you could only go to X amount of speed. But now there's loops in there, so you can cheat a little bit. But one time when you cheat, you get caught sometimes. You know, it's just a different system that the teams will have to get used to.
And I would argue the risk-reward of trying to game those lines in this situation is not worth it. When you're in a cup race and you come in with 40 cars nose to tail and they're all going to do 14-second pit stops, you can't leave that on the table. But here, you know, to have a drive-through penalty and lose a minute, that doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
By loops, Dorsey's referring to the electric sensors down the length of the pit lane. I believe there are 8 of them out there. The car passes over the loop, and it's basically a time-speed distance equation, and the math doesn't lie. If you're going too quickly, you'll get stopped. There's been some concern that the drivers aren't aware of where all those loops are, and thus they're miscalculating as they try to blast off pit lane. But your point is well taken, Tommy. Why risk it? Well, we understand we may see the 2-car in the pit shortly with a potential tire problem. Jamie Howe, add more?
Well, I just checked in with team owner Peter Barron, and he said Brian is complaining over the radio. They know that they have a flat spot on the right front tire, but they don't want to go down a lap. So they're actually going to make Brian just drive around on it. Once they get a full course caution, then they'll come in, but they're not going to go down a lap to get him a fresh tire.
Of course, a flat spot on the front tire is not a problem by itself. What happens, however, is if you start braking it above 80%, it gets to that flat stop and it stops again, and it scrubs some more rubber off, and sooner or later you do, in fact, have a blowout from that.
Yeah, look at Peter Barron working hard in his bed. Then he raised his hand. I think he's actually texting someone. He was honored with a Rolex watch as the team owner of the year at the Grand Marshal's dinner last night, and well earned. Star Works operation had a banner campaign last year. We'll be back with more from 24, the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Under the lights, live at Daytona International Speedway. Speed continues with its live coverage of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. And this is a battle for the lead in the GT class. The 63 is Marco Frezza trying to hold off the similar Ferrari 458 Italia of Mark Wilkins.
Wilkins gets top-end run on him, but he's being very conservative on his braking. He's not going to make a mistake this early in the deal. Mark's a really good driver. We've seen him in the Daytona prototype ranks, but now a pair of Ferrari 458s being passed on the top side by a prototype, and you can see the speed differential.
That's Mike Rockenfeller.
Wilkins was smart. He popped up there to get a draft off the faster car.
He pulled back down. It's another car coming up on him. Being very cognizant and courteous.
It's part of the responsibility of the GT cars. Yes, they have their own battle. Yep.
And that lets, you know, he let that happen pretty gentlemanly.
Hard to hold a battle like that when you've got faster cars overtaking you.
That's the ebb and flow. And, you know, tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, that would have not been that nice.
And that's the time to not be nice.
That's exactly. Time to go. Speaking of going, Juan Pablo Montoya holds fast lap of the race. He now has an 8.2-second gap over second place Ryan Hunter-Ray. Montoya set a lap at 141.327. And there's a look at the 66. TRG Porsche, one of 3 cars in a race for a man who regularly brings multiple car entries. 4-time winner of the Rolex 24 with his team, including overall in a car very much like that one back in 2003, Kevin Buckler. Let's hear from him.
Well, Kevin, you've got York Bergmeister really pushing hard now, but you're not in a podium position at the moment.
No, we were up on the lead lap just a little while ago. We had a little miscue in the pits. It's really tough. Both cars exactly at the same time. We had to try to get around one of our cars. Took a little extra time to fuel. York's running great right now. All 3 cars are out there doing good laps. Teams have been making some rocket pit stops, and I'll tell you one thing: this field is competitive. The last 2 years, it's been like nowhere on earth. I mean, these guys are all really, really good, and it's just a flat-out sprint race. And we're only, you know, less than 6 hours in the race right now, so.
Kevin, you're in transition period here because you're moving over to Aston Martin. You've got some very exciting plans. Just outline what you're doing.
Yeah, the program is, we're really excited. the program is massive and far-reaching for us. We've been working on it for almost a year. We're taking over all of the operational side and the competition side of Aston Martin Racing for the North American continent. Still running with Porsche here at the Rolex and also with some stuff at ALMS, but it's a really neat program. We're running everything from the track day cars and the GT4s all the way to the American Le Mans GTE class. And this is a transition year for us, really getting suited up for next year in 2014. You know, one of the coolest brands on the planet. And, you know, I'm so proud to be involved. What these guys are doing with the merger of the two series, powerful schedule, powerful management team. It's almost like it's a little moment in time, you know. Right now, sports car racing is hot. We're glad to be a little part of it.
It'd be great to have a British car out there. Now, you remember me. I'm in your promotional video for your wine, Adobe Road. I'm still waiting for that free case.
I'll never forget, I was walking out of the moment of my life, walking out of the podium at Le Mans, and you asked me about my new winery. I was caught off guard, but I think, hey, what a great promotion. So thank you very much, Anthony. It's coming, it's coming.
All right.
The wine is in the mail. Yet another wine enthusiast in the Grand Am Rolex paddock, Kevin Buckler.
I liked his lighted grill so you could see the debris that might be or might not be in there, or the crew guys could when they came in. That I hadn't seen that done before. Look at that. You know, that's what that's all about. He's got that lit up so that when a car comes in there, they can see any kind of debris that's sitting in there. That's pretty smart. Kevin's a sharp guy. He thinks a lot of stuff. And it looks cool, too.
Oh, nowhere to go. That's the 67 of Emmanuel Collard, 15th in class, sharing with Nick Janssen and Tracy Crone.
And it's just the names, Emmanuel Collard. I mean, in that 66 car, you've got Bergmeister, Farnbacher, and on and on and on. And he touched on it. He says, you know, we're racing for 13th place. And, I mean, people talk about the good old days of sports car racing. The good old days are right now, and it's only going to get better with the merger. You got the GT battle here with Ferrari, Audi, Porsche, Aston, and you're going to have everything that's raging over the ALMS GT series as well. It really is the best of the best right now.
That's right. Also in Collard's car with Tracy Crone and Nick Janssen is Romain Dumas.
Now, when you combine those next year, can you imagine the amount of the cars are going to be in GT?
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have a full field of cars on which some of these smaller tracks might have to qualify to get in the show.
Or run split shows. One DP category and one
well, I think they will have to do that.
Separate races, I mean.
Clearly the GT spec right now is exactly what the manufacturers want.
Once more up on the high banks. Still very early. Twice around the clock odyssey that is the Rolex 24 at Daytona. 13 hours of darkness, and we've only just started. Stay with us.
Endurance racing is no longer about handling a fragile car with a delicate touch. It is about taking a robust one and wringing every last drop of speed out of it. The driver waiting for his turn at the wheel anticipates an all-out effort for the duration of his stint. He is fresh, rested, he has eaten the right food. He will have changed into a clean suit, and doubtless he will have been watching the progress of the race here on Speed. Now is the time when the full burden of the team's hopes rests with him. The months of preparation have led him to this time and place, and now that it is up to him to carry the torch, does he shrink from this responsibility? No, he welcomes it.
It is a team race like no other. The Rolex 24 at Daytona. 3, 4, and sometimes 5 drivers in a car. And the way they work together is critical. As you can see, the party is fully underway out on the midway, and it will go deep into the night and into the early morning. Here's a tweet from James Hinchcliffe. What do you guys think? Try to crash the Speed commentary box? Well, he can only do it if he does his Kimi Räikkönen impersonation. Otherwise, we're going to lock the door. He does an awesome Kimi. And if you followed Formula 1 on Speed, you know exactly what we're talking about.
Well, and before Kimi Räikkönen, I think Kimi Räikkönen learned to not care from the original Honey Badger, Juan Montoya, and this is why Tim Keen wanted him in the car. He lowered the fast lap, Pruitt's fast lap, by a half a second. And we talked about the temperatures being optimal and so forth, but he is laying them down.
Described him at the top of the show as one of the most experienced drivers in the field. Yes, he's a NASCAR driver right now, but he is also a winner of the Grand Prix of Monza and several other races in Formula One, the Indianapolis 500-mile race. And who knows how many races at the lower development levels. Meantime, problems for the 90. Spirit of Daytona. Corvette prototype dragging. Is that exhaust or is that
I
suspension?
think it's a bracket. It looks like some sort of a bracket. Might have cracked at a weld or something, and it's dragging along. It could be the exhaust, and it could be the exhaust bracket.
It's been dragging a while, so whatever is rubbing is getting thinner and thinner and thinner.
Won't be there much longer.
You can see the heat. You can see the glow off the headers. We saw it in the back of the Starworks car. You can see it there. That's all over Gavin. I mean, the names, the big names, no matter what graphic pops up, it's another huge name, isn't it?
I was going to talk about this earlier, and Tommy, you've done it too. You know, you get almost complacent. You're so comfortable in the car, you're going along, and you come up behind the car like that, and you can see, you're looking underneath there, you can see those headers all red, you can see that sparking, and you almost get hypnotized. You know, you forget that you're going along at 195 miles an hour, and you're just like going, how cool is that? Look at that exhaust.
The one thing that used to be really something was when they had the turbos that would just light up and then they disappear and you're left with a big old flash star burned into your retinas.
It was pure white too, and it would burn your retinas. We're hearing that that is in fact the exhaust bracket on the lower side that's grinding itself away.
I would imagine the teams are seeing the same pictures you are at home, so they know that they've got a problem. And I think he has made a pit stop since we first saw that phenomenon a while back. So
surprisingly, these Chevy engines, they did this. It was the Gainsco team that did it first. They on the dyno from Richard Childress Racing, they were playing with exhaust systems, and these exhaust header pipes aren't that big. But take a look at the exhaust out pipe on that, and they're up to 5 inches. Like 5-inch exhaust is like monster. That's what I have on my boat. So I know it's hard to get pieces for it. But I mean, somehow that they found out on the dyno and by running the car that big megaphone exhaust really helped the mid-range of this engine produce power.
And the Spirit of Daytona car is I mean, for me, it's sort of a sentimental favorite. It really is a family-run team, the Fliss team. Troy Fliss, who is from Daytona Beach. His father's the machinist that makes a lot of the parts. He says he's a machinist by trade. And he says he just works on pieces, trying to get the weight out of the car. They learned a lot from last year. The new generation cars were untested. They had some trouble. But, you know, Chevy has really come. All those guys are factory shoes. Westbrook, Gavin, Garcia. And I talked to Gary Pratt today. He says, you know, the Spirit of the Daytona team, we offer help to everyone. They're the ones that seem to be the most receptive to it.
And Troy and I were talking about that weight reduction program you're talking about. And people don't realize how expensive that is. To get 25 pounds of weight out of the back of a car means you have to go in and look at things that aren't stressed that you can take weight out of. And then you either have to make them out of something lighter, something composite, something carbon fiber, whatever. But it's darn expensive.
Well, you're trying to get weight out of something that you already tried to make as light as you could. Yeah, exactly. So it comes in little shavings.
A radio transmission from Ollie Gavin there. Tell you what, let's take a ride with Ollie. Turn up the volume. Enjoy the sounds of a Corvette Daytona prototype. Big fun. Now let's find out more about that sparking underneath the car. Chris Neville.
Yeah, Bob, it was Troy Fliss's team that broke through, got their first Daytona prototype win last year at Barber Motorsports Park in Troy. Right now, we've been watching the 90 car on the racetrack. Looks like maybe a broken exhaust bracket or something like that. What's going on with the car?
Yeah, no, it just was an exhaust bracket. We went wide in some traffic at the bus stop, and bent a bracket down on the exhaust. So I don't think it's anything major. I think we'll keep going. If we get some time under yellow, we'll look and maybe make a change on it or something. But so far, the Chevy Visit Florida car is doing great out there. So we're really proud of the team, and we're just going to try to stay on the lead lap here until morning.
Now, trying to get that car fixed, take a look at what you've got there. What can develop further if you guys don't address that issue?
We're a little bit nervous that the primaries and the exhaust, if we don't hold it back there, that the vibrations over the next 12 hours can break something. So that's why we're trying to tie it up so it doesn't move so much.
I just looked at Twitter, and Ricky Taylor, when he got out of the car, he said the car's a bit of a handful. Are you guys dealing with a car that isn't handling that well?
Yeah, to be here and you know how the Chevrolets run at the Daytona racetrack, it's not the greatest one for us right here, right now. So we're working really hard on the aero package to keep our top speed up because there's so much time to be gained around here. And I think we just need to work our tires harder than the other guys, so we have to manage everything really hard.
Well, we've got a lot of time to go.
That we do. You heard Troy Fliss say they just hope to stay on the lead lap until morning. Morning may sound like a long time away, but when the sun comes up, keep in mind there will be probably 8.5 hours still remaining in this race. Battle for second in GT as the brake discs glow through the chicane. Marco Frezza, who lost the lead to Mark Wilkins in a battle of Ferraris. And now Frezza has fallen over 5 seconds behind Wilkins. And he's fallen into the clutches of Damian Faulkner.
You want to talk, I mean, we haven't even talked about this car. And coming into this was probably one of my favorite Porsches. You've got Jeroen Bleekmolen, who just won the Dubai 24 Hours. A lot of people think he's the fastest Porsche driver on the planet. You've got Faulkner, which some people think is the fastest Porsche driver on the planet. You've got factory Porsche driver Marco Holzer and current ALMS GTC champion Cooper McNeil. And so, oh, look at that. Oh, man. Trip.
Off in the horseshoe goes, oh, man, the 80 car.
Did a good job of collateral damage, if you will.
My goodness, trouble. My car number in this year's Rolex 24 is 80.
He got out there and he at least didn't do anything overly stupid to make it worse. He just rode the outside and got it back on track.
To Chris Neville.
Well, Bob, we can see the 10 car pulling away down here. Ryan Hunter-Reay just handed off to Max Angelelli. They added some oil and water to that car besides the normal service of 4 Continental tires and Sunoco fuel. And just behind me, watching the 57 car, this car just about an hour and a half ago was 4th place in GT. However, right now we can see the hood up on this car. I initially saw some of the crew members kind of shaking the wheels back and forth, so I thought it was potentially maybe a suspension problem with this car. But obviously this team, things not going their way. They were running nice and strong early on. Mike Johnson was telling me that all they were doing was going through the motions, just trying to stay with the lead lap cars in GT. They were running well, but now big problems. But Mike Johnson right now also inside the car trying to deal with some stuff on the dashboard. Otherwise, we would try and get a word with Mike. But big problems for the Stevenson Camaro.
Yet another very strong driver team. Robin Liddell, John Edwards, Jan Magnussen, and Tom Milner. While the crew continues to struggle with the only Chevy Camaro in the field, we'll take a break and return with more housekeeping going on in the Ferrari pits. And that kind of concentration will take its toll over 24 hours. Welcome back to our live speed coverage of the Rolex 24. Calvin Fish joins us now, along with Dorsey Schrader, Chris Neville, and Matt Yoakum have taken over down in the pit lane. I mentioned at the top of the show that there are a lot of teams and drivers in this race each year for whom just getting here and perhaps qualifying well or just getting through the 24 hours is a bit of a victory. They are drivers who do not race as often as the pros do, and that's, oh boy, now we've got a real problem with the 90. Troy Fliss told us he thought the bracket that was dragging under that Corvette Daytona prototype was not causing a problem. I think it is now.
Well, like Tommy said, it's going to keep getting thinner until it breaks. It's broken.
And I think the officials will probably not let it go on much longer. They've They want to give these guys a chance. They don't want to ruin their race, but by the same token, if something breaks, someone can run over it, cause a flat tire, cause an accident. So safety is really #1 at this point. I mean, they've got a lot of time to recover. Let's not do anything silly.
Back to my point about other drivers, the levels of experience and ability in this race are wider than you will find in any professional race on the planet. And that can have an effect on the race. It has time and time again over the years. That's what the drivers are talking about when they're involved in traffic. Now let's get down to Chris Neville.
Yeah, Ryan Hunter-Reay still wiping the sweat off after he got out of the 10 car. And Ryan, you had a chance to run with Juan Pablo Montoya, but you were on a little bit older tires. Were you able to gauge what you had?
Yeah, like you said, we were on a little bit older tires at the time, and they had to get their tires warm, and then they started coming. So I think right now we're about P2 or 3 in the big picture. The Ganassi cars are a bit in a class of their own at the moment, not only mechanically in the infield, but on the straights as well. So, you know, we just have to bide our time. Anything happens in this race, we know that for sure. So the car's pretty good. As long as you're polite with it and you don't ask too much of it at once, it's pretty good. So we're just going to continue doing what we're doing. We have good Chevy power, and we'll look to be there in the end.
You guys are also off sequence in pit stops compared to pretty much the rest of the field. Any idea why you guys pulled that strategy?
Well, we had about 3/4 of a tank or more on that one yellow, and we just decided not to come in at that time. I'm not sure why. I didn't ask why. Just so early in the race, it doesn't really matter at the moment. So had a lot of fun out there, and I have to do a Scott Pruitt real quick. Hi to my family at home. Hi to my wife Becky and my new son Ryden. So he's watching his first Daytona 24. Hopefully he'll make him proud.
Well, go get some rest.
All right, thanks.
We've been teasing Scott Pruitt about his hi to his family at home for a long, long time.
He's got to do the Scooter McGavin.
Yeah, he hasn't done that yet. That really gets to me.
Turn the motor off. Turn the motor off.
Bunch of these cars are cycling through their pit stops. You saw the leader, Mark Wilkins, bring the GT lead car number 69 in a couple of laps ago. Now we see the WeatherTech Porsche, and the DP cars are going to be coming in here soon. Montoya's got 26 laps on the board, so he's within a lap or so of making a pit stop.
Pulling the rear deck lid off of the 90, I hear. You wouldn't think that for something underneath, but maybe you have to access it that way.
Yeah, go down from above. And it is hot in there.
Oh, buddy. See anything down there, Chris?
Yeah, Calvin, you can see that they've pulled the rear deck lid. Right now, the crew members are trying to shake the exhaust on both sides of the car. But, you know, you got to think those exhaust points, those exhaust pipes, they've got to be well over 1,000 degrees, and you can see it in the crew members' face when they were grabbing hold of them, trying to shake them and see what was loose on there. Lots of pain as they were grabbing those exhaust pipes, and I really didn't see them fix anything, so it's going to be interesting to see what they get back out on track and something still is dragging.
One thing that happened just about 12 minutes ago is we hit the 6-hour mark in this race. Why is that significant? Well, points were awarded in this North American Endurance Championship every 6 hours throughout the course of this 24-hour race. And at that point, the 01 was leading from the 10, the 9, the 99, and the 2. So they'll get bonus points. In the GT, it was the 69, and the 63, the 23, the 24, and 59. And that'll be significant come Indy at the end of round 3, Dorsey. That was a great asset and sort of like a real boost to the championship mid-year last year. A lot to talk about.
Watch Alec Job's car here while it was on pit lane. There's a bag of ice that he's put next to the right rear.
Yeah.
That car just in for...
not sure if they intended to top up the driver cool box or something.
That would be my guess, yeah.
Just in case.
That's probably what they were doing, is replenishing the cool suit, the cool box inside there.
And then it fell off the pit wall. So now here is the sister car for the Alex Job team, the 24 in WeatherTech colors. There you see the driver lineup.
Bob Malka joining the 3 factory Audi drivers in that ride. Had a good stint there, running up in the top 3. And that Marcus Ambrose may now be behind the wheel of this 60 machine, seeing his first laps of the race. Did a great job of the test. They brought him in just in case Oz wasn't ready, and he fitted it immediately. As we said, Montoya was due for fuel. Looks like he's going to double stint tires there.
Look how calm that looked. I mean, no problem at all. They're blowing out the radiators, they're putting fuel in. They looked at the tires, but nothing to it.
We're officially 200 laps into this 24-hour race. And our GT pole sitter.
Oh, look at the right front.
Another problem for the 32 car.
You have to wonder whether this busted up bodywork is just cutting down these tires at times.
You got to think it is with all the sparks there. You know that's metal's going to get up in that tire sooner or later, as sticky as those things are.
Montoya is so impressive in that stint. A couple of laps he did there, 140-1.3s, consecutive laps. Here we see him up on the bank.
Oh yeah, tire just went down right there. You see that was shrapnel.
Right front. And of course he does its damage.
He's lucky he was out of turn 2 and onto the flat when that broke, because I mean another 100 yards back he'd have been up in the fence.
This is where you need a little bit of luck in one of these events. Someone has a problem, cuts down the tire, busts some bodywork up, you run over it, can be a game changer.
And Candy, the pole sitter, we thought this car was going to be a big factor, but it's really had nothing but trouble.
Joey hand in the center of the Ganassi car. We talked about Montoya on a 141.3. Joey just ran a 141.6, so starting to find some pace.
We saw that when a crew member leaned over the wall to push the tire out to the tire changer. By rule, everybody who, if you're not to be considered as going over the wall, both of your feet have to be on the ground. If he puts a foot up on the wall to help leverage that tire out into the pit lane, he's considered a man over the wall, and the team is due for a penalty.
So you'd be a good guy for that.
Right.
No, I wouldn't.
All I need is
Calvin, you on the other hand.
Could hurt myself.
Need a little more upper body strength.
Interesting to see how this comparison is. Remember, Montoya's double stinting. Joey's just got another fresh set of Continental tires. We'll have to look at the lap times through the course of this stint so that we see whether JPM's times deteriorate too much.
I tell you what, Joey Hand did a great job in his first stint in that car. Best lap of 141.5. It's pretty much topped only by Montoya in the sister car with a 141.3. And Hand has that 02 car all the way up toward the front. Welcome back to Speed's exclusive live coverage of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. I'm Bob Varsha with Calvin Fish, Dorsey Schrader, down in the pit lane, Chris Neville, and Matt Yoakum. Yellow headlights mean GT cars, white headlights mean Daytona prototypes, and that Daytona prototype is another from the Legion of the Damned. They just have nothing but woe on the number 43 car for Team Salem.
Tommy Dreesy behind the wheel right now, and he's got into it. Here we see him trying to go around the outside of the WeatherTech Porsche. That was nice and clean, but just got in there way too. That's coming back up onto the banking, I believe, off the infield, and he's gotten there a little bit too deep. Punched the front pretty good.
Now he's in a really bad spot. He's down on the apron. That part's okay. But the fact that he's not moving any longer, and you can see he's busted the radiator, all the radiator fluid running down there, and it's overheating. I would have chosen to just keep going to get it back to the pits, because it's not going to do him any good sitting there. It might bring out a full course caution. We've seen it. We've seen one time before in this race where that didn't bring out a full course caution, when the 00 Mazda was parked down in the apron for quite a while.
It's kind of weird, this spot in the race. If we did see a full caution period, there's only one car out there right now amongst the top 30-40 cars that has done more than 10 laps, and that's the number 10 machine. So we may not see too much activity on pit lane if it does go full course. Brought in Bruno Junqueira with him, who he's shared driving chores with in the American Le Mans Series in recent races, and got a lot of respect for Bruno Junqueira. A lot of speed, as we've seen in the Champ Car years. Just a front runner and gone through a bit of a dry patch with his career, but certainly deserves a great shot in sports car racing. Still really, really fast.
It's kind of hard to tell on that onboard because the camera was moving what exactly did happen there. It's a strange place to crash, though, and I agree with you. I do believe it's coming back onto the banking on the back part over there, but can't say.
See Montoya trying to put some GT traffic out of the way, but when they're running side by side, sometimes you just got to wait. Even Montoya has to be careful at times.
Let's try another look at the 43 going around and see if we could figure out what happened.
It's a little deceptive because the camera's moving right here.
Yeah.
See if he gets back over to the right-hand side of the road.
Turns into turn 6. He just never makes the corner.
No, he just carries a lot of speed and just rides wide all the way through. Haven't seen any fluid down other than his after the crash.
Well, let's go pick up the story of the 57 Stevenson Camaro in the garage area. Chris Neville.
Yeah, Bob, the car's been down here for a while since we saw it on pit lane just a bit ago when the team had the hood up and trying to figure out what was going on. Initially, the problem was John Edwards behind the wheel, and he didn't have radio communication. So when he came in, he was having a difficult time telling the team what exactly was wrong with the car. But it seems that they cut a brake line, and so they lost the brakes on the car. They brought it back here, so they're fixing that brake line, also doing a brake change. But I'm also noticing that we've got the crew and also Mike Johnson at the back of the car taking a look at what might be a gearbox differential. What's going on at the back of the car? We know about the brake issue. What are you checking out back here?
Man, we just got everything going wrong right now. Burnt brake line, and Jan was having trouble with that, so we're fixing that, and now we're seeing a slow fuel leak drip at the back of the cell. Seems to be pretty small, but I don't think it's not a safety concern or anything, but the last run that we did, we ran out of fuel very early. We've been having a lot of trouble with fuel delivery, so I don't know what we do at this point. We're still trying to come up with a plan.
Well, obviously, this day is not going well for the Stevenson group. Matt?
And running in the 11th position is Dane Cameron, catching up with Katie Crawford. You told me every stint on the racetrack is a learning session. What have you learned at this juncture of the race with the car?
I've learned that I need brake pads that last longer. I've learned I need to learn something about the car in the heat. We just haven't run it in the heat. I mean, it has definitely changed. Just things about the maintenance that you need for a 24. Just, you know, this is the longest we've ever run this car. So I just can't wait till next year.
You told me you couldn't wait for this race going, but you always felt like with a new piece, it was going to be a learning experience, but you were going to have a hard time sleeping the night before.
Definitely. You start to worry about all the things that you haven't thought of. There's a few things that I saw that I hadn't thought of. I've learned things already for next year, but for a sprint race, I feel better. You know, we ran pretty well in the beginning. We had a little bit of trouble in traffic. I still don't know enough about this car. I need to test some more. But I think for our first showing, you know, if we can just keep going, just really want to keep going and keep learning how the car changes as it runs in the heat, the cold, the tires as we run them. You know, we've run stint and a half on a set of tires, which is pretty good, so trying.
All right, thank you. They're running in the 11th position. Simon Pagino standing by to get in the car in the next stint.
We have our third full course caution here at the Rolex 24. And by the way, Katie Crawford is a great role model for young girls who'd like to get involved in racing. Engineering the 42 car. We'll be back. Back at the Rolex 24 at Daytona under our third full course caution of the race. The pits are closed. Let's take this opportunity to run down the order as it currently stands. Leading all the way, Juan Pablo Montoya in the 01, followed by Max Angelelli and Mike Rockenfeller. Look at the next 10. Shows the last two of the Daytona prototypes. Marcus Ambrose now into the 60 car from Michael Shank Racing. That is the defending champion machine from this race last year. And then the first of our GT, the Ferrari of Alessandro Balzan. A lot of great names there. Bergmeister, Raginger, Scott Sharp, Patrick Long, Romain Dumas, Michael Waltrip. More GT cars. 36 GT machines started the race. 17 Daytona prototypes. A few DPs scattered back in the field. And the final runners. 51st place Tommy Dreese, who just hit the tire wall, bringing out this full course caution. Joining us in the booth right now is Bruce Knox, Executive Vice President of Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. where the Grand Am Rolex Series and the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge will race the first weekend in March. Bruce, thanks for taking the time to come chat with us.
Good evening, Bob. Always good to see you. Last time I saw you, Barry Jackson, you were selling the Batmobile for $4.2 million.
That's right. We've got an open pit lane right now. Bruce, obviously the first race you ran at the new Circuit of the Americas was the United States Grand Prix, which was an overwhelming success. Going to be kind of a tough act to follow, isn't it, when the Grand Am rolls into town?
It's going to be a tough act, but the city of Austin, the state of Texas, everyone came together to really put forth a great effort, and we had a great Grand Prix, as reported by the teams, the drivers, the sponsors, Formula One itself. So we look forward to hosting the Grand Am of the Americas, March 1st and 2nd at Austin, Texas.
Bruce, the Grand Am teams had a chance to test there at the end of last year. Everyone had glowing reviews for the circuit. But you got a busy schedule. You got a lot of sports car racing there coming up this year.
Absolutely. Grand Am, we have MotoGP coming up in April, V8 supercars in May, and then America Le Mans with the World Endurance Championship in September. Walking through the garages today, everyone's asking, how do we get on the track? What's your schedule look like? So we're excited. I think Grand Am of the Americas, presented by Gamesco and Total, will be a phenomenal event. And looking at Daytona, looking at Sebring, looking at Le Mans, our goal is to really elevate and have Circuit of the Americas be one of the stops in the sports car world.
I know those S's got everyone's attention there. The GT car's not like an F1 car with downforce. That was a handful through there, they said. Let's get down to the pits and Chris with the Ganassi team.
Yeah, Calvin, during this long caution here, the Ganassi guys, they're going to take advantage of doing one of their brake changes. Typically in this race, they're going to do 2 front changes, 1 rear change. They're going to do all 4 corners on the 01 and the 02. And this team, unlike a lot of other teams, they change the entire corner. The rotors, the caliper, the brake pads, all in one piece. They've got a quick disconnect line on there. All they have to do is loosen 2 upright bolts that hold the entire piece together, and then they can put a whole new system on, about $2,000 a corner. And the nice thing about that is those new calipers going on have fresh seals. They can also add about 500 cc's of brake fluid to each corner as they do that, and that new brake fluid and those new seals give the driver a lot of good feedback in that brake pedal. Nice stiff brake pedal, something that they can really feel like they can go out and fight with when this race comes down to the finish tomorrow. We'll probably see another brake change, I'm assuming sometime in the early morning hours, but this team, the 01 car was first one in here. I think we're about just a little bit past a minute right now on this brake change. I watched them twice this week, and they did them in about a minute 15, and this team right now finishing up the rears, just getting these upright bolts in, and probably going to get this one done in about a minute 30. And the 02 car, they're already getting the wheels back on that car, so the 02 car looks like it's going to be the 01 out.
There's that long reach to get the tire out to the car while keeping both feet on the ground on the opposite side of the pit wall. And you notice that both of the right side brake changes were done at almost the exact same instant. This group is well drilled. Cars will soon be on their way. Our guest is Bruce Knox, EVP at Circuit of the Americas. Bruce, I know the track was built to be a multi-purpose facility, and you hosted your first big concert, if I'm not mistaken.
We have the first big concert coming up, actually, April 5th. Kenny Chesney, so good country music in the heart of Texas. We're excited about that. We have a deal with Live Nation, and they're going to promote some major acts going through. So again, motorsports, entertainment, and business with our event center. We're looking at really using the facility about 360 days a year.
How are Bobby Epstein and Red McCombs feeling about the facility now that they've got an event under their belts?
That we're feeling really good about it. Everyone kind of knew what was going on because they could read about it in the press every day, so it was not easy, but we all worked hard. We worked together, and under the guidance of Bobby and Red, we got it done, and it was a great success.
I think Calvin is going to try to contact one of the drivers on track. Let's hear from the cockpit.
Yeah, whilst we're under yellow here, going to see if we can contact Ollie Gavin in the number 90. Ollie, it's Calvin Fish in the speed booth. Do you copy, mate?
Yes, mate, I do. Yes, I do.
Car seems to be running strong. Yeah, that little problem with the bracket that seemed to be broken and scraping along the ground. Did that affect the handling at all, or is the car pretty good right now?
The car's not bad. I mean, we seem to be having a bit of a traction issue, and we are just a little bit down maybe on top speed to the BMW. But I think that we're in with a fighting chance. I mean, everybody in the Spirit Daytona team and the Team Chevy are pulling and pushing as hard as they can to try and get us back up into the lead lap. But it is a battle, certainly with all the traffic and everything else that's out here at the moment. People going off, dragging dirt on, and the other sort of inevitable hazards of driving at night around Daytona.
Certainly you're coming off a great year, mate, winning another ALMS championship and with some familiar friends in the squad here today. Tell us about Westy. How nervous has he been with his wife expecting back home in England?
He's actually been pretty good. For a man that's expecting his first baby, I expected him to be a little bit more like a cat on the hot tin roof, but he's pretty much kept it in check, and he's been pretty cool about the whole thing. He has been checking his phone very regularly. We're not sure whether that's the messages from his wife or whether that's just seeing who's tagged him on Facebook or Twitter.
All right, mate. Well, great to chat. Go get him.
Thanks, mate. Will do.
Richard Westbrook. I think he's been pranked this weekend, probably more than he wants, about the arrival of his first child, which we understand could happen at any moment. More pit stop action as the GTs hit the pit lane now. Here is a brace of Ferrari.
63 cars run strongly in the first battle with the A Motorsport number 69. They currently hold the lead as they hit pit lane. Alessandro Balzano has really become one of the leading lights in the Ferrari squad, just doing great things with this car. Sat on the pole last year at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, and we expect to see a lot more of this squad this year.
Well, Bruce, I hope you and all the folks at Circuit of the Americas like us at Speed, because you're going to be seeing a lot of us between Grand Am and MotoGP and V8 supercars and on and on and on.
We like you a lot. You do a phenomenal job, and again, we look forward to Circuit of the Americas being one of the top stops in sports car racing.
What can fans do to get tickets?
CircuitoftheAmericas.com. Go to CircuitoftheAmericas.com. Grand Am tickets for a 2-day ticket, $59. A great value from an entertainment standpoint. And if you're looking for the VIP experience, we have a VIP experience for $549. Getting back to that $59 ticket, grandstand option, the famous turn 1 with the elevation change, and turn 15. So really, from an entertainment value, quite the bargain. And we look very forward to promoting Grand Am.
Great. That's Bruce Knox, Executive Vice President at Circuit of the Americas. Grand Am will be there the first weekend in March. Get your tickets now. And we'll be back to the Rolex 24 at Daytona after this. They are rocking it down in the sprint fan zone at Daytona International Speedway as we are still under our third full course caution and pit stops continue. Right now, it's our pleasure to welcome a special guest to our announce booth, 2007 Formula One World Champion, Kimi Räikkönen. Kimi, welcome to Florida.
Yes, thank you very much. It's great to be here.
Well, it's good to have you. Now, we know you're a great fan of motorsports and of participating in all forms of motorsports. You've done the NASCAR thing. You've done the rallying thing. You've run a race or two in Formula One. What do you think of the Grand Am Rolex Series? You think this is maybe where a guy with your skills would fit right in?
I'm not quite sure the way fighting into sports cars. It is a difficult thing for me to understand how to share a car with another driver. I don't really understand how that works.
There's lots of beer out there in the infield, Kimi, but did you find any vodka this week?
I may have found a place or two to find some vodka, yes.
Okay, we can't do this anymore with a straight face. Of course, this is James Hinchcliffe doing his spot-on impersonation of one Kempster.
Was Kimi here? Did I miss him?
Yeah, well, actually,
I thought I saw a guy, blonde-haired guy walking out.
Right.
I always miss him.
Well, that was Bruce Knox from Circuit of the Americas. You having fun here? I know you wanted to drive, and that wasn't possible. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation, but right off the bat, I got to say, huge credit to everybody at Mazda and at Speed Source. We came here, brand new project with the Speed 6 and the Sky Active Diesel, and this is a team that's used to winning. They're used to preparing at the highest level, and trust me, they did that despite what happened today, because it's such a new project. It's a new technology with the diesel, and these guys have been absolutely working their tails off the last couple months to get these cars on the grid. And I think before the green flag, the most any of them had run was 8 consecutive laps. So to make it even as far as we did, I think is a big step forward. That car's going to improve. So again, everything that Mazda did, the Speed Source guys, Visit Florida, all 3 cars, it was a huge effort. And unfortunately, we didn't make it quite as far as we wanted, but it's step 1 in a long process. And I think maybe, a different direction, maybe the future of the sport in a way.
James, last year you were here with the Mazda RX-8, the rotary screamer. This year you were here with the diesel. Did you just leave your earplugs out?
I mean, you really didn't need them. It's funny, you know, we've come from running the RX-8, which is pretty much the loudest machine made by man
on the planet.
Yeah, pound for pound, it's pretty much as loud as it gets. To this diesel, which is as quiet as you can get, and it's a very different experience driving it. You know, you've heard this before. You've seen what some of the diesel engines have done in sports cars and prototype cars and other series and things. And one of the things that drivers say is the first time you drive it, you got to rely so much on the dash for shifting because you cannot hear the engine, especially when you're up in 100+ miles an hour up here in the bank in Daytona.
I heard a rumor that Hinchtown might be making an appearance down there at the fan zone. We were just looking at that a little bit ago. Any truth to that?
It's very possible. It's very possible. I have a bit of time on my hands now. My normal job has taken a bit of a back seat. So, you know, I was a fan of racing long before I was a racing driver, and it's kind of cool, actually, in a way, to be here and get a chance to experience a little bit of the fan side of this race.
And certainly your career is on the upswing. You've come through the single-seater ranks. You've got a great ride with Andretti Autosport. But sports car racing, do you expect it to run in parallel with your single-seater career, or is it something you look to further down the road?
It's very much something I'd like to do in parallel. You know, you see a lot of guys come to races like this, races like Sebring, if they can squeeze into Petit Le Mans, things like that. And I'm a big believer that you should drive anything, anytime you can. And, you know, I envy the days of guys when, you know, Mario Andretti and AJ Foyt had different kinds of cars every weekend. And so it's something I actively try and do for sure.
Do you have time to stay with us for another segment?
Absolutely.
Okay, we're going to take a break and return. The green flag is coming. Here we have a lot of time remaining. 24 at Daytona. I don't know where to look. We are back live. Safety car is off. The flag stand goes green, and we are racing. Watch the scramble down into turn 1. Ryan Dial leads Max Angelelli, Juan Pablo Montoya up to third. John Fogerty, Mike Rockenfeller, and Gustavo Yakiman.
Wow, that was pretty wild. Looked like the 0-2 didn't get a great restart again. I wonder if that rev limiter thing is still kicking in. Remember, Dixon had a problem at the initial start, so boys still have some work to do to figure that one out, maybe.
Oh, a little bumping right there. 99 gets into 6. Or vice versa. Depends on who car you're in.
Ryan Dial really had a coming out party here a few years ago for the Starworks team when he went head-to-head with Juan Pablo Montoya. Really made the world sit up and notice his abilities, and then of course he came back and eventually won the race with the Action Express team. And what a year he had last year. 21 podiums out of 27 sports car races around the world. Just a season to remember, certainly, and he wants to go one better, finishing runner-up in the championship. He wants to win it this year.
Up onto the banking. Down onto the 3,000-foot super stretch.
Looks like those guys got away with the side-to-side slap. You got to watch out for tires being cut when you do that. These cars have a tendency to really get a deflated tire.
And now we have word the 02 car for Joey Hand is going to do a drive-through for too much speed in the pit lane. It happened again.
Pretty crazy that these guys, some of the most experienced drivers in the business, are having this happen. Montoya had it happen when he first went out on his very initial stint. Now Joey suffers the same consequences right here. And this costs you about 65 seconds.
Calvin, you brought it up before. It's
Excuse me, 35. It's not a stop and hold, so it's just a drive down pit lane. It's about a 35-second delta.
Is the reward worth the, the penalty? It's not, of course.
If they're trying to cheat this timing line deal where it's like an average speed within each segment, it's just not worth it to lose 35 seconds for possibly gaining a couple of tenths. So if that's the game they're playing, then I don't get it.
Now let's check the restart for a collision between Pedro Lamy and
that's not over with yet. They're going to push you off the road for that.
Leaning on Marcos Ambrose. Wow.
I don't think you want to rough up Marcos Ambrose.
No, I
think he's a tough boy. He's going to come back at you.
But keep in mind, 3 is 47 laps behind the leader.
Yeah, that's why he did that too. Because if you were really in the game, you wouldn't do something.
Nick Lange behind the wheel now of the AIM car. They didn't make a pit stop. Some of the others did. So his tires aren't going to be as fresh. And sometimes when you stay out on what are essentially warm tires, you can get a little bit of pickup as well you got to deal with on these opening laps when you go back to green.
Quickly to the pit lane and Matt Yoakum.
And catching up with the Michael Shanks Racing number 60. They've gotten 2 of their laps back. And AJ, when they made the repairs and you got back out with the 60 car, did it feel the same or did the car feel different to you?
It was close to the same. Everybody at Michael Shanks Racing, they did a great job. Just one of those things that happen. Have a tie rod break early in the race. Now, no fault of anybody's, but the steering is cockeyed about, I don't know, 10 to 15 degrees to the left, but they did a good job. They eyeballed it. Car's pretty good. You know, if we get a long yellow, we could try to fix it, but right now we're just fighting hard. We're gonna never give up, keep fighting. So got a long race to go.
5 laps still down. You just changed brake pads. And by the way, good news for you, they now have a new left side mirror.
That is true. That as I went knocking off signboards and everything, mirror came off, which you never really think is that important until you start having to pass people on the inside on the left. So we're getting it fixed, man. These guys never give up. They fight hard. I love this race team. I love Mike Shank. He's into it. His hair's still looking good, so we got a long time to go. We're gonna have some fun. We'll get back and win this thing.
And AJ, Bob is hashtagging on Twitter, never give up, in case he forgets, because he is a race car driver, so sometimes he might, forget a little bit. He also has it tattooed on his shoulder, never give up.
Yeah, I don't want to ask. Matt found that.
He actually offered that up on his own.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, come on, are you
Stick
kidding?
with that story. Stick with it. James Hinchcliffe, IZOD IndyCar driver, is still with us. James, how much racing have you done? Sharing a car with a roof over your head, driving at night, and so on?
Not a whole lot, if I'm honest. I did the Rolex 24 with the Speed Source guys in the RX-8 last year. And before that, I had done the July race here in a Daytona prototype with AIM Autosport. It was our first ever race actually in Grand Am, driving with Mark Wilkins. And before that, I did it was actually an ST race in Grand Am with Speed Source and RX-8 back in 2005. So it's not much experience, and it was spread over a pretty long period of time.
This battle up front is heating up. Dorsey Montoya wants the lead in the biggest way. He got a run on DL, went to the outside, was trying to do one of his classic around the outside down in turn 1. DL was having none of that. And Angelelli is there as well. This could get ugly in a moment.
Yeah, I think that woke up Angelelli, because when he saw that happen, he said, okay, I'm going to get up here tighter in case something happens, I can get through.
I believe it was 2008 when these guys had a tremendous battle. Ryan DL in the Star Works entry, and Juan Pablo, of course, driving for Ganassi that year as well. See how they stack up here. This is like a dyno test right here on these high banks.
That's exactly what I was about to say, too. I want to see who can pull the top end here.
Ganassi always likes to run these cars here at Daytona super trimmed out. There's some minimums that you have to run now with these DP chassis, whether it's a Riley or the Corvette body. But even so, they try and minimize that. Gives you a little bit of fuel efficiency. And they know that to win this race, you've got to have straightaway speed.
Yeah, Calvin, you're talking about them running trimmed out here during that caution. Juan Pablo Montoya and Tim Keen talking on the radio back and forth about his thoughts on the car, and that's exactly what he was telling Tim. He said that he was thinking tomorrow they might need to add a bit of downforce, because right now in traffic he's had the cars a little bit too trimmed out. Also thought the brake package, it was a little bit too hard of brakes. He wanted something to give you a little bit more aggressive. You see Montoya right now going around the outside of DL. So already talking about potentially having to make some changes to that car to be a little bit more racy tomorrow. And as this battle going back and forth, Tim Keen on the radio reminding Juan, hey, we've got 17 hours to go. Be patient.
Yeah, but Juan's doing what he likes to do best, go wheel to wheel.
This is exactly what Brian Till and I spoke to Timmy Keen about the other day. We said, you put Juan Pablo Montoya in the championship car. What do you think? And he said, I can handle Juan. You just got to talk to him. But when he gets there in a battle like this, I wonder if he just turns that radio down.
He probably just unplugs it.
Yeah. Dorsey and I have been out of the saddle for a long time here, so it's easy for us to sit here and watch this. But for you, is it tough to be here watching this stuff going on?
It's gutting, man. You know, it's this race is so much fun, and like I said, I had the chance to do it for the first time last year with the Speed Source crew, and especially when you do it with a good group of guys. You know, Sylvain Tremblay, Jonathan Bommarito. What's been dubbed is, if you follow either one of us on Twitter, you know that Marino Franchitti is basically my stepbrother, the way the two of us get along. But it's been great. Oh, action here.
Around goes the long 69.
Bad spot to be stuck, too, right there. Easy to get tagged there.
I wonder if he got turned.
Yeah, you do have to win it because it doesn't make any mistakes. Nick's pretty solid.
Now. Spotter gives him the okay.
Don't see any damage on the car at the rear.
Gotta be careful when the tires are hot like that. You don't want to burn down the clutch or anything too crazy.
Oh, yeah, he did get help.
Turned by
Brumo's
59.
portion. Got him
Andrew
inside
Davis. Pretty late in the corner.
Yeah, it was, yeah. I thought he'd slowed because he had seen Davis coming up the inside. Watching all of this contact, James, what do the guys who run your day job think of you coming out to do something like this?
Well, luckily they love it. There's one thing I'm allowed to do. It's get into anything with 4 wheels and a steering wheel. You know that anytime you're driving something that's keeping you sharp. I was actually doing a go-kart race last weekend in Palm Beach, just because we have so few test days in IndyCar this season. So I decided to get back to my roots and drive my girlfriend out to a go-kart race, which was a first for her, and that was a bit of a different experience. But no, it's great.
Let's take another look down in turn 1 now.
Now, who didn't know this was going to happen sooner or later?
Montoya keeps trying the outside line, and Ryan's not going to have that happen. I mean, as a driver, there's an ego thing, I think, that kicks in. You do not want to be passed on the outside line. So he just takes it in there real deep. There goes Montoya. He's got that little bit of extra straightaway speed. A little pop here. Half a car length. And you can try and float it around the outside. If the car in front of you doesn't have good tires, sometimes you can pull it off, but Ryan's an equal match right now.
Calvin, you said it before. I mean, I don't think they did either. But that Ganassi car is trimmed out and it's pulling up from another 5 mile an hour at the top end. But then he's got to get on the brakes earlier, and Ryan's got the downforce to make that inside move.
That's right, but we know Montoya's got incredible car control, and he can drive a car on the edge like this.
Clear by 5 on the back.
How many moves in Formula 1 did we see him make that we didn't think would stick?
Oh, my gosh. I mean, he wasn't in the sport for 5 minutes before he was locking wheels with Michael Schumacher.
I remember hearing stories when he went to the Speedway for the first time and he was driving the car loose around that place and just amazing everyone. I've never done a hitch, but that's got to be a wild ride. Normally you hit the pits, right? And there's going to be a bit more rear wing.
There's a pretty golden rule at Indianapolis. As soon as there's any correction, you crack the throttle and you come in. But sometimes discretion does not get the better part of valor. And some guys like Juan Montoya can pull it off. And guys like A.J. Foyt could pull it off. Mario Andretti could pull it off. It's a short list of guys that can drive a car loose around the Speedway.
And I think that was the secret of Montoya's success in the Indy 500. That, and he is so good on cold tires. And, of course, that's all about car control.
And confidence. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of, you-know-what to be able to do that, and he's got plenty of those.
He's got both those in spades. But it's weird you brought up egos earlier. I didn't think racing drivers had egos. I didn't want to step in there, but it's, I had to bring that up. I just don't know if I agree with that.
One thing to be able to break down the inside, but when someone does it to you around the outside, that kind of...
Look at him setting him up right now. I mean, he knows he's going to pull on him. There's no question about it. When they come off the turn 4, that thing just starts digging.
Ford power against BMW.
All of these engines now have 7,000 RPM, so the Fords have been dropped from 7,300 last year down to 7. Chevys have been brought up 100 to 7. And there was some other performance balancing with the Chevys getting a bit of a restrictor, which was reduced somewhat before the green flag here today. Here comes Montoya again. He's not quite as far alongside.
Angelelli's hanging with him, too. He wants to
exactly what I was thinking. They haven't lost Mad Max Angelelli. Max the Axe, I should say. Mad Max Pappas is driving a GT Ferrari here. We haven't called his number out yet, but for sure we will see him before it's over. We'll be back with more from the Rolex 24. Just under 17 hours to go in the Rolex 24, and here is our Sunoco move of the race thus far. just a minute ago, Juan Pablo Montoya finally got the jump he needed and drove around for first place.
Well, he got a little bit of an extra draft off that GT car, and then Ryan Dial sees the traffic up ahead. Didn't want to fight it too hard. Probably the safer bet at this stage of the game, Dorsey.
That was about the 5th attempt at making that work. So, I mean, he knew it was coming sooner or later. It's hard to hold back a car that can out-top end you on this racetrack.
And also, he recognizes who he's dealing with.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to be going door panel to door panel on Juan Pablo Montoya for too long. I mean, the last hour of the race, different deal. But right now, just settle in.
He let him know he was there, though, didn't he? I mean, they're going to go at it again tomorrow.
It's a lot of fun, too.
Hopefully.
The thing is, it's a lot of work driving down the inside of every major. It's not like he had one run on him. It was into the bus up and into turn one, lap after lap after lap. And it is a lot of work defending that hard and driving in your mirrors. And with 17 hours left to go, yeah, I think that was probably a pretty smart move.
Yeah, when you're driving offline, it's easy to make a mistake. You just carry a little bit too much speed in, and if you're on a shallow angle, suddenly wash out wide, and then you look like an idiot. So, good smart play by Ryan Dial, but good racing at the same time.
The 21 car, the Brazilian Porsche Cup entry in this year's Rolex 24, and somebody you might know, James, Tony Kanaan.
I've heard of him. I've heard of him.
Yeah?
Yeah, Tony and Rubens in the car. It's funny, I was chatting with them before the race, and I gather most of the crew is from Brazil. There's a little bit of a language barrier with some of the officials and people in tech, and yeah, it's been an uphill battle for these guys, but they seem to be holding on and holding their own.
Their first pit stop was pretty hilarious. I mean, it was like David Thunder and everyone was having an ice cream or something because there was no one over the wall.
I did hear you guys call that, actually.
I said, you know why it's a slow pit stop? Because there's nobody doing it. Michael Shanks all up in the face of an official here, really mad.
He's doing something.
I don't think Mike really cares, do you? I wish he had some passion about his sport.
Oh, here's a spin.
We've got to stop and hold for Michael Shanks' number 6 car for an improper pass around under the yellow flag, and I think it's safe to say Mike disagrees.
Well, the thing is with these safety car rules, there is the ability to get your laps back, and they've been doing a good job. I think they've got either 2 or 3 laps back, and now the officials are saying what you did last go around under the safety car, you shouldn't have been doing. There's a new race steward, Paul Walter, who's a really sharp guy, but he takes a strong stand, and I'm sure they would have looked into it carefully.
It's a new penalty, too. I'm trying to look it up right now because we talked about it in the drivers' meeting.
And that's devastating, because that really takes away all of the ground that they've clawed back.
If it goes by what he talked about in the drivers' meeting, the penalty is going to be twice your fastest lap speed for the pass by mistake. And what that means is the first one, you're giving back the lap you got, and the second one is the penalty.
Yeah. So they're deeming you gained an advantage with that lap, so you got to give that one back plus another.
More hijinks down in turn 1.
This is your mate here, Hinch. TK going for a ride.
You got to remember, he doesn't have IndyCar downforce and carbon brakes right now.
I'm sure you'll give him a hard time about that one.
I'm sure he'll give me a hard time for saying that, actually.
You guys do seem to have a lot of fun on the outside IndyCar trail.
I'll tell you what, it is such a family. This is a family sport in general, and the IndyCar series, especially with the traveling that we do together, and when you're on track with the same group of guys week in and week out, and your lives are literally in each other's hands, and it is such a family atmosphere, and it makes it so much more enjoyable.
There's a little bit of tension down there in the Shank camp right now. Well, actually, it looks like this penalty is not for the 60 that we're talking about making laps back, but the 6 car that was running well.
That was what I said.
Sorry, Bob, it's the other car that's running well inside the top 8 and had been fast all day.
Which may account for some of Michael Shanks' ire. Now he's got the second car with a problem.
This was the fastest car of the non-BMW brigade in qualifying. Michael Valiente put this car 4th on the grid, and let's get down to Matt, who's going to try and catch up with Shank and see what's happening.
And he is talking to the team on the radio. Michael, your take on the penalty.
They said on the last safety car period that we passed a GT car under yellow. My problem with it is that they're giving us a 3-minute penalty, and they never told me to pit. The marshal in my pit stall has made a massive mistake, and I'm getting and now Gustavo's taking the blame for it. So it's ridiculous. If they want us to pit, the guy in the pit lane has to tell us to pit. He told me we're fine.
Still not totally understanding what happened here.
I'm not either.
I think are they giving him some extra penalty for not pitting?
Well, it seems like he made an illegal pass, and what Mike is saying, okay, we should have been able to serve a penalty that is not as severe as the one we're now getting, possibly.
You know, passing a car under yellow, you can usually get given the option to give the guy the position back again, which is not much of a penalty at all. However, this is that penalty I described before, is a massive penalty.
Well, it was different to a waiver penalty, which we initially thought. So, trying to get clarification on that, but it doesn't help. They're not going to give the lap back, that's for sure. You'll serve that penalty, and they've got another hole to dig themselves out of.
That'll put Jakob at least 1 lap down, joining the 60 car, which is still 5 laps down in the hands of Marcos Ambrose.
Toyer is just hooked up. You can just see the rhythm of that car through the infield section is just really dialed in. It's got the straightaway speed. It's a tough combo right now, as many of the competitors have said. Hunter Ray got out of the car and said, boy, the Ganassi car is not only good on the straightaway, he's also really good through the infield.
On board is Brian Dial, who is, well, just about 2 seconds behind Juan Pablo Montoya, so it's not as though Montoya's gapped him. Keeping it close, as they will attempt to do throughout the night.
A couple of these drivers, the leading DP drivers, had some medical issues during the off-season. Memo Rojas had knee surgery, and Ryan, in fact, had a herniated disc, which he was trying to recover from. Then had a severe bout of the flu, and it really affected his training, trying to recover from the back injury as well. So he said he's really had to be in a hurry-up mode in terms of his training, getting ready for this, what is a brutally hard race.
I keep telling him to lift with his legs, but he just never listens.
Another cool thing, he's given a prize to a young Scottish kart racer, all expenses for him and his dad to come over here as a £5 prize to Kieran Hegarty and his dad Joe. So good to see Ryan supporting some of the young Scottish drivers over there in his homeland.
Fun just to sit back and listen to the sound of that big Ford V8. I want to thank James Hinchcliffe, a.k.a. Kimi Räikkönen, for joining us here in the booth. Good luck to you in your Eyes on IndyCar season.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. but I probably should go, because I borrowed Dixon's golf cart, and I think he's on track soon, so I should probably run. Thanks for having me on.
Funny thing about that T-shirt, they were selling those at the Barrett Jackson auction in Arizona. I went up and asked how sales were. He said, well, we're selling a lot of T-shirts, but the funny thing is nobody seems to know what that means. Another break coming up here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. There's your top 5 in each class. We'll be right back. Here's a look at all the highlights or lowlights, depending on your perspective, at the Rolex 24 thus far. Big problems all day long for new Porsche factory driver Nick Tandy of Great Britain and the Conrad Orbit team.
Then major drama for the defending champions here. AJ Allmendinger had a clever break on the tie rod there. There you see the repair. Cost them 7 or 8 laps. They're in recovery mode. Then Bruno Junqueira went for a ride in one of the Salen's DPs. Got away with that one.
This car has had trouble all day. The Sky Active diesel with some mechanical problems. It will go in and out several times. And this Sylvain Tremblay, another one of the Sky Actives, it was day done for the 70.
Restarts have been interesting, to say the least. Nobody exactly sure when they're supposed to go. And you can get this kind of chaos when that happens.
See the 02 there in the middle of that one. Then we saw a big spin, cut tire. The 80 Porsche goes for a ride.
And he's dizzy.
68 car has been in the wars all day long, and seems to be the favorite spot of the trouble down in the
back chicane area. And Alex Figge in the Audi R8. Quick spin.
Excitement down in turn one. This great battle between Ryan Dial and this was Alan McNish and Jamie McMurray, the other pair of drivers in those two cars. Then a problem there. McMurray, released from the pit, ran over the air hose, and that resulted in a penalty.
Had a good recovery. Then Jan Magnussen hits one of the Brumos Racing Porsches wheels that was out there in pit lane. That was his problem. He got a drive through for that one, plus a hold.
And the chicane again. Catches 27, got lucky, didn't get into the tire wall.
Harmless spin here for one of the Park Place Motorsports Porsche, but gave someone a fright on the way through the chicane. And then the sparking continued for the Spirit of Daytona Corvette DP. Broken bracket there. They got that fixed and they're now in play.
Oliver Gavin driving. Nick Longy tripping over the 59 Brumos Porsche and spinning the Ferrari. And this was the battle between Juan Pablo Montoya and Ryan Dial. Lap after lap, corner after corner, until finally Montoya was able to complete the pass for the lead. Most recently, a penalty and a controversial one on the 6 car from Michael Shank Racing.
Michael Shank not at all happy, as you can see.
You think? And that brings us pretty much up to date. Here's our Continental Tire race recap graphic. DP leader is Montoya. Felipe Albuquerque is the GT leader. And in the new GX class, Shane Lewis in the Napleton Porsche. 3 full course cautions for a total of 20 laps and 10 different DP leaders. Our Royal Purple outperformer of the race, Melanie Snow, the only female driver in the field, and she and her son Madison have made a little bit of history here at Daytona. The first mother-son combination to drive together in the Rolex 24.
Don't count them out either, Calvin. They're running 5th.
She can really pedal. Melanie can. Madison's a great young talent, and they got some Porsche factory guys in that team. They could keep treading on here and really do some damage tomorrow in terms of getting up towards that podium.
And you look at the car, not a mark on it. I mean, they've done a fantastic job so far. A long way to go, we'll say that.
Don't forget, we'll be leaving you at the top of the hour, but we will be streaming live cameras at speed.com with commentary from our friends at MRN Radio. Problems for the Alex Job WeatherTech Audi.
Fairly routine
problems. I think sometimes, well, they're double stinning these Audis, but now there is some drama there going on.
Looking around the back of the car.
Oh, looking up underneath. They haven't taken the hood up or the deck up.
Maybe it's just routine, clearing out the grills. You can see the fuel going in without any tires being changed. 21 car. TK had gone for a ride.
Out he goes.
Just love the passion that he's here. He knows that this team is probably not set to be a real factor in a long endurance race. They just don't have the experience, but he wanted to be here anyway with his fellow countrymen. It's pretty cool.
And hopefully it'll be an annual thing to get drivers from the other countries where Porsche races in one make series bring a car or two to the Rolex 24.
Felipe Giafone, he's had an IndyCar win with Mo Nunn.
Rubens Barrichello, of course, the most experienced Formula One driver of all time in terms of sheer longevity in race starts.
It's kind of a different philosophy. I mean, some guys wouldn't even dream of coming to this race unless they felt they were in a winning car. Yet Tony and Rubens just love racing and decided to give it a crack anyway.
There's Melanie Snow just come in. We were just talking about her, and she's in for what looks to be a routine pit stop. Done a great job getting a pat on the back there from the crewman.
Beautiful car. Very well prepared.
And notice it is virtually unmarked.
Yeah, that's what I was telling them. They have done a fantastic job. They're competitive. They're running in 5th place. And the mother-son duo, if you will, fantastic. Hats off.
Snow Racing running in conjunction with Wright Motorsports. John Wright heads up that group, engineered by Bobby Peroni. So good group of people and getting the results today.
And that is quite a driver lineup. In addition to Snow, mother and son, Sasha Maassen, one of the most experienced Porsche drivers you'll ever find, and the head coach of Porsche's young driver team, the junior team, if you will, to their factory drivers, and Klaus Beckler on that car as well.
He's a Porsche junior driver, and Marco Siegfried is the Porsche test driver, so they know how to wheel one of these things. But young Madison has really done some great things at a very early age in the sport. Started to cut his teeth out at Miller Motorsports Park at the young age of 14. He was in the Mazda Miata possibly, but just a really good young kid.
Live out there by Torello, Utah, and race there quite frequently. We first met him out there. Did a great job.
Sasha Maassen has won innumerable races here in the United States, but for young Klaus Beckler, not only is this his first Rolex 24, it's his first trip to the United States. So he's had a lot to get used to.
I believe this team may be doing the whole North American Endurance Championship, Bob, and that's really I think I really love this little championship because it gives some incentive for these teams to come back, not just do the 24 like we so often see, but come back and do a couple more races in our championship year. It's a really cool thing.
And a couple of tracks worth going to, too. Watkins Glen, New York, and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in June and July, respectively, in addition to the Rolex 24 here at Daytona. Here's the Red Dragon, the Gainsco number 99.
Come close here before, second place finish when Jimmy Johnson was driving with the team. John Ward is now full-time engineer. He was part-time last year, sharing his time with the Team Falcon team over in the ALMS series, but he's full-time on the 99, and they feel that'll be a real advantage. Carl Brannon, their engineer for so many years, left the squad after Daytona last year, and they were looking hard to find someone to replace. Those are big shoes to fill, but I think this team are really expecting great things this year. Didn't get a win last year, which was very surprising, but came so close on a number of occasions, and they are hungry and they are determined.
Full-timers Alex Gurney, I'm sure Dan Gurney and wife Evie are looking on from California. John Fogerty, he and Alex have pretty much been the entire driver team for as long as this team has been in the series, for 7, 8, 9 years now. Amo Gidley and Darren Law added for this weekend. Gainsco will be the title sponsor of the Grand Am visit to Circuit of the Americas, I believe, and you can see the COTA logo on the rear wing of the Red Dragon.
Now this car, the leader, the 44 car, Andy Lally behind the wheel. They are the reigning champions, and I'll tell you what, this car has been rock solid. We talked about the only damage to the car is the front spoiler. Looks like they've been banging off of the curbs a little bit, and they ground it down. They've got some Bondo tape on there right now, but the car is strong.
We've seen that with that Porsche. It's got this weird little sort of front plastic splitter that can pop out if you use the curbs a lot, and we saw them struggling with it, and now you see a lot of duct tape that's keeping that on. But look at the 99 car. We talked about them having a solid run. Something's not getting life back into that 99 machine there. Inside, maybe changing out an ECU.
Talking about trouble getting that car restarted right now. We've seen that many times here.
Now they're going to take the bonnet off. Engine cover in America. Now this does not look good. More disappointment for this team. One empty space on their resume as a group. No victories in the Rolex 24. One more break, and then as much action as we can cram in to the remaining minutes of our day one coverage Saturday, the Rolex 24 at Daytona. We'll leave you at 11 o'clock Eastern straight up, live streaming at speed.com, and then we'll join you again at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning Eastern time to take you all the way to the finish and beyond. But we're not done yet here at Daytona. Stay with us. We'll be right back. That means it's almost time for us to bid you a good Saturday night, and we'll see you tomorrow. But right now, let's go to Matt Yoakum in the pits.
Bob, it's well documented the father and sons that have competed in the Rolex 24. And for the Snow family, Melanie and Madison, special race day today and tomorrow for you and your family.
Oh, this is a great race day. The first time that me and Madison drove together in an endurance race like this, and we're just so happy to be able to do it. Wright Motorsports has given us an amazing car, and everything's going well. I just got out of the car. The car was great. I had a little bad on the restart, but ended up making it back, got some positions while I was out there, so it wasn't as bad as I thought. And everyone's just done an amazing job, so I'm so happy with our team and our crew.
Bob, it's obvious by the smile on her face just what a great day they're having so far.
I'll second that, Matt. Thank you. Down in the pits, Turner Motorsports GT BMW pits, as does our overall race leader, Juan Montoya, did we get, looks like we got a driver change there.
And they take the rear bonnet off to take a look at the engine for some reason. Probably routine.
He's about due to come in on fuel, so it should be routine stop, but maybe just checking something out. But it was just a quick inspection, and he'll be back out there. But right now, these Ganassi cars are looking awfully tough. They've got the handling Dorsey, they've got the straightaway speed, and they've had a few problems with pit lane penalties, one for the 01, two for the 02, so it's dropped them down the order, but they're going to be tough to beat as we look at going into the evening hours.
But there's so much that can happen between now and when we see you again at 9 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Final thought, Dorsey Schrader?
Well, this car's awful strong right now. Will it be come morning? We'll find out.
How about you, Calvin?
Well, it's a fascinating battle, and I think everyone's just got to keep working on those cars. We said before, it's all about having a car that's 100% for that shootout that we will definitely see in the last couple of hours of this race.
The story continues. Go to speed.com to follow the live streaming. But for now, for Calvin Fish, Dorsey Schrader, Tommy Kendall, Justin Bell, Andrew Marriott, Jamie Howe, Brian Till, and Chris Neville, I'm Bob Varsha. Thanks for joining us for day one here at the Rolex 24. Tomorrow we'll pick you up at 9 a.m. Eastern and take you all the way to the finish and beyond. So long for now from Daytona International Speedway. Have a great Saturday night. See you tomorrow.